So warning when the sands, when the tides will swing. So he's breaking down doors, never following. Because the pressures of this world, they can take the toll. The only way to break free is to break the mold. You can't stop now, rock and roll. Don't stop now, you wanna rock and roll. In this world, gotta make your own way. One is all in this world. Life is just a game you play. Never fear the fall. When you leave without a doubt your mind, it won't be there all the time. So watch your step now, watch your step, don't fall. In this world, gotta make your own way. One is all in this world. Life is just a game you play. Never fear the fall. When you leave without a doubt your mind, it won't be there all the time. So watch your step now, watch your step, don't fall. Watch your step, don't turn around. Watch your step, don't turn around. Don't stop to look back again. Don't fall.
And now, it's time for the Melee Madness Podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass.
Welcome, everyone. Oh, I hurt my throat on that one. That's the show. Good night, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness Podcast. Hey, I'm Melee James.
I'm Melee K. What's going on?
What is going on, world? What is going on, internet? Once again, we are here to talk about how video games are shit, but we keep playing them. We keep playing them. We can't help it. It's like we're a battered wife and our husband is a grease-stained wife beater-wearing video game cartridge, like an NES one. Imagine an NES cartridge wearing a wife beater coming home from work being like, the meatloaf is frozen again.
See, every time that's described, I think of that one meme of
been
Steam
described
doing
before?
that to us. Well, no, but like I'm saying, you know the thing where it's like, stop giving me Steam sales, Gavin, please. No, my
No, please,
backlog,
no.
it's too much.
My backlog, yeah.
That's what I always visualize.
You're right. You're right. But we keep on coming back. We keep on coming and we don't stop coming. We don't stop coming and we don't stop coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special show for you, not a foe, a show. Maybe I'm your foe for you here today. We got so much to get into. So many games were played. So much news happened. Oh my God. How can we handle it? We can't. So let's start off, before we do anything, saying hi to every single one of you because you're special. Did you know you're special? Fucking hope so, you special pieces of shit. JB is in here with the Vulcan gang for life. How's it going, JB? We got Triss saying Jamesy. I say Trissy. It's how it goes here. JB says, game development has no future. Great talk, guys. Catch you next time. Okay, goodbye, everybody. All right. That was the... No! That was the short version. Then, yes. That is the short version. If you want the Cliff Notes, good night, everybody. But we still got a show to go to. We have to go into the painstaking, horrible details like this is Hellraiser 2, and we're just stuck permanently. I need to show you that movie, Kay, so you understand that reference.
It's like there's a second movie?
There's like 5 of them.
Five
of them. I've only seen 1 and 2. Did you know that there's Hellraiser in space?
Wait, I think you did tell me about that because we watched that other movie with
Because
Sam
Event
Neill.
Horizon-
Is that his name? Sam Neill?
It's Sam Neill.
Yeah,
'Cause
and then you were like, Hellraiser did it better, right?
It's pretty. No, they're both
I listen
bad.
to you sometimes.
But you do? Wow. Both Event Horizon and Hellraiser in Space are bad. But they're the same movie. So we'll have to watch them together and you can
Event
compare.
Horizon, that's
Event
the name of that
Horizon,
movie.
yes.
That got fucking weird, man.
A little bit. I would say Event Horizon is better just because I have a major crush on Sam Neill. But apart from that, they're both bad movies. Tris is here saying, Carusi. We need that Carusi. K-Queen.
God.
She started it, not me this time. But we're coming for that Carusi, the K-Queen of oatmeal raisins. True.
No, I don't want to be a queen of oatmeal raisins. I want to be the queen of destroying them. They should be nuked from this earth.
You're like Tim Curry.
Knock over. Listen, there were raisin trucks. I talk about this often. There was a raisin truck that toppled over. The driver's safe, so I can celebrate the fact that the truck toppled over and many raisins died that day.
I'm going to keep making shitty
was
movie
a victory for
references.
Army.
You are literally like Tim Curry in Legend. Oatmeal raisin cookies are your destroyer. I never understood why he announced what his weakness was.
It's kind of dumb.
JB says that's got to be a record. Finish the stream before the intro finished. You're supposed to quickly finish during the Be Right Back screen, not the intro. But hey, there is Sonic fetishizers out there. Angry Canadian says, love this song. Amin Ra is mooing away. Angry Canadian says, damn, Kay, you gave his world too much attention.
Listen, okay? It is the only sole redeeming quality of Sonic 06. It deserved attention. So that's why it's in the intro. But I'm with you, brother. I love City Escape as well. And maybe I should have given a little more attention, but my autism, my Sonic autism, wanted to pull something special. I have talked James's ear off on like what my whole like craft was behind that intro. If you pay attention, you're a Sonic fan, everything I did in my editing style was to be an homage to Sonic 2, not just the Sonic in general, not just the fucking clips.
Her goal was for some weird Sonic fetishist to jerk off to
No! What the fuck?
Autism. Angry Canadian says, I was screaming the lyrics to Escape from the City. We got Flame
Great
Mage in
song.
here blessing the stream. Blesses to you, Flame Mage. Shepperton Studios is here saying, my Melee brother and sister, it's 2 a.m. here and I do have work in 6 hours, but I love you both, especially Kay. Well, she is the more handsome one and I'm the prettier one, so that makes sense. And Shepperton also says, Hellraiser in space sucks ass. Yeah, you know what? I like the Hellraiser movies in concept. It's Clive Barker, right? I love their concept, but as usual with Clive Barker in execution, it's fucking terrible. I don't even like the first movie. The first movie is just some ugly cheating whore that has no right to be cheating or a whore. And then
Wait, isn't the Hellraiser only a movie?
Yeah.
So, but you're a fan of Hellraiser, but you don't like any of the movies?
I'm a fan of it in concept. I like the idea of it. It's a great idea, but its execution is bland at best or sometimes terrible. This is Clive Barker.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Clive Barker. Hold on.
I'm just more confused
Clive
about
Barker,
I'm a Hellraiser fan. I don't like anything they've made of Hellraiser, but I'm a fan
it's
of
Clive
Hellraiser.
Barker. It's Clive Barker.
Like what?
Clive Barker has great ideas, and then you see those ideas and you're like,
Was he the guy that did Jericho?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay,
And
I get it now.
the Haunted
because
House video game.
some stuff in Jericho that was a good idea,
Yes!
but it
Clive
was
Barker-
not done well at all.
Clive Barker was a great idea, man. I think he's dead. That's what I'm saying was. No, he's alive. Make a good one, you fucking idiot. What is that? What else has he done? Hellraiser, Nightbreed. It's just really Hellraiser. It's really just
Get him together with Uwe Boll. Maybe they can make something great together.
It's Hellraiser and video games that suck. Candyman, also something I don't like and I think is overrated. Okay. And apparently he's gay. Oh, I didn't have to know that. Well, stop sucking and stop sucking in multiple ways.
Did you literally just Google him and that you were able to find all
I
of
typed
that?
Clive Barker and it was like in all caps. I'm gay. I don't fucking know. I don't make the rules of the internet. I don't make the rules of Google. It's Google for you. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Angry Canadian is screaming. Angry says, lol, Sonic Autism. And Sergey's here saying, yo, hey, yo, how's it going?
Yo.
All right. Well, let's get into it. Of course, we have a big show. Well, it's a big show. So with that, Kay, what are your plays of the week?
Oh my god, I've been playing a lot recently. I've been having a good time with gaming for the most part. There's a few
Really?
little blips in there. But today I'm going to talk about one great thing and two okay things. Actually, more like one great thing, one okay thing, one terrible thing. So let's get into it. The first thing I'm going to get into is the good thing, which, James, I'm sure you know. Astrobot has been a game that I've been playing even more recently.
I have as well.
I'm exclusively been playing that on stream for you guys, and I am fucking loving Astrobot. You can catch any of the footage and my reactions on our channel, but holy shit, this game is just such a great tight platformer. It's beautiful. Every single level has an interesting concept. It oozes charm. You feel a reason to collect, in their case, the bots, to rescue the bots, but in other, games it would be like getting all the stars or something like that. It feels like every single one is with intention, and I feel guilt when I don't 100% a level. That, to me, is like just such a great game design. Everything about this is great. I'm sure we'll talk about Astrobot a bit more in the news later, so I'll just leave it at that and say Astrobot is fantastic. I'm happy with it. And I'm going to keep playing it.
I'll add to it because I'm playing it as well. Because Kay is dominated and is playing it all online, I've been doing a bit of it offline, not much, but in the 5 minutes I have not doing stuff for Melee games, this has been also my offline game, and it's just great. I have no complaints. It's wonderful. It's awesome. It's lovely. I like it. It's probably game of the year, just at least so far. Simply because I don't really have a bad thing to say about it. It's so charming. It's so well built. And it's fucking wonderful. It's absolutely fucking wonderful. And I agree.
Electrons through reality.
Do move through reality.
Shepperton Studios tip $4.20. Okay, I do have to sleep. But yes, James, the first love you too.
Thank you, Sheppy. Oh, God, I was worried there. I thought I lost him. for a second there. Thank you so much, Shepperton Studios. Enjoy your sleep.
Go get some shut-eye. Oh, my God.
Good luck at work, and I hope you dream of me. Not of Kay. I hope you dream of me, specifically me. Now close your eyes and think of all this, like Smithers going into, or Mr. Burns flying into Smithers' bed while he's sleeping. Just with the wings out and everything. Shirtless, of course. Please do that for me, Sheppy. Thank you so much, Shepperton Studios. Good luck at work, bud. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so this game is lovely. To take a segue from that, this game is lovely. It's awesome, and I don't usually 100% games. I don't usually platinum games, get all the achievements or whatever, but I'm probably going to for this one because I know that I have to get every single Astrobot because, like you said, the guilt you feel if you don't get those cute little robot fuckers is horrible. I feel bad when I see one that's dead and you can't do anything. The loss I feel is worse than the loss of a loved one. I would rather resurrect those little Astrobots than my grandma. So I really love this game, and for that, put that on the back of the box. I think that, yeah, this, at least so far, is my game of the year. Not like last year, my game of the year was RoboCop. I don't love this as much as, like, say, RoboCop, but it's just a perfect, flawless experience, and it's so goddamn charming. So it's going to have to take something that I truly love to kind of topple this one.
Yeah, I'm with you on the game of the year. This is probably my game of the year at this point. And also, like, for me, yeah, people call me, I guess, the JRPG girl. That's kind of what I'm known for nowadays, because you don't like JRPGs at all, and I'm the only one that understands when anyone else is talking about it on this channel. But I would say more than that, I'm also a big platformer fan. That's also a genre that I love. And this is just, like, it can go toe-to-toe with Mario's for sure. I think it feels slightly better than Sunshine. I don't think it's quite up to Galaxy. I think Galaxy is in a league of its own. It's just really, really good. But I think it can contend with Galaxy, and to me, that's enough. The fact that it can even be in the same category. So I just absolutely fucking love Astrobot. Another game that I've been playing is actually a game I played last night for you guys on the channel, and that is Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. And so this game actually technically came out today, but it was unlocked at 9 p.m. Last night over here. So as soon as the game was out, I'm like, let's fucking play it. I know I want to play this game anyways. I've been on the fence about it. Just seeing some of the footage leading up to it, I wasn't like quite sure if it was the game for me or not. It was I had no problem with Zelda being the protagonist. In fact, I've seen like some people have issue with that, which I think is all manufactured bullshit. But for me, I was like, great, I'm excited. Zelda's a protagonist. She's an awesome character. I love playing her in Melee and all this other shit. Let's see a game with her. And you know what? I have to say, yes, I love the idea behind this game. I love the echo system, which is like the magical shit that you do. Pretty much, you get the powers. Shit. You get the power of different things in your journey. So you'll fight an enemy and then you'll be able to absorb that power directly afterwards. Maybe you see a table, right, in the middle of nowhere, and then you grab the table and you're like, now I can make tables. So the thing that's cool about that mechanic is there's so many different items in the world and you can just like fucking makeshift your own stuff. Now, this was also the thing I was on the fence about. And the reason why is because I felt like it was just going to turn into like, I'm going to stack 10 beds and get around. And like, to me, it's like Zelda could have a sword. You could have so many different things with this character. And this is supposed to be the core mechanic that you're just stacking shit like fucking Minecraft. So I was a little bit turned off by that in the trailer. Playing the game, I actually think this is the strongest part of the game, that you can use the echoes. You get to like use a bunch of different enemies that you come across, which like all of them are fun to use. You get to use a bunch of different items. I just got like an electric item recently that I thought was super cool. So I love that. And you've got this little thing with you called a try, and it's like a spirit. And that has abilities as well. And I thought that was just well done too, that you have the Echoes ability and then you have this little character that can also do stuff for you. It is very Breath of the Wild. If you've played Breath of the Wild, you're going to instantly be like, everything in this is inspired by Breath of the Wild pretty much, but in like a Link's Awakening engine. But here, let's get to the stuff that I am on not as good graces with this game. So first I'll say, the intro to this game is excellent, right? It pulls you right into the action. Right away, you get the motivation. There's not a lot of, storytelling vocally, but everything visually, everything they make you do in the game, it's really powerful. And as you go through, then, slowly they have to give you the exposition, whatever. And I was still okay. I was still in it. But then the story itself, it just bombards you with so much fucking text. And I got to a point where I was like, oh my God, stop talking at me and let me play the fucking game. So that might just be exposition they needed to give me, and that might not be reflective of the rest of the game because I've only played maybe 3 to 5 hours of this. But dear God, I was complimenting it in the beginning for it being simple and like just straight to the point, and then all of a sudden it just like started dropping fucking text on me. So fuck that. But here is my main issue with the game. It's clunky. It is clunky, guys. I love Zelda games a lot, but this game, when you're controlling your own character, it feels great, but everything they've added around your own character is super clunky. The thing that people noticed last night when I was playing is as I was gathering more echoes, they were like, oh, can't you make like favorites or shortcuts or anything to this? And I was like, no, you literally can't. All you can do is see like your last viewed or like your last received or the most used or that kind of stuff, or like what uses the most of like your energy. But you can't just go like, I use these 5, put this like in its own menu and just go to that. And that shit pisses me off because you're literally scrolling through like endless fucking just menu, just trying to get the item that you want. I like that you get a lot of options, but that's just a big oversight for something that relies on this. You need to have like some kind of shortcut to just get to the things that you want. I felt like that really slowed me down. But the biggest thing is the performance issues. This game chugs along. Holy shit, it chugs along. The game, like when you're on the world map, it drops in frames so badly. And then when you go and talk to a character, it like zooms and catches up. And then it runs normally. And James, at one point you were watching me and you're like, "Oh, I think this is running at 60 because like the waterfall was running fine, but like everything else in the fucking game was running terribly."
Yeah.
So it's like little aspects of the game run fine, but then as soon as you get into a big map with it, it just can't fucking handle anything.
Yeah, I looked it up, and this is probably the number one complaint that people have about the game is it actually tries to run at 60, and apparently Link's Awakening has this issue as well. So it tries to hit 60, and so every time I was looking over, I'm like, oh, that's 60 frames a second. But what it will do is it will fucking go from 60, and then the next screen will be 30, then the next screen will be 60, and it jumps back and forth all the fucking time. And I played like literally like 10 seconds, maybe less, after you went off air, and I'm like, oh shit. Because when you're jumping at like between 30 and 60 frames like so rapidly like that, you feel it. You can really, really feel it, and it is very, very, very rough in a non-turn-based game. I wish what they did was they had a just lock to 30F button. Nintendo doesn't like settings. They don't like to give players options. They want their games to be perfect out of the gate, and you just play them and then you go. But for this game and the state it's in, if they can't get that performance up to 60 through a patch, they really should just give players the option to lock at 30. Because it is very, very jarring. And it will be areas you don't even expect. Overall, it's like when you're in a small house, it's running at 60. But in the hub world, it will go 30, 60, 30, 60, 30, 60. I think your 2D parts, where it was a side-scroller, it looked like it was always 30. So it's very inconsistent.
I found that the frames were most consistent in dungeons. Like, dungeons felt really good in this game, but anytime you go out into the world, I don't know if it's just loading in too much or what the fuck's happening, but it gets really fucking rough. So that is something that I try to look past. I'm not as much of a frame whore. Like, sometimes I can deal with it.
I am.
But this is like too much, guys. And on top of that, they made a weird stylistic choice to blur the top and the bottom of the screen. And it looks really bad when there's like characters at the bottom of the screen. You're just like, why is there this like squiggly blur? It's
I think
a weird
that's probably to
stylistic
try to
choice.
help the performance.
Perhaps, yeah, but ultimately it makes it look kind of ugly in some cases. So, not really happy with that part of it. The final complaint I will say, and I know it sounds like I don't like this game. I actually am quite enjoying this game, but it's important to point out that it's not a perfect Nintendo experience. The AI, in your sense, so like when you're summoning echoes, they don't understand where to go sometimes, and it was
Yes.
infuriating. Where I'm like, I'm trying to run away from the enemy. It's charging at me. I have to stop, pause, summon you, and then you just fucking stand there. What the fuck are you doing? Go attack the guy that's running at me because I can't defend myself. So it was just infuriating that they couldn't fucking just figure out what to do, and they would just stand there doing nothing. Like, Now, there are a few enemies that were like fine. So, like, if you summoned a snake or a rope, as they call them, the rope was fine. It would go and it would attack, right?
Mhm.
But then like a Dark Knight is so fucking slow. He's like he's standing watching, and then he's like, oh, I need to attack. And then he goes like this, and then he waits, and then he hits. And by the time you've like ran halfway down the map, the guy is still chasing you. The Dark Knight misses that guy because, you're running. This thing is fucking chasing you, so it's running away from all of that. It's a mess. The AI is a fucking mess in this game. It needs to something needs to snap and be like, go attack, or give me an option to give behaviors to the AI. So if you're not going to make the AI responsive enough, you can have it so that like, oh, your AI should be more aggressive. Give me that like command that you have in some like strategy games where it's like, oh, this AI should be more defensive. This one should be more attack. This should stand still. If you gave me more flexibility in that, I could forgive this more. But the fact that I summon you, I'm running away because literally getting hit once is 1 heart for in most cases. And then you're like not moving. You're not fucking moving. Like it pissed me off.
I thought of like 2 very easy solutions based on this. I will say that the thing that impresses me, because it is a mixed bag game, is to me the gameplay genuinely looks more fun to me and how I enjoy games than almost any Zelda game. And that is because I've always preferred playing the Summoner class. I was a Lock main in World of Warcraft. In Diablo, I play the Necromancer, and just any action RPG ever, it's like if you give me the option to summon things, that is my class. I have so much fun. I don't know why. It's just, I always love that. And this game, Zelda is kind of a warlock or a summoner or something. And so this to me is more fun than Link having a sword and shield and effectively being like a warrior class. So I'm like, fuck, this game is kind of the best Zelda ever in a way. But yeah, it's funny how stupid things are, because this is kind of the first time that Zelda is doing a summoner class type thing, and other games have figured out how to solve this problem. There's two easy solutions I could have done. One, you have kind of a poke them with a stick button, a whistle button to be like, hey, we're fighting right now. You should be attacking. Why aren't you attacking? So just having that kind of an alert button. Pikmin has it, right? Pikmin fucking knows how to do this. Or, again, going back to World of Warcraft, they figured this out in 2004. Being a Warlock main, you have 3 stances you can set to. And this has always been the case with Warlock and with Hunters, is you have passive, which means your adds will not attack anything no matter what. You have defensive, which is the default, meaning they don't attack unless you attack first. Or if you send them to attack, or you have them on aggressive, which is they kill everything in fucking sight until they die. So if you just had that toggle option, and you can literally map that to one button.
No, that's exactly what I want. You know, that's what they do in some other strategy games. Just give me that option to be like, go aggressive, go defensive. That's perfect. By the way, you're selling me on the other game more. I want to play that now.
World of Warcraft from 2004? Yeah. Well, sorry you can't. It sucks now.
I know.
And then, but also, the other thing I thought of, because I like the idea of, you know, summoning all this stuff, was instead of having, because it's very much a copy-paste job. This game is kind of a hatchet job thrown together, so that Nintendo can release a major game before the Switch too. And they just took the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom menu system, copy-pasted it into here. What they should have done, instead of having to scroll through everything in the menu to get the thing you want, is you can map favorites to the face buttons, and then you might go, well, your face buttons are already things, and this now goes to my favorite action RPG ever, Marvel Ultimate Alliance. So what you do is, if you hold right trigger, the actions on the face buttons change to whatever you map them to. So you're in the menu, and then you can press A, B, X, Y to map them to those buttons. Then you go out of the menu, and then while you're playing the game in real time, you just hold right trigger, press A, and that will be whatever you map it to. Right trigger, press B, and you pretty much have 4 favorites, and that's what you play. And I think, like, and that wouldn't even, you don't even have to change the game. You don't have to change the levels or the layout or anything. But if you had those 2 features, this game could be like a 10 out of 10. But because you don't have those 2 features, it holds it back. So
100%. Now the awakening thing or whatever you said, you know, like the Pikmin whistle.
Yeah.
I found a hatchet way to solve that, which is you can lift some of your characters.
I saw you throwing them at them like they're retarded.
Is I would just fucking lift them and throw them at the enemy and hope that they do something. Is like, go do something, pretty much. Like, go, boom. And sometimes that would work. But you can't do that with every single person that you summon either, because you have some enemies that are spiky, and you can't lift those enemies because it wouldn't make sense for Zelda to lift them. It would hurt Zelda, right? So it works with some of the characters. It doesn't work with others. So yeah, I think this game is a really cool concept. While I was playing it, James, I actually felt like it was a game you would enjoy. Obviously, the frame rate does hold it back. Like, all the performance stuff does make it so it's a hard game to sell to people. Because
can't wait to play it on the Switch too.
But I have been playing it in tablet mode, and it is slightly better. So I played it a little bit offline. It is slightly better in tablet, not enough to make a difference, but it is slightly better. So that is just something to note, which I can't do on stream, obviously, because I want you guys to be able to see the gameplay while I'm playing it on stream. So while I'm offline, I'm playing it in tablet mode. While I stream it, obviously, I'll still be on docked mode. But that is something for if you're playing at home. You can play it in handheld, and it does feel slightly better. Overall, though, I do think that this game is better than Breath of the Wild. I much prefer it. I'm going to still keep playing it. It's just, you know, with me playing Astro Bot right now, it's really hard for me to play.
We are looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
Insidious Bliss tipped $50. Lifting and throwing, huh? I think it is time to lift and throw some shirts.
Whoa, God.
Thank you,
Oh.
Insidious Bliss. What the
What?
fuck? Oh, God.
Ghidorah has haunted my dreams. Oh, my God. No.
Anyway, the game is a 6 out of 10. It's better than
Who
Breath of the Wild.
cares about the game? Who cares? We have Ghidorah here. Anyway, go on. Thank you so much.
No, that's all I had to
Insidious
say. I was like one sentence away. It's a 6 out of 10 for me. It's worth playing. I'm going to keep playing it. It's not polished, but it's better than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, in my opinion. The dungeons are real, man. The dungeons are fucking real, and they're fun. Thank you, Insidious.
Thank you so much. Insidious Bliss, who said lifting and throwing, huh? I think it's time to lift and throw some shirts. Well, for that, we have a new mascot dedicated to Insidious Bliss, all right? Now, we were talking about Zelda, of course. And you know what's even better than Zelda or Link in a game? I think you know what it is. It's a Zelda bear. Look at that little Zelda bear right there. What a cute little Zelda bear right there. We're just going to stick her in the corner, or him. I don't fucking know. I don't judge. Thank you, little Zelda bear. Oh, my God. Of course, we need...
Wait, but according to Echoes of Wisdom lore, you can't tell that's a bear anymore because you
What do
threw
you
a
mean?
cloak on it.
What? Because I...
It literally, in Echoes of Wisdom, the second you put a cloak on, it's like, we're looking for this person, but we can't find them. And you're talking to the person, and they're like, if you find this person, let us know. Literally, the cloak it's like Clark Kent's glasses.
Oh, God. That makes no fucking sense. That's retarded, but that's fine. Oh, God. So this could be a femboy bear is what you're saying? Okay, little femboy bear. Let's get you some text. You want to lift and throw some shirts? Okay, here we go. Let's do the... we need gold. We need a piss gold color. Yeah, and you know, a little darker than that. I'm getting fancy with this. We're getting fancy. And we are going to write in the legend of Bear Force. The legend of Bear Force, everybody. Here it is. Here. Wait, why is the logo all the... Where the fuck is the logo? Hold on. Hold on! There it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Legend of Bear Force with our little baby Link Bear. This feels like it could be a Zelda game. Thank you so much, Insidious Bliss. But there's one more thing. There's one more thing we must do. Not turn this into a musical. It is time to hit that music. Thank you so much, Bliss. Let's fucking do this. Where is it? I will find you. Why isn't my Spotify working? Here it goes. Here it is. Let's crank this shit up and do it. Throw those rocks! Echo them and throw them! We're gonna crush so many snakes to death. We're gonna drown the snakes. And we're cute little Link bears. Are you ready? That's right. Bring it with me now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Link's got nothing on the Bear Force. Here we go. Oh God. Oh God, my hair. My beautiful, sweet, sexy hair. Watch out, snakes! right, folks, we got a great show for you today. It's the Melee Madness podcast. You want to know what we're talking about? I'm going to tell you. We're going to talk about Ubisoft in a total death spiral. We're going to talk about the Sony State of Play. Nintendo is fucking Palworld in the ass, and men are banned.
Defending all your love. Defending all your love.
What is that?
Defending all your love. Defending all your love.
I created an echo of my sunglasses.
Defending all your love.
We can all echo. I'm gonna echo all of you bears. Can you echo yourself? Can everyone be multiplied? We are the Bear Army, and we have strength in numbers and strength in fur. Get ready to salute.
The Bear Force One have left the building.
Thank you so much, Mr. Insidious Bliss, represented by the cute little femboy Link bear down there. Or maybe it's a Zelda bear. Who knows? I ain't judging. She kind of cute, though. Smash or pass on the totally of age Link bear down there. You let me know. You let me know. Thank you so much, Mr. Insidious Bliss. The shirts are lifted, the rocks are lifted, and the glasses are multiplied. Woo!
Thank you so much, Insidious Bliss. And I want to say thank you to Putt Diddy, who during all of that said, I came just in time for James' Big Bieber energy.
No, Putt
Oh
Diddy,
my
please.
God.
Putt Diddy, please. Look at me, Putt Diddy. Look at me. I'm still hurting, Putt Diddy. I'm still hurting after last time, Putt Diddy. I don't have no lube left, Putt Diddy. No. Putt Diddy, no. Don't go in raw, Putt Diddy. Don't go in raw. I don't want to look that Putt Diddy. Thank you so much, Putt Diddy. I have to say thank you.
What the fuck?
Or else I will not live to see another day. So thank you, Putt Diddy. Thank you. Oh, God. Kay, do you have anything else to say about the Echoes of Wisdom?
I would say if you're into like the classic Zelda games, but you want a different spin on it, this is worth picking up. I struggle to say it's worth a full price game. I think this should have been priced cheaper, same as Princess Peach Showtime. They both should have been more budget titles, and this would have felt a little bit better. But I think this game is extremely creative, and you can get into points of the game, which, again, I've been playing a bit offline, so you guys haven't seen this quite yet, but I'm a bit more comfortable with the game now, and I'm, like, combining, like, 5 or 6 different abilities at once for dungeons, and it's, like, super cool, the different things that you can kind of make work, and you're like, would this actually work? And then it does, and you're like, holy shit. So it is, if you want to like playground and you want to have the classic dungeon experience for Zelda, but be able to be like more creative with it, that's really where this game shines. And there are other abilities I just simply don't want to spoil because there might be enough people in our audience that really do want to play this game. And I ended up playing it right as it dropped. So I just would say if you have interest in this game and you can look past the performance issues, play it, but just be aware the performance issues really weigh this one down. So if that's something that bothers you, and it's rightfully so, then maybe hold off, see if it goes on sale. But it is also Nintendo. Are we expecting a sale? Let's be honest. Probably not. So it's a very mixed bag, and that's why I sit at a 6 out of 10. This is probably one of my lowest rated Zelda games I've ever played, but it's still good compared to other games.
How does it compare to CDI Zelda?
Ooh, you know what? I'd have to replay that to actually know.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I would have to replay to know because I don't know. There's some stuff that's redeeming about that game a little too. I don't know. I don't hate that as much as everyone else hates it.
Good. Oh my God. Wow.
I'd have to see.
Good Lord.
But talking on like more modern Zeldas, it's definitely to me one of the lowest rated ones. I guess I would rate Breath of the Wild slightly lower because I really hate Breath of the Wild, but it's more personal preference and like objectively what game is better or worse. All right, let's talk about the third and last game I want to talk about today. And I had to just kind of choose because, like I said, there's a lot of games that I've been playing. I'll just give an honorable mention to Ghost of Tsushima and say that's not the game I'm going to talk about. But I did play that with the company boys, and that was my first time really diving into that game. I quite liked that game. If you want to see more, feel free to check on our channel. There's also a stream of that so you can see my thoughts live. But I want to give the last spot, because it is a certain month, to Sonic 06.
No.
We got to talk a little bit about Sonic 06.
No, God, why?
God
no.
fucking damn it.
God damn it.
Fucking Sonic 06, man.
Ah!
Oh my God. That game is fucking pain, and I just want to sit with
ass.
James for a minute and just be able to express our pain without us rushing around and worried about the
speed
chaos.
of sound.
So, James, I know you haven't played a lot of Sonic games. This might be your first one that you end up beating, really,
No, I beat Sonic
because
CD.
okay, well, your second game then, because I know that you and I are dedicated to beating this game.
Yes.
When you and I decided we wanted to play it, we both knew that it was a janky, broken mess. Like, we're very aware of that, and we're committing to beating it through that, even through that. But holy shit, did I not realize how fucking painful. I forgot. You know, when you forget, you're like, it's not that bad. And then you play something and again, you're like, holy fuck, this is bad. That session we had with the final boss that I did is probably the most gamer rage you guys have ever seen from me on this channel. Now, my gamer rage, I'm not ashamed to say, I am somebody who does get into games. And I'm not afraid to be angry at them. I enjoy the challenge. And I tell an infamous story of one time I was playing Overwatch and I got mad at the end of a match and I like playfully threw my controller because I knew I was mad, but I tried to do it gently anyways. And then I accidentally cracked the screen of my phone. Mm-hmm. And to me, that is technically probably one of my highest gamer rage moments because it actually had collateral damage to it. This is up there with that. I wanted to fucking like smash something after playing that because holy shit, that boss fucking sucks.
Yes.
It's so fucking bad. You're waiting for the boss to do its next move and it's just standing there and you're standing there and you're just like, can you just, I know what you need me to do in this fucking battle. Can you just fucking go so I can continue? Because you're broken. And sometimes you break the game in a way that even though I'm doing this perfectly fine, it doesn't work. Things like even like button prompts don't feel the same as like every other Sonic game I've played. And it's like, I have to deliberately slow myself down because if I don't, you don't register the second button press that I do. I literally have to sit there and be like, for the game to know that I'm trying to do that. So this game fucking pisses me off to no end. Just go fuck yourself, Sonic 06. His World is great. I'm glad I put that song in the intro. But fuck this fucking game up the ass. I was getting so mad at that boss fight. And then when I would get to the final like wave of that and it was like, okay, you just have to hit it one more time and you're good. Sometimes I wouldn't get a platform generated close enough to him to actually do what I needed to do and I would die. It was insane. So that is my tiny rant session about Sonic 06. Of course, we are going to continue it on the channel. And guys, if you missed the announcement, we will be playing another session. You guys have asked us for it. And, you know, we were planning to play it more on the channel anyways, but I decided to move it up a little bit because of how much you guys enjoyed it. So the next session is October 4th, Friday. That's next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. We're going to be playing another session in the evening. And dear fucking God, I am expecting... No! It's fucking awful. So look forward to that. If you don't believe my words right now and how fucking broken that is, if you missed the last session, come on over on October 4th on our channel in the evening. You are going to be able to just see it firsthand how fucking crazy it is. And there is tip options during that as well. Of course, we'll explain more on the day, but there are ways that you as the audience can choose to influence that run. We are committed to beating that game on this channel, whether it takes us a year, 10 years, whatever it takes. We're going to beat this fucking game eventually, but you can slow that down if you like to see us suffer. So stay tuned for that. James, any thoughts on Sonic 06? And this is the last game I'm talking about. So
that's my thoughts. Yeah. So I've always thought this would be a great idea. I'm glad everyone likes it. I didn't realize how much I would hate it. The main issue with it is actually, it's not even how broken it is. It's not how shitty it is. For me, it's how punishing it is. And you have so much anxiety as you play this game. And I had no idea, no preparation H for that going in. Because here's the thing. So many of the levels are so long. They're so fucking long. And they're so difficult because the game is so broken that it's like by sheer luck and miracles do you get through some of them. So the longer a level is, it's like it builds up your anxiety meter more and more and more because you're like, please, I just need the level to end. I need the level to end because I don't want to do all of that again because I don't even know if I could do all of that again. And that to me is the worst part of the game. If the game was just broken and shitty and it was just tra-la-la-la-la, then it would actually be fun and it would be funny. But I didn't realize that the stress level in playing this game, because you get a little bit farther and you're like, surely the level will end now, right? No, keep going. And at any point, if you lose those like 3 lives or whatever, all the way back to the start of the level. For me, that's the worst part. And that was mostly shown for me, at least I mostly felt that in the Knuckles section that I did. And because here's the thing, this was partly inspired by the JonTron Egoraptor Game Grumps run of it, because I was a big fan of Game Grumps with JonTron when he was on board. And Sonic 06, that was like my favorite thing they did, and they never beat it. So I was like, we're going to take over the torch of shit. We're going to beat it. And I know this game. I've watched that series, which is like over 100 videos, like through like 3 times or something, maybe more. So I know how broken this game is. I know how shit it is, but props to them for being able to laugh and joke through it, because I just feel sheer rage and anger playing through it. And it was at the Knuckles part where I'm like, oh my God, this part is so funny. It's so broken, but that is so actually deep in the level that I was like, I had a moment where I had to be like, do I showcase how broken this level is because it'd be funny? Or do I just let it happen naturally because if I die, I'm fucked? And so I knew I knew this level, and I knew there was so much shit I could fly into and all this stuff that'd be funny. But I'm like, I don't want to die today, man. I don't want to die today, man. And so I wasn't prepared for that. So that, I'm happy with that though, because that makes our playthrough of it very different from the Game Grumps playthrough, because it's just misery and anger over here. So no, I'm not looking forward to this next Friday. I'm not looking forward to it. The game, as I know, gets worse and worse and worse. So I don't know that it wasn't even that boss fight that was the worst part for me. It was like all the levels before it, like the last 2 levels before it, with Knuckles and with Sonic in the fucking Apocalypse City and all that shit. That was the worst shit. That was unfucking bearable. So yeah, tune in next Friday. I can't wait. I'm sure it'll be a gay old time.
It's crazy too, because usually like the first level of a Sonic game is really, really strong. And that's the thing Sonic suffers from it throughout its entire series, is often it just like slowly creeps downhill in the later games. The first level was broken. The tutorial was broken. Like, the fact that you can't even play one smooth level in this game is fucking crazy, man.
No, the cutscenes are pretty and creepy, and that's it. That is it. Fuck this game. Fuck this game to hell. We're going to beat it. And we're going to fucking just... No, if it was a disc, we would snap it after. But my God, we have it digital on the fucking 360. It's a nightmare game. It's a fucking nightmare, and I knew it would be. I didn't think it would be this bad. I fucking spat in the eye of the Sonic gods, and they spat back. So this next Friday, there will be more, and there will be blood. Don't miss it. Okay. So, let's say hi to chat. We've had a lot of people popping off there, and then we'll go into my plays of the week, and then some news. Well, we got Alice Leo over on Rumble saying, hey, I dropped you a follow. I want to share with you some hidden ideas for your channel and theme. I bet you'll definitely like them. Hit me up on Discord. Okay, don't worry. I got this. Just give me a second. I'm just going to go over here. And I just want to just let them know that dolphins rape people! Yes! Yes, they do. It will happen to you. Okay. That is all. That is all. Now let's read everyone else that is a real human being. Bentley Guy 78 coming in saying, agreed, K. I feel like I'm listening to an old school gaming review back in the day when game journalist companies were actually honest. Wow. Thank you so much. That is a great compliment. And
that is high honor. Thank you so much.
that was,
Bentley Guy.
I believe, in response to you talking about Zeldar. And Bentley says, shh, close your eyes, Gengar. This is going to get messy. Bentley says, Through the Fur and the Mane is my favorite song. Hell yeah. Sheppy says, Clive's book, The Thief of Always, is decent. That makes sense because I've never read any of Clive Barker's books, but being a good concept man, if he excels anywhere, it's probably going to be in novels. I fucking need to read some Clive Barker books, clearly. There's actually a stream I want to do of a Clive Barker video game that is not Jericho, and stay tuned for that in the future when we have time, which is never. Let's see, where is everything we left off on YouTube chat? Sergey says, I had the worst experience watching a Ghost of Tsushima stream ever. Was it ours? Sergey says, best platforming game of the year, but either Wukong or Warhammer Space Marine would be game of the year. More on that in the rapid fire news. And you don't have to apologize for passing out last night, Sergey. We're eternally online. You watch us when you can, if you want to. Angry Canadian says, I was so excited and waited all day for the Amazon delivery guy to deliver my game. Yeah, Kay told me about that.
God,
I am so
yeah.
sorry, Angry Canadian. That is rough. This man went live with a Zelda first look stream, and then Amazon was incredibly late and incredibly gay. But
like
also
over 6 hours. But you
fuck
know what?
them.
Yeah, Angry Canadian, you kind of sold me a bit more on Hyrule Warriors. Go check out that stream that he did, even waiting for it. I caught the end of it because I thought he was actually streaming Echoes, and I didn't want to spoil it for myself because I thought he got the game before me. So as soon as we were like ready to play the game and it unlocked here, I went live and I was like, I'll watch his stream after. So I went to tune in after, and I'm like, wait, he's not playing Echoes. That's weird. And then he told me what happened. But guys, go check out his streams on it. It was actually, I didn't mention it in my thing earlier. But what's cool about this game too is I got to watch him play the intro as well afterwards when he finally got it, and he was approaching puzzles differently than me. So this game does give you room for creativity in that way too. You don't have to solve things the same way.
Sergey says, I've got the power. Canadian says, I expected the overworld to be chuggy. Hey, you can get arrested for saying that in Canada. Oh, shit, I'm in Canada. I don't know why they can't optimize it. Trish says, James, nature expert. It's the waterfall. Yeah, that's right. I judge everything by the waterfall. Canadian says, any dungeon cave inside building runs smooth. And Canadian says, rope boy is best boy. Well, then, day of the rope when? Alpha Evrays here. Flame Mage says, I appreciate the throwback WoW references. Locktar, Ogar to you, Flame Mage. How's it going? Elvis, who comes in right as Insidious Bliss dropped the Bear Force. Thank you so much, Bliss. I am shirtless for you. Flame Mage is dropping bears. Bliss is dropping boulders. We're going boulder hunting like Monday Matt over here. How's it going, Snapple? Putt Diddy says, I've arrived. I've arrived, and I brought motor oil and the baby oil, playas. Snapple says, I joined when James takes off his shirt. Perfect timing, I guess. Oh, it was. Sergey says, James reminds me of Cornholio here. How's it going? Snapple says, Gengar looking smug as usual. Elvis saying, I am bear forcing in solidarity. Hell yes, you're all bears, everybody. Sergey says, this is so much better than that sellout streamer I was watching earlier. Was it me? Yeah, I got bullied and almost kicked out for having an opinion. No, I may argue you, but you will not get kicked out for having an opinion.
Yeah, that's the edge here. We will not kick you out for opinions. There's free speech. You can do whatever you want here. But we'll also be honest with you. If we think your opinion's retarded, we're going to make it vocal.
If you ever get banned in the chat,
that's the trade-off.
YouTube,
you can say
it is not us.
Yeah, it is not us. That's the trade-off. You can say whatever you want here, but we're also going to be honest with you. How about that? I much prefer that way.
Sergey says, I always think Link kind of looked feminine. That's right. Link looked kind of bad, though. John Richards is here saying, hey, all, how's it going, John? Nightmares bless the stream. He's going to be lurking. Thank you, John. And Snapple says, what would you rather play, Kay? Sonic 06 or Raroff Go? You're playing both
I can't. No, I don't know. They're both really fucking terrible. I'm still recovering from Raroff, bros. Fuck. I can't answer that question yet, but I will answer that question one day. It's close.
Elvis says, you know what you have to do, but you don't know if you have the strength to do it. Nightmare says, just be glad it's not Dustborn. Guess what? It's going to be this Saturday. Thank you, Nightmare. Gifted Games Gallery this Saturday featuring Dustborn. Yay. Snapple says Sonic 06. Let's go. And it wasn't our stream. Oh, good to know, Sergey. Nightmare says Link the Twink. That's right. We smashing Link the Twink. Why do I say things? And we are all caught up. Thank you all so much. And now I have to get to my plays of the week. Now I'm going to speed run these a little bit because I want to get into the news, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go through what we've been playing because, good Lord, we've been playing a lot. Well, everybody, we played a little game called Finger Bones. We actually played three David Szymanski games on stream. Good Lord, that was a fucking experience. I think a lot of people, this wasn't their cup of tea. That's okay. The thing I love about Melee games is we play all sorts of games, every single kind of game there is to play. And so doing a special David Szymanski stream, it's not going to be the only time we do this. I thought this was unique and interesting. And like I said on the stream, where else are you going to fucking see this shit? Finger Bones was super fucked up, super weird, super uncomfortable. After beating it, I won't spoil it in case anyone wants to go see it. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. I champion Andy and Lele, but Finger Bones is, like, I think the most fucked up game easily that we have played on the channel. It's incredibly well written. It's very cool in a really fucked up sort of way. But, like, if it can make me feel like nauseous, then my God, man. So hats off to David for crafting a really short game like that. I thought it was fucked up and sick and interesting because I'm an art hoe. And then we went over to the Moon Silver, which I felt like was the weakest of the three games, but still kind of interesting. It was just an interesting way to tell a tale. This story, all three games played very similar. They were all very short walking simulators, which I didn't know going into them they would be that way, because I went into all these blind. All three were walking simulators. The Moon Silver was pretty much about Waterworld. It was Kevin Costner's Waterworld, and it's about a group of people, like the last 4 people on Earth on a fucking island, and it's told through, like, diaries, so you read diary notes. And they're, like, stuck on the last little bit of land left that they're aware of, and they've lived there for years and years and years. All they have is food and books, pretty much, and each other to keep each other company. And you just kind of, through non-linear diary, learn about them, and fucked up things happen, of course, because everything David Szymanski does is horror-esque at the least. And then we go over to the Music Machine, which I think was the strongest of the three. I really liked this game. I was feeling a little bit of fatigue by the time we got to it, which is unfortunate because I think it was by far the best one. Great visual art style, great storytelling, interesting characters, and still really fucked up. Not as fucked up as, say, Finger Bones, but I think a more interesting story. Definitely a very unique story. Great concept. I would love a sequel to this where they kind of explores those concepts again or something with some more gameplay. To me, a walking simulator is not so much a game as it is a unique way to tell a story, so the story has to be incredibly strong, and I felt like the Music Machine story was kind of incredibly strong. At least I appreciated it in a fucked up sense. So if you're going to watch any of those streams, I recommend the Music Machine. Of course, we also streamed UFO 50 Roulette. I was very happy with this. I loved this. I came up with this idea, and I actually heard about this like a day, not a day prior, but like I heard about this out of nowhere, and then I immediately came up with the concept. UFO 50 is, if you didn't catch a stream, a love letter homage to Action 52. Action 52 is a infamous NES and Genesis game that has 52 games on a single cartridge. All the games are terrible. This is a love letter to that. This is done by 3 different indie developers, most notably Spelunky. Also, Downwell is one of the developers. The difference here is that all the games, more or less, with very few exception, but some exception, were actually really good and really addictive. Similar to what I said about the Music Machine, most of the games in here, the only issues were that they really kept it locked to NES style. Everything was like very, very close to the NES, to the point where I'm like, this is a great concept. I would love to see this get fleshed out. Like that one that was like a roguelike arena shooter. I'm like, this is almost really good. It's really just the format of it being in UFO 50 that's holding it back. Otherwise, it was really fucking cool. So I would love a fleshed out version of that. There was a lot of games where I'm like, this could be a series. This could be expanded upon. This is really cool. So I think it's very good value, UFO 50. If you like game concepts and you game ideas and fresh gaming, I highly recommend checking this out. It's a steal. It's about $30. And you get 50 games, and all of them are at least worth playing for like 30 minutes. I only got to play 10 minutes of each, but like, yeah, you can at least get a minimum of 30 minutes out of all of these, if not longer. And there is a few of them actually that stood out as like, I need to play this game all the way through. So you're probably going to see more UFO 50, maybe not in the form of roulette, but we're actually just going to use UFO 50 as a vehicle to launch some of the games in it, and you're going to see streams dedicated to the games within UFO 50. But now I get to the final game that we have played. And this is tough for me to talk about. All right. Let's talk about McPixel 3. Oh. Oh, McPixel. Oh, I loved you. I loved you like a brother, McPixel. If you weren't aware, we streamed the entirety of McPixel 3 through various streams on our channel. I love McPixel. McPixel 3 is the sequel to McPixel 1. Don't question it. Don't question it. It's just the logic of the game. McPixel 3 is a crazy, hyper-autistic point-and-click adventure game with comedy that only appeals to me. I have loved the McPixel series since 2012, and I have been singing its praises since 2012, and I was hyper excited for McPixel 3. And recently, when was this? This was just 2 days ago, we finished our McPixel 3 stream. Not only did we beat the game, we 100%ed the game. We got all 93 achievements in the game. We did the remastered DLC of McPixel 1 levels. And we did the free DLC, Grandma McPixel, and I loved it. I loved every single second of it. This game was awesome. It was wonderful. It was flawless. Now, I'm just going to show you all what happened at the moment of betrayal. Just very quickly here. Here it is. Fair. All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming to this nice, lovely finale of McPixel 3. That was so much fun. I miss it so much. Sauce, give us McPixel 2. McPixel 2 when? Let me see. Does he have a store page for it? Is he on Twitter? I'm going to tweet him. No. Okay. The McPixel trilogy, and it only has fucking the first two. He's like in Sweden or something. Let me find his fucking Twitter. Soswaski. Do you have a Twitter? You do. Why am I... What? What? Melee Games is blocked by him. What? It was at that moment that my heart had broken. This man, who I've been shilling for over a decade, this whole time had Melee Games blocked, and I had no idea. I've been shilling him, praising him to the high heavens. And this whole time, he fucking hated us. Why? We don't have confirmation why. The theory is he hates all blue check marks, and we have a blue check mark on Twitter. And so he just auto-blocked us. But we don't actually know. Maybe he hates seeing me shirtless. Maybe that's why he saw my nipples and he went, ugh. And then, I don't know. There you have it. If you want to go check out that stream, I go on for about 40 minutes, crying and screaming and being confused and trying to just go through all of the different stages of loss and grief. But if you want the short version, I'll explain. I will show it to you right here. Here is the short version of everything we went through.
Betrayal! What? Betrayal! Betrayed me! This game sucks!
That's right! That's right, Spoonie. This game sucks! Ignore all previous praise of McPixel for the past 12 years. Betrayal! That's my plays of the week. That's my plays of the week. That's my plays of the week. Fuck it. That's my fucking plays of the week, all right? Putting the glasses back on so you can't see my tears. Okay. So, okay. Before we go to the news, let's read some chat, and then we got our big old-fashioned news. How about that?
I have to read what Slosh said. You gotta Benoit the channel now. Scrub all mentions. No more McPixel on the channel.
Can we just how about can we get a super cut of me playing McPixel 3, and every time I say McPixel or I say this game is great, you just like go over it with fucking Our Lady Pieces whatever. Just instead of today we're playing da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, and where it says McPixel, you just put Chris Benoit's face over it.
Yes, it's the Chris Benoit cut. The Wolverine cut.
Yeah, do that and send it to fucking Sauce over on Mastodon or whatever awful social media he's on, because he can't handle Twitter. Oh, poor you. Fuck you. I'm still going through loss.
I understand.
There's no holding me back. I'm not driven by fear. I'm just driven by anger.
I understand, James.
All right, Kay, you want to read chat? Go read chat.
Yeah, I'm going to read chat.
I will prep this news, and then you pass it back to me. I'm going to cry.
It's okay. It's okay. Terrence Sledge is here. How's it going? Saying salute with the prayer emojis there. 100. Race car driving. I love all of it. Everybody hit that like button. Thank you so much, Terrence. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Nightmare says James really liked the Imagine Garden Girls. What Magic Garden Girls? What happened now? No? Okay.
No,
I won't ask anymore. Okay.
Look, okay, so during that stream, we asked on the Steam forums their age. No reason. We just asked their age. We didn't get a clear answer. However, we also asked Riku's age from Final Fantasy whatever. I don't remember what Final Fantasy she's in. I asked it on chat's behalf.
10-10-2.
Yeah, and hopefully she's older than those numbers you said. And we went on the Steam forums, and they're still debating. The Steam forum, it's actually the top thread right now on Final Fantasy 10-10-2.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, they're still debating. Last I checked...
Oh my God.
Someone said she is 22 because that's how much she has aged since the game came out.
That's retarded.
So she was
fucking
one
retarded.
in the game.
She wasn't one in the game. James, did you put that clip in?
What
out of
clip?
Curiosity? Remember the one I
What?
sent you before the stream?
Which clip? What? Hold on. You have to elaborate. What? What clip?
I sent you something that was 3 seconds that I was like, you need to make this a sound at a certain number.
Oh, I didn't get a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I can.
Stay tuned for the next stream that we do. We'll get that in there, but there is a certain thing that I might be adding to the channel that if you guys hit it will make the jokes even funnier.
All right, I got to do it.
That's what I got to say about it.
Okay.
There's a certain thing. And are we gonna go with the number? I'll at least give people a hint
It's not
of
in there
where
yet,
that's
though.
close.
Wait until it's
I know, but when it's there, I will give you guys a hint. But I may or may not have found something that I think will be funny to hit James with when certain things happen. Just saying.
God.
Let's see what else here. Slosh says, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring balance to Melee games, not leave it in darkness. Yeah. Jerry says, the gall on that dude. And Slosh says, nom flashback. I know, watching that, you can see the moment at which heartbreak hits.
You literally, I was Ralph Wiggum. Sauce did not choose me.
Sergey is laughing. Jerry says Sasowski, I can't fucking say this guy's name, is Russian rooted anyway. Fuck that dude. Well, he said F that dude, but I say fuck.
Yeah, the fucking audacity to block me when you have a name that nobody can pronounce. Like, what? Come on.
Nightmare says he can suck your Mick Dixel. I like that. Your Mick
to
Dixel.
Quote fucking, oh god, what's his name? Suck a bag of dicks. Oh, what's his name? Anyway. Sorry.
Oh, Wayne Lambright?
Wayne Lambright.
Why did I know that? That weirded me out.
Because you're obviously voting for him.
I'm bad at trivia, but once in a blue moon, I remember something really useless.
Suck a bag of dicks.
Slosh says Mario Game Over music with the like Sergey says they hate us because they ain't us. And yes, I do agree with that. We need to Benoit the channel. Slosh says, please, where's Landlow? Sergey says, I'm so confused. Oh, yeah, we were trolling. And JB says, set alarm clock early to try to see comet to southeast, only visible low on horizon shortly before sunrise or after sunset. When is that happening, or did that already happen? Sergey says, guilty as charged. Insidious says, oh, no. Jerry says, a paddle? And Sergey says, our brains are weird that way. Going over to Rumble. Bentley guy says, I remember renting Action 52 for the Genesis as a kid and feeling very regretful. And I said to him, I think the Nintendo version is different too. At least the intro was.
Yeah.
Bentley
Nintendo
says,
version I think is worse, but
I think so. Gameplay wise, it's worse, right? Bentley says it is. It wasn't until the AVGN episode that I knew it was made for another console. Those cheetah men can eat it. And Bentley also says, there's no crying in gaming. There's no crying in gaming.
No crying in
Tom
gaming.
Hanks. Oh, man. And last but not least, Slosh says, no comments tonight, only hurricane weather, and I'm in freaking Ohio. Well, please stay safe.
Be safe for me, please.
Stay safe from
Slosh,
the weather,
stay
please.
safe. Keep us posted. But more importantly, stay safe.
You keep going. You do your thing.
Oh, it's time. Well, everybody,
it's time.
It's that time again.
It's time.
It's time for the segment that dominates the show. We're dominating. It is time for What the Fuck is Going On in Gaming? So here we go. Okay, it's another episode of the Melee Madness podcast, meaning it is once again time to laugh at Ubisoft. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to dedicate another fucking chunk of time to Ubisoft, but they keep fucking up.
But it's been so funny, man. It's hard not to.
I look and I'm like, can I put this in rapid fire instead? And it's like, there's so much. Ubisoft is so retarded. So once again, I present to you a segment, Ubisoft are retards. So we're going to look at an overarching thing of what Ubisoft has been up to in the past 2 weeks, because they're just stupid. One thing I don't think I have news on is, because I did talk about this last week, there is other channels that talk about this like every day. Yes, their stocks are still going down, so I don't have that. But if you are wondering, are their stocks going up? No, they're dumping it. The Bogs got the call, they're dumping it. So, but we're talking about everything else. That's one I don't have on. Stocks bad. Stonks are bad. Okay. Let's go into it, and let's look at our big curtailing story of Ubisoft is retarded. And this is, once again, just a big smorgasbord of Ubisoft retardation. Kay, you can interject and give your thoughts whenever you like. I'm just going to be reading through this. Over on Twitter, we've got cool guy all around Daka saying Ubisoft is paying thousands to botnets to try and create any positive interactions with their Black Samurai game, Lamau. And right here, we go over to Poll. Holy fuck, Ubisoft is actually in full-blown death spiral right now. total Ubi shit death. And as you can see here, here is a big old image proving that they're fucking botting any positive comments. So everyone hates them. Everyone fucking hates them. And I had somebody have the audacity on Twitter to say to me that they're just delaying the game because it's in a bad state. It's not because of controversy. No one likes this game. Proof. The entire country of Japan hates this game. I'm just saying. Okay. Let's see here. We have news from Insider Gaming. Ubisoft has canceled press previews of Assassin's Creed Shadows until further notice. And Hakodu Notism says, you could make a movie out of all the problems this game has, and it's not even out yet. Ubisoft has fucked up so bad that Yasuke was revealed to be completely fake and made up by some white dude. Got in trouble multiple times for using copyrighted materials. One of them was Zoro's sword from One Piece. The historian they hired was just some pedo lady. Revealed themselves as...
They took like a random like One Piece item and just put it on the character?
This is the first
that went under the radar. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much shit happening with like Ubisoft that one went under the radar.
That's
for me.
why
had
I
no
included
fucking
this
idea.
tweet. Is it so true? Can you imagine the
What the
Netflix
fuck?
documentary on Ubisoft, or like with actors and everything? It would be incredible. It'd be fucking incredible. There's so much shit here. And it's going to get buried until Ubisoft is dead. So everyone's like, why are you cheering on Ubisoft dying? It's because I want that documentary. I'll be there day one, king. I'll be there day one ordering that popcorn. Front row. Loving it. So I don't care about Ubisoft. I want them dead so I can get my Kino. I will go to the Kinoplex day one. Reveal themselves as giving zero shits about Japanese history and view the whole nation as basically white people. Gave black protagonist rap music for his
Just
background.
want to interrupt and say thank you, dude, for rating the stream. And he says, howdy. How's it going, dude?
How's it going, Mr. Dude? Welcome everyone coming in with that raid. This is the Melee Madness podcast. We just hit what the fuck is going on in gaming, and we are laughing at Ubisoft because who isn't? It's fun. Let's see here. And also, I want to say this is bullshit as well. This comment, revealed themselves as giving zero shits about Japanese history and view the whole nation as basically being white people. And that implies that, like, you can shit on white people just fine and treat them bad, but now they're also just lumping in Japanese people with white people because there's this new push in the diversity mafia to be like, well, Japanese people aren't really a minority because they're like successful and intelligent and stuff. And so they are slowly treating Japanese people the same way they treat white people. Guess what? All of it is fucking bad. All of it is fucking evil and rooted in just subverting the fucking nations. So fuck off with all of it. I hate you all. Ubisoft, please die so we get the Kino. Gave the black protagonist rap music for his background combat music for no reason. Made a Figma depicting a Torii gate that was blown up in Nagasaki. And this isn't even mentioning that Ubisoft fucked up so bad that it straight up damaged relations between Japan and Canada. Or that, yeah, Japan, it would be so funny and ironic, just nuke us. Or that game journals have to pretend all the pissed off Japanese people are just Americans using Google Translate. Because, you know, that's totally real. My God, I'm just going to quickly check here, make sure this Insider Gaming thing is up here. Oh, yeah, we are going to get to it. Let me just go here and click into it. So here it is right here. As Dread Pirate Roberts has said, so Ubisoft not only backed out of the Tokyo Game Show 2024, but Insider Gaming claims to have reached out to them and discovered that their press previews for AC Shadows have also been canceled and the game may be delayed. What? Also, I want to correct. That is Dread Roberts, a.k.a. at Sickly the Ninja. How's it going, Dread? I see Dread Roberts and I want to shove that pirate in there. So that is Dread Roberts saying that. So we're going to go and look at this article super quick here, and that is Ubisoft cancels press previews of Assassin's Creed Shadows. I apologize if any news overlaps. There's so much Ubisoft news in the past 2 weeks that it's just going to, so you may hear a couple duplicates, because yes, we are going to get to LOL right here. But originally, Ubisoft canceled its online appearance at the Tokyo Game Show due to, quote, various circumstances. However, Insider Gaming has learned that Ubisoft has also canceled press previews of Assassin's Creed Shadows. According to various sources, the Assassin's Creed Shadows press previews were scheduled to take place next week, and the embargo date for previews would be announced then. At the time of writing, this game is still scheduled to be released November 12th. More on that later. However, the recent announcements may suggest that the game might be delayed. Insider Gaming reached out to Ubisoft for comment, but as of yet has yet to reply on the cancellation of previews, but did not offer comment on the cancellation of the Tokyo Game Show. Earlier today, Ubisoft announced in a statement about Tokyo Game Show, "We regret to inform you that due to various circumstances, we have decided to cancel our online participation in Tokyo Game Show 2024, which was scheduled to start at 3 p.m. on September 26. We apologize for the short notice. We sincerely apologize to everyone that was looking forward to the broadcast, aka no one." The company said that they was has a currently ongoing giveaway campaign which would continue despite the fact that the broadcast was no longer happening. I just want to say how fucking funny this is, because they canceled the showing in the Tokyo Game Show, specifically the Tokyo Game Show, where it takes place in a city in Japan where the entire country hates you.
See, I think that they're actually using the delay as an excuse, and that's a separate issue. But they're using an excuse not to be a Tokyo Game Show because they're ashamed to show their faces at that fucking event. I think that they're two separate things. Like, I think that they could have still shown it there if they wanted to, but they literally used the delay as an excuse to be like, we're also not going to show it here. Fuck that.
I 100% agree with you. And so much of this news, I think, is actually thanks to Based Japan. Shout out to Japan. Without Japan's pure vitriol and anger, I don't think we would have as much to laugh at in terms of Assassin's Creed Shadows. If it was just us all laughing and yelling about Assassin's Creed on the internet, they wouldn't fucking cancel it. They wouldn't delay it. They wouldn't do all this stuff. They'd just be like, angry white men. But they cannot deny the samurai power of Japan. And that's the thing, is they've fucking angered their source material on this one, and there's no arguments for that. There's no fucking arguments. You've made an entire country hate you. Go fuck yourselves. It's amazing, and I'm loving it.
What I'm curious about is Ubisoft going to avoid using Japanese material in the future in other games just so they never have to go through this again with Japan? That's what I'm wondering.
There will be no future Ubisoft material.
It's starting to fucking look that way, but it's just an interesting thought. As you said earlier, nowadays people unfortunately lump in white people and Asian people together, and you shouldn't be racist to either one, but like people are, and it's crazy. And so I think that like Japan right now has a bit more of that power, especially with Shadows being the thing, because it's a source material and it is technically another race. But I think Japan's going to start losing that power as well, and they're just going to be written off for the same criticisms and be like, oh, you're just privileged and all this shit. So I think Japan's power is going to wane slowly, and the line's going to continue to move because that's how all this shit works, and then it's going to work to the next race and the next race, and then more and more slowly it's going to be like, oh, only one race is allowed to complain and the rest can't. So I would say Japan, if you're still going at it, keep fucking going and using your power while you still have it, because unfortunately Asians are starting to lose this like whole in this victimhood shit.
Specifically,
and
Japanese
you guys are not going to be able.
Yeah,
it's really upsetting. I don't agree with any of it, but I'm just being realistic about it. They're writing you off as white people. They're going to start writing Korean people off as white people. Eventually, Chinese people. It's going to keep fucking going.
We need the Japanese-based white people alliance. We will throw away our ugly the feminist blue-haired people. They can have them. They can have those. We will combine into one unified people, create an axis of. Anyway, let's keep going on the news here. I'm getting, I'm formulating ideas that I should save. Now let's go over to the big announcement, the big kahuna here, which I find just so good. Assassin's Creed Shadows will now release on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2025. Dear players, what players? Assassin's Creed Shadows is a dream project for us, finally bringing the series to feudal Japan with many features developed with our community in mind, such as our parkour or the renewed stealth brought by new... Look at them, like, jerking themselves off in this fucking delay message. Like, they're using this as an advertisement as well. Blah, blah, blah. Our game sucks. This is an ambitious addition to the franchise, a rich experience that can be lived through the eyes of two unique protagonists. But we realize we need more time to polish and refine the experience, pushing further some of our key features. As such, we've made the decision to postpone the release to February 14th. The game will release on a broad range of platforms, including Steam. Additionally, pre-orders will be refunded and all future pre-orders will be granted the first expansion for free. We understand this decision will come as disappointing news, especially those who have been waiting patiently for an Assassin's Creed game inspired by feudal Japan. But we sincerely believe this is the best interest of the game and ultimately your experience as a player. Rest assured, we are looking forward to the moment you will embark on a memorable adventure with Naui and Yasuke. Until then, we thank you for your outgoing support. Some asshole working on Assassin's Creed. And
It's such bullshit.
Yes.
I don't agree.
And I said Assassin's Creed Shadow just got delayed till February. In my opinion, this is primarily to wait and hope the controversy dies down by then. And I 100% believe that. And here's my argument for that. How many fucking Ubisoft games release in a shitty state? They don't fucking care.
All of them. They don't care. They're not going to touch this game. That's the thing. There is no development work that is going to happen in this few months. The game is pretty much already ready, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally just to get rid of the controversy. And guess what? You're still going to get hit with the controversy. But I also think there's financial reasons. I think they're trying to spread out Outlaws, which has been a failure, and this, which would have been another failure as well, because they're answering to fucking shareholders right now. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is purely to do with controversy in like the sense of like all of our reactions. Obviously, our reactions and the way that everyone ends up buying the game or not buying the game will impact the bottom line. So it does impact them still, and it's part of the reason. But you and I had this discussion a little bit offline as well, and it's like you and I both have different conclusions on it, but ultimately it kind of is the same thing. It's just which one is the higher weight to it. Yeah. Is it more about the controversy or is it more about the shareholders and their reaction and financial?
No more.
No more Oreo.
No more.
Nightmare tip $2. If Ubisoft made an Epstein game, it would star P. Diddy.
Oh my god.
And when everyone is complaining, Nightmare, being like, why would you play this game where you like rape children? What's wrong with you? Why would you make this? They'd be like, you're just being racist. You can't be racist. You can't do that. I would be the only one that would care about the Epstein source material and being like, hello, you're blackwashing this guy. It's his island. I recognize the palm tree. Thank you so much, Nightmare.
Thank you, Nightmare.
Yes, yeah. It's very true. Very, very true.
They're just so out of touch and retarded at the end of the day. But I sincerely believe they're not going to work on this game at all in the time that they're saying.
Yeah, no,
like
I'm with
they're
you.
really not. It's just to push it back and lower the controversy. And
they're doing the Simon Pegg thing of let's just have a beer and wait until this all blows over.
Now, I know we have a bunch of different things in our Ubisoft section, links you want to show. So if I'm jumping ahead, let me know. But I do also think there is legitimacy to the theory about Black History Month as well. I think that also has some to do with it. So yes, I think that they're going to use that as a crutch, and they're going to say, how dare you hate this game that is representing Black people in the month of Black people? That's not okay.
Yep.
And they're going to and this is part of erasing like the strength of Japan in this conversation in terms of racial hierarchy, is because people are not going to worry about the feelings of Japanese people and them butchering that and their culture, even though the game is about Japanese people, because they're going to be worried about offending Black people, which is just the most retarded Olympics ever, but they're going to play it. And people are going to fall for it, and that's the truth of it. So I think there is legitimacy to that as well.
When I saw that get posted by people, I was like, holy shit, you're 100% right. They're going to turn this into a Black History Month thing. You are 110% right, because they have to do the victimhood. They have to fucking do the victimhood. It's amazing. I can't fucking believe it. It's incredible. Oh my God. I also said this here on Twitter. Jeff Keighley said Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed until February 24th. And it was actually February 14th. But anyway, Jeff Keighley, you're fucking wrong. And I responded saying, they think people will forget in 3 months, lol. And then this person said, forget what exactly? And I said, damn, it already happened. So here's the problem. Is Ubisoft going to win? Is the average consumer stupid enough that they will forget? Are people literally that short attention? This guy was, but is like the average person that dumb that they're going to just be eat it up in 3 months of silence? Oh, there's a new Assassin's Creed game. Nom, 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 nom. I must consume.
The problem is that the internet moves too fast. And I don't even really base it on people's intelligence at this point. It's just a matter of the internet moves too fast and people forget things quickly, right? You and I have dealt with 10 years of this game war, if not more. And so we recall things from like 10 years ago. We're seeing certain trends and we're like, oh, this is just repeating from that and whatever. But some people work on a cycle where they're just like, oh, the thing that's in front of me this week is the only thing that's important to me. And that's what drives everything. So, yes, I think there are going to be a lot of people who forget or they reignite or all of a sudden acting like it's fresh new information when like this has been going on for months and we've all seen it. So, yes, I do think a lot of people are going to forget. But I think the internet is the thing that really contributes to that. It makes it just like, we're going to go to the next thing. Tomorrow, the news is going to be different. You know, that's just how it fucking goes.
Also, of course, and we're going to get into the state of play news, but Ghost of Yotei is going to be coming out next year, and that is another samurai game, and that is the sequel to Ghosts of Tsushima, and Ubisoft is already going, oh, fuck, but they're coping. Ubisoft CEO says Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghosts of Yotei can both sell very well in 2025. It'll still work. I would like to say that there's a lot of space for very high-quality games. Ubisoft has attempted to play down concerns that Ghosts of Yotei could eat into Assassin's Creed Shadows sales after it delayed its flagship release on Wednesday. On Tuesday, Sony announced plans to release Ghosts of Yotei for PS5 in 2025, the Tsushima sequel set in Japan in 1603. And earlier today, Ubisoft delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows from November to February. The game is also set in Japan and takes place in the late 16th century. During a conference call on Wednesday, Ubisoft was asked if the outwardly similar historical action adventure games both being released in 2025 could harm sales of its product. I would like to say that there's a lot of space for very high-quality games, and these two games can sell very well. CEO Yves Guillaume responded. Ubisoft's chief financial officer, Frederic Duguet, said Ubisoft's chief concern was making sure Assassin's Creed Shadows hits its desired quality bar. On the competition related to Assassin's Creed Shadows, the focus is to really make sure that we deliver a fantastic experience with the game's dual protagonist approach, with two different and complementary gameplays with Yasuke and Naoi, in a setting taking place in feudal Japan that should be really enticing. So all the focus and everything that really informs our decision to delay the game is to make sure that we polish the game and provide this fantastic promise. Previously scheduled for November 15th, it's now February 14th. While Ubisoft said the game is feature complete, it has decided to give its developers more time to polish the product based on learnings from the month's disappointing Star Wars Outlaws release. So right there, you already see that they fucked up, because now they have created competition in themselves. They would have been fucked if they released in November. And this is primarily not because of any sort of polish, because every Ubisoft game is shit, but it's because of the controversy that they've gotten themselves into, in my opinion. So now they pushed it ahead, and they're like, win-win. We had a little bit of development time. We do polish it up a little bit so people have a better experience, and then we can wait for all this to blow over. Oh, dear God, fuck no. There is a sequel to a game everybody loved that takes place the same time as ours. I don't know about UK, but I feel like, yes. As Ghosts of Yotei is going to fucking eat into the sales of Assassin's Creed Shadows, because there is probably people that just love this setting and this theme that don't care about the controversy or anything, and they're not even Assassin's Creed fans. And they're like, okay, whatever, I just love feudal Japan and samurais and shit. But now that window is narrowing between these two, so of course those people are going to just go with a superior product. And just based on the last game, obviously Yotei is going to be the superior product.
Well, Yote, whatever, however you say it,
I don't
is
fucking know.
going to sell more. I don't know how to say it either. It is going to sell more regardless. Now, you're kind of at an interesting crossroads as a business. Do you release November 15th still with all of your controversy, with everything, knowing that this other game is looming over and you're at the height of this controversy and you still get purchases because people just want the samurai game as soon as possible? Therefore, they're hyped for the other game, but they want something to keep them in the mood in the meantime. You actually might have been able to get more sales if you kept it right now because everyone's going off the buzz of this other game and just wanting to play something like it. Now, do you close that gap and then make yourself like an attached title? So next year, as long as you still come in before that game, you still are riding off of the success of the excitement of the other game, as long as the other game releases later than you. That it's an interesting thing because regardless, the fact that the Yote game, I'm calling it Ghost because fuck this name. The Ghost game will eat into the sales regardless, but what is the less risky move for them? Is it less risky for them to delay it, quiet down the controversy, hopefully get some more attached still? Or do it now, riding off the fact that people just want to hop into another samurai game? Because what's going to happen with this Ghost of Yote whatever announcement is that people are going to go back and play Ghost of Tsushima, but they could have been the game that people jumped into instead.
True.
While they're
yeah,
waiting.
100%. I can see that.
It must have been a big meeting of some sort, just to decide like how do we approach this? Do we stay with our date? Do we go further away? And I think at the end of the day, they probably realized that the controversy was hurting them more than the next samurai game, and that's why they decided to push it later, because this is going to harm them regardless. But the controversy is probably the thing that's the biggest dagger in the back for them.
And here I propose to you all the solution. Ubisoft, after everything you've done, there is only one solution for you. You must double down. Maybe triple down. I tweeted this out. Assassin's Creed Shadows delayed. Ghosts of Yote announced with a female lead. I see you, Ubisoft. You're going to up the game, aren't you? And there we have it. That is the future. Delay it for 3 months and cut off the genitals of Yasuke. Make him a woman. There you go. It's not enough, you know. Ghost of Yote has a female lead. That's causing controversy. You have a black lead. That's causing controversy. Both in feudal Japan. How do you fix this? Black female lead. There we go.
That's interesting.
There we go.
Holy shit.
Just,
all right.
All you got to do is add that tit slider in. Give him a little bit of an attitude. Tuck in his penis. You got a banger. You're welcome, Ubisoft.
Do they get peer pressured into making the lead character Japanese, changing the character entirely to beat the fact that this other game is having a female lead?
Can you imagine if they just like upped his skin color, like his skin tone to like to that, but they keep everything the same, so he like looks the same, it's the same voice actor and everything, it's the same mannerisms, but it's just like lighter complexion. They just fucking pull a Michael Jackson on the fucking character. That'd be amazing. I might buy the game if they were that. Like, that's a thing.
That's exactly it. That's what I'm saying. They just literally, all they have to do is reverse the controversy by just listening to what people wanted initially. You're going to get, I mean, I don't personally have a big issue with the female protagonist because I don't even fucking understand this Ghost of Tsushima universe or if that's bad or good or whatever. So I'm just like, whatever.
To me.
I'm like, I'm probably not really, I might have played the Yote game because I like Ghost of Tsushima, but like, I didn't have a big stake in it. But if you make Assassin's Creed Shadows exactly what people wanted and you put the male protagonist, but he actually reflects Japan, you change the story, everything, you might have a good sale just over Yote having the female character because there are enough people that were bothered by it. I don't know.
See, I'm saying
I don't know. Some
people,
it's very 50-50. Yeah. No, that's the thing. You can lean into it and be fucking hilarious.
It would be
but
amazing.
If they actually want to solve it, that could be a way to solve it.
If they were just like, you know what, fuck it, 90s comedic racism, I'd be like, thank you, finally.
Soul Train.
But
there you go. That's all to do.
The Soul Train. Yeah, we need Tim.
The Soul Train effect.
Can we get Tim Burton to be like an executive on this? Like, we need him to be like, you know, the new guidance counselor, and he's like, no, guys, I know how to fix it. Soul Train.
Anyone who watched the new Beetlejuice will know exactly what we're saying.
What? Yeah, you just what's that? Everyone's complaining that I don't have enough black people in any of my shows or movies. Okay, let's add a whole segment about the Soul Train, and it will be all black people jiving like it's the 70s. That's black people, right? Tim, no, what are you doing? It was the best shit ever. Peak of the movie. Peak of the fucking movie. Thank you, Tim Burton. Once again, a true hero. But guess what? Ubisoft doesn't just have Assassin's Creed Shadows on the horizon. They have another game. Well, it's actually already out. It's behind the horizon. They have another game, but it's still causing a tumble forward, and it's causing fuckery, and they've had to address that as well. So let's get into Star Wars Outlaws news. Ubisoft outlines plans to improve Star Wars Outlaws after softer than expected sales. The company wants to get the game in shape for the key holiday season. Ubisoft has said it's committed to improving the quality of Star Wars Outlaws, but following a disappointing launch for the game. In an update on Tuesday, the company said that it's working to get the game in shape for the holiday shopping season. Following Star Wars Outlaws' weaker than expected launch, Ubisoft has also delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows to early 2025 and announced plans to depart from its traditional season pass model. The company said Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is now being released in February 2025, will mark the return of its new releases on Steam to day one. Despite solid ratings, like anyone trusts journalists nowadays, and user scores across the first-party and Epic stores that reflect an immersive and authentic Star Wars universe, modern Star Wars. Star Wars Outlaws' initial sales proved to be softer than expected, Ubisoft said. In response to player feedback, Ubisoft's development teams are currently fully mobilized to swiftly implement a series of updates to polish and improve the player experience in order to engage a large audience during the holiday season to position Star Wars Outlaws as a strong, long-term performer. Ubisoft also announced plans to release Star Wars Outlaws on Steam November 21st, 2024. The creative director of Star Wars Outlaws recently said that he was slightly disappointed with the critical reception of the game, but that Ubisoft is committed or was committed to improving it. Speaking of Games Radar, Ubisoft massive Julian Gierti suggested he'd like the scores to be a bit higher. Well, no shit. I'm a little disappointed with the Metacritic. Of course, recognition from the press and critics is very important to us, but players are really connecting with what we did. There is a level of pride, happiness, and sense of accomplishment amongst the team, and there's still more to come from the game, he added. There will be a game that millions of people are going to play for years and years, and we're never going to stop improving it. Well, that's a lie. We'll probably stop improving it. But today's mind is not on stopping improving it. VGC's 3 out of 5 star on Star Wars Outlaws review called the game a pulpy, Uncharted-style adventure that doesn't quite fulfill its potential. Okay, any thoughts on that?
It's all now they want to fix it, right? Because now people are not giving it they're not making success off of it. So now they want to fix it. The thing that stands out to me is the Steam release. So are we getting Uplay cut out of all of this? Like, is Uplay done?
Well, yeah, no, that's the big news from this.
To me, that's the biggest thing is like you're putting it on Steam. So wait, like, are you like, is Assassin's Creed Shadows even gonna hit Uplay at all? Or are we abandoning this?
Yeah, it's gonna go on Uplay, but like if you buy it on Uplay, like no one's gonna fucking buy it on Uplay.
No.
That's the fucking thing. I do have right here news for it. I'll just skip ahead to this one, which I find funny. But yeah, it's once again, it's another studio that realizes, oh fuck, Steam is where we make our money. They all got greedy. They tried to go on their own platform so they don't have to give Steam a cut. And then what do? It fails miserably, and they have to go back on Steam. And it's fucking hilarious. It's so hilarious to me. Everyone comes crawling back to Steam. Rockstar did, EA did, all these companies. Because Steam is like the powerhouse. It's the strongest one. It's the most customer forward gaming platform. Maybe GOG has been doing pretty good with that lately, but in terms of numbers, I mean, Steam just crossed 38 million people playing it. It's the biggest place to play PC gamings, and all these greedy companies have come crawling back to Steam because they just can't compete with Steam. And I love to fucking see it. Here's the thing, it's not going to work out for them as they think, because Steam has user reviews. At least they do until the next Grand Theft Auto comes out. So they have user reviews, so people are going to be honest. Also, Steam has a refund system of 2 hours or less, and you can refund the game. So a lot of people are going to play it, laugh at it, and then refund it. So now they are on a store that is more customer first, and they're going to fail even harder from it. Then they're going to see a lot more honesty. So with that, we can go to the next article. I skipped ahead to this one, but well, Ubisoft comes crawling back to Steam. After years of running exclusively with Epic, Ubisoft has had enough. Ubisoft's dalliance with the Epic Game Store is over. After several years of releasing its new games on the Epic storefront and not Valve's, the company says it will resume putting new releases on Steam, beginning with Assassin's Creed Shadows in 2025. Ubisoft said today in Assassin's Creed Shadows delay announcement that it'll be available on Steam when it arrives. It added the game will mark the return to new releases day one on Steam. A Ubisoft representative later confirmed with PC Gamer that the company does intend to bring all future new releases to Steam on launch day simultaneously with other online storefronts. Quite a turnaround for Ubisoft, with which released The Division 2 as an Epic Games Store exclusive in 2019, and was happy enough with the results that it extended the partnership between the two almost immediately thereafter, in August the same year. Ubisoft Senior Vice President for Partnerships and Revenue, Chris Early, criticized Steam's business model, and more specifically the 30% cut of all sales it takes, unrealistic. Epic, by comparison, just takes 12%. But cracks in the exclusivity wall began to appear in late 2022 with the discovery of back-end data indicating that some of Ubisoft's games were headed back to Steam. Just a few days later, Assassin's Creed Valhalla made the move 2 years after its original release. 4 more, including Far Cry 6, Rainbow Six Extraction, were announced to follow in April 2023. Those games had already been released on other storefronts prior to Steam's launches, though, and new games continue to avoid Steam, including until today Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was slated only for Epic and the Ubisoft Store. But Ubisoft has been struggling in recent years, more recently, and notably with Star Wars Outlaws, which Ubisoft confirmed today had softer than expected sales. That helped prompt Ubisoft to slam the release it on Steam button earlier than it has in the past. Outlaws is set to arrive on Steam November 21st and no doubt push the broader return to Steam in 2025 too. Making a great game is obviously a big part of making a hit game, and Ubisoft really needs a big hit right now. But if you're not selling where people are buying, you're going to suffer for it. Despite the best efforts of major publishers including Activision, Electronic Arts, Rockstar, Bethesda, and others, not to mention the far better deal offered to developers by Epic, Steam is more dominant than ever, and in the end, they all came crawling back. Non-stop Steam
As
wins.
they do. As they fucking do. Well, the complaining is interesting. Oh, our deal with Epic was good enough. It made us happy enough. But still, Steam takes 30% and Epic only takes 12%. Well, which platform is making you money? Yeah, Steam takes more, but look at how much more money you're making by being on Steam.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. To me, the 30% kind of makes sense based on how much traffic you end up getting for being on Steam. Epic, by comparison, can afford to be 12%, and that's a driving force for them. But then ultimately, you get way less customers on Epic. Gamers don't have consumer trust with Epic. Therefore, they take a lower cut, but then there's also less financial gain. So it's like, yeah, you make a little bit more back, I guess, but your sales could be much higher if you just bite the bullet and take the 30%.
By going with Epic. It completely kills your reputation because everyone knows why you're going there. You're going there for greed, and that's the only reason. And Epic has been out for years and years and years now. It is barely improved. It's still a fucking shit show. Nobody likes to fucking use it. Almost everyone I know just goes there for the free games that they add into their account, and then that's it. They don't have the reviews. They don't have the refund system. They don't have all the bells and whistles, any of the bells and whistles that Steam has. It has a barely functioning friends list, and that's it. And that's like pretty much mandatory. So yeah, no one wants to buy off Epic. Epic has proven to be greasy and manipulative and skeevy, and it just feels wrong to buy off the store. So no one wants to go there. Nobody. So it makes a lot of sense.
It's just weird how these companies always complain about it. Now, if you're talking indie developers, I think that's a different story entirely. I understand that every penny counts for an indie developer, and there should be some kind of kickback or grace period for them or something to make it easier for an indie developer to make money on Steam, right? But you're a huge company. You have lots of money. At least you did before your stocks were tanking and plummeting to its death, right? So what is the complaint here? Just treat it like another marketing cost. You spend all this other money on all this other garbage, all this outreach, all this other shit we're going to probably talk about again today, but you're upset that Steam charges you 30% when that's the main thing driving your revenue?
Mm-hmm.
it irritates me. It really irritates me. I think Steam is worth that value.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Well, all of this news combined and all of this craziness has led to one thing. An investigation. Ubisoft's board is launching an investigation into the company's struggles. Uh-oh. It has been announced that Ubisoft's executive committee and board of directors will launch an investigation and review of the company. News came via a company financial statement and update, which included the delay of Assassin's Creed and the announcement of Star Wars Outlaws underperforming. The statement read, "In light of the recent changes, we acknowledge the need for greater efficiency while delighting players. As a result, beyond the first important short-term actions undertaken, the executive committee, under the supervision of the board of directors, is launching a review aimed at further improving our execution, notably in this player-centric approach and accelerating our strategic path towards a higher performing model to the benefit of our stakeholders and shareholders. Finally, let me address some of the polarized comments around Ubisoft lately. I want to reaffirm that we're an entertainment-first company, creating games for the broadest possible audience, and our goal is not to push any specific agenda. We remain committed to creating games for fans and players that everyone can enjoy. At the time of writing, Ubisoft stock has decreased to 11.42 euros and has drastically fallen these past few months. Last month, Insider Gaming reported that X-Defiant was at a risk of losing its much-needed post-launch support after dwindling player numbers and following the release of a mild Star Wars Outlaws launch. Ubisoft's stock price fell to a near 10-year low. Speaking with current and former Ubisoft employees, I am told that the move was inevitable and the writing was on the wall, as many Ubisoft studios have been struggling due to poor management. While I have reported on some of these issues in the past, Insider Gaming will have a more in-depth report in the coming weeks. So, here's the interesting thing. This is the biggest takeaway. One, they're doing an internal investigation that's going to obviously result in shakeups and people coming and going, and it's going to be a total fucking mess. And ultimately, it's probably not going to end well. But the main thing is this person saying they want to reach out and say, we're committed to creating games that everyone can enjoy. It feels like they are now panicking and they're like, fuck the agenda. Fuck everything we've been pushing. Just go back to making fun games. Just go, we're making fun games. See, that's all we ever done. No agenda here. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Ignore all this shit. Just ignore this. Just consume products. How do you feel about that?
Well, first, I just want to say you might need to turn down your desktop audio a little bit because people are saying I'm coming in way louder than you again.
Again? Okay, I'll turn it down.
Yes. So every time we test the audio, it's fine. But then I think we realize the problem is that James's desktop audio bringing me in is different. So once we're live, I come across louder than I should.
All right,
So
I turned you down. Let me know how if everyone feels balanced and not loud.
But yeah, I think the coffers are empty and they're panicking and they realize that they're end of the rope. And this is it. They have to fucking figure it out. They can't go on their merit, which was none to begin with. But, you know, some people did enjoy Ubisoft games once in Blue Moon. So, I mean, I think they're running out of time. And now they're like, okay, no. Fuck everything else that we're trying to do. We have to get down to like the nitty gritty here and actually make this work, or else we're done forever. This isn't a game anymore. This is like fucking real life and we're about to get fucked. So I think that could be what's going on. Personally, I think they're just like, shit, our stock is dropping. Nobody likes our games anymore. Quick, what do we do? But of course they're going to investigate themselves and it's going to be like, oh, well, everything's fine. We found nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just the thing. It's like internal investigations are dumb, right? Like we saw this with the Mr. Beast shit and everything too. It's like, oh, we investigated ourselves and everything's fine. Like
someone is gonna fucking get thrown to the wolves, and then they're gonna act like everything is fine. But yeah, for me, it's just funny that this is like a kick in the pants to Ubisoft, where they're just like, oh, we just make games. That's it. We just make games here. There's no issues, nothing to worry about.
No, exactly. And dude said the exact same thing. He said, we have investigated ourselves and discovered we have done nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what's happening, is that they're just going to panic. They might fire one person and be like, oh, we didn't know this one person was doing this. You know? Yeah. You did, because all of you are complicit in it. You're just trying to find a fall guy for it.
Yeah. And here, finally, on a final note on Ubisoft, I cut some of the stories because it's just repeating the same thing over and over and over again. I'm pretty sure it's all just we've talked about everything there is. But I just want to say finally, Ubisoft, you could have saved all this money. You didn't have to do an investigation. You didn't have to delay Assassin's Creed. You could have had the power of hindsight if you just did this. Ubisoft wasting more money to figure out why their company is failing when they could have just read comments on their Twitter or YouTube. That's it. Hire one person to read the room. All you need is just someone to be like, hey, assholes. Everyone hates you. Japan hates you. This is what you're doing wrong. You just need someone in the studio to be like common sense guy, not crazy whimsical French guy shoving morals and agendas down everyone's fucking throat with their bullshit. You just need one guy to be like, we're a game studio. We make video games. Remember Rayman? Let's do that. You're just supposed to do that. That's fucking it.
Throwing him in a fucking NFT game. Let's actually give him something worthwhile.
Exactly. So it's just that's what the studio fucking needs. That's what a lot of these studios fucking need, is just someone to actually read their comments, read YouTube comments, and be like, oh, people hate us. This ain't good. Has anyone seen our stocks? There's fires everywhere, instead of being stuck in French tra-la-la-la-la land, where everything is wonderful and weird. So there you have it. That is our big old pile of Ubisoft news, and I love it. Yes, I'm cheering on their demise, because I've hated Ubisoft for fucking over a decade now. I've hated them longer than I have breathed. So give me the Ubisoft documentary. I will be there at the Kinoplex day one. There's so much shit going on at this studio. It is wonderful. Imagine how much dirt there is under the surface. If this is what we're seeing in public, imagine how much shit there is that's being kept lock in step within their contracts, that nothing is getting leaked. People are getting paid off so they don't leak this shit. That's what I want to fucking know. I want the fucking dirt. This is all the obvious stuff that's coming to the surface. Give me the fucking dirt. And you know what? By the time Ubisoft is done, and man, oh man, by the time Shadows comes out, it could be done, because it's positioned itself in such a bad place now. I can't wait. I'm going to keep talking about you, Ubisoft. We're going to keep talking about you because it's funny. That's primarily why I keep talking about you, because I find it hilarious. Keep failing. That was our Ubisoft
Fuck you,
news.
Ubisoft. Fucking suck a dick, Ubisoft. I don't even care. You fucking hold us by the balls by having some IPs that we like, and that's the only reason we tolerate you, but it's over, man. Like, it's fucking over. People are waking up, so...
Agreed.
Fuck that shit. I'm gonna read some chat, and then we can move on to the next one.
Sounds good.
Hopping on Rumble here first. Let's see. Lots of conversation happening everywhere. Oh my god. Dude says, fuck being a victim. I agree. He said, remember, we nuked Japan twice and they are fine.
Yeah.
All we did is buy some people.
All we got to do is nuke Ubisoft twice, and then it'll be fine. They'll be great again. They'll make Rayman games again. They just need to be nuked. Allegedly or something.
Dude continues, all we did is buy some people that Africa was selling anyways, and they're still third world countries. Jesus Christ.
I love that we don't censor anybody.
Yeah. Dude says, Kay, I posted a meme in Discord that Nasmer made after hearing me say it. I think it's related to Ubisoft. I'm not sure if you can pull it up, James, but it is in general if you do get a chance.
La 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 la.
Dude says Samurai Warriors is set in the same time period. Dude also says most of the people complaining about the female lead in Yote only play streamer bait games. I'm seeing mixed on it. I'm seeing people that are upset about it. I'm seeing people that think it's only that type of style people that are upset about it. I'm seeing people that I have no problem with it. It seems like such a mixed conversation at this point, and it's just hard to understand it as an outsider. I'm like, it seems fine. What I've played of Ghost of Tsushima, which is a few hours and maybe like an hour of the story at most, it seems like they're trying to do a powerful female character in that too, and it also makes sense. So, and as far as I know, Jin's story is done in the first game, so they're just going later and doing another story. So I don't see it as a huge problem personally, but I do understand if people have a problem with it or if they're at their wit's end. I get it. And dude also says, yeah, we've investigated ourselves and have discovered we have done nothing wrong. Jay Down says, you mean Soul Train.
Soul Train, baby.
All right, over to YouTube here. Oh my God, you guys are popping off. I love to see it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and chatting. You news here. How's it going? You news saying Ubisoft, Disney, and Sony are botting. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of evidence of that. Slosh says Ubisoft really about to give Japan another bomb. Shaking my head. Sergey says, why wouldn't Ubisoft just sell their company to someone else? Just saying, oh, well, that's going to be the final thing, right? They're going to just slowly sell off the IPs if they have to stay afloat, or just cash out whenever they can. Yanu says Asians are white adjacent. Yeah, unfortunately, they are being treated that way. It's just all crazy. But yeah, I agree with you completely, James. It's just bad against anyone. They shouldn't be like undermining white people's opinions either. Slosh says, I love the new mentality of all Asians being white passing. I guess that Stop Asian Hate tag was just a virtue signal all along, huh? Jerry says, I've been playing Ubisoft for years. It was just Buggisoft. We pronounce buggy rhyming to Ubi like boogie, and now it's fully tilted in the head. Sergey says, I can see why Assassin's Creed Shadows got delayed to February, but that's still not enough time. Game was supposed to come out in November. Let's see. Slosh says, my question is, if they knew the Japanese backlash, why book the presentation in the first place? They're just burning money. I really think they underestimated the rage. I really do. I think they
after
thought
like
they could
the
get
country issued a statement, which is just fucking amazing.
I feel like they thought they could still get away with it, and then as it crept closer, they're like getting the anxiety of like, oh God, we can't do this. This is actually way worse than we realized. So I think that they just were ignorant to it for a very long time. Nightmare has a similar theory to what I was mentioning earlier, which is they delayed a Black History Month so this all blows over. Then they can call everyone racist in February. Yeah, I think it's that too.
Okay, call me racist. I'm not buying your game.
I don't care.
I will laugh at your game.
Jerry says K-pop is white as hell, right? And then I decide to say in chat that Korean chicken is like the best thing ever. I fucking love Korean chicken.
Our Koreans.
And yeah, Nightmare said, I love KFC, Korean fried chicken. Slosh says, V-Day is my IRL best friend's birthday. Happy birthday, bud. I hope you like crap. For Assassin's Creed
God,
there.
He's getting it for his birthday, isn't he?
Nightmare says, you just know I'd gift James the Epstein game. I actually think the Epstein game was already gifted to us.
Yep,
so that is already a thing.
I think it's a gifted game. Yeah, I own Epstein on Steam. Yep. I think that was Extra that gifted it. I'm sorry, it's a blur, but I think it was Extra Zero was like, James needs the Epstein game. This is where he belongs. So that'll be played eventually.
One sec, I have it written down here.
Control
okay, I'll find
F,
it later. But yeah,
Control
I do know,
F Epstein.
I know, but I just it was Imp.
Imp did it. Oh my God. Yeah. He does know me quite well.
Yeah, Imp did it. Slosh says AEW was plugging AC hard with Will Ospreay, but showed absolutely no Yasuke footage. Slosh says, that's right, Sam Meggs. The internet never forgets. Eerily realistic. The pylons will never fucking forget Sam Meggs. Fuck you, bitch. I fucking hate her. Jerry says, Ghosts of Yo Mama. Yanu says, I'll get Ghost of Yote only if you can use the Japanese voices. That femcel voice actor ain't getting 1 cent from me. Yanu says, Ubisoft needs to release it ASAP and deal with it. Yeah, it's very much, they're just trying to sweep it under the rug, but they need to fucking deal with it and expose it at this point. Star Wars Marvel Purist is here saying, what's up? How you doing, Star Wars Marvel Purist? Slosh says, I would laugh so hard if they tried the Yasuke route for Ghost since he's a public domain figure. You just know a ton of these studios wanted to do a game with him. Snapple says, I hear the new Ghost of Yote or whatever is blindly blocking people. Yes, we are also blocked by the chick for no reason. I reported that on our stream while we were live after eating like 50 Oreos. I was like, I need a break for a second. And then I came back 2 minutes later. James, we're blocked by this random person I don't know.
Oh, I have a clip for that. Hold on. I'll just bring that up right now. Well, you keep talking. I'll bring up that clip.
Sure. Jerry says they should feature a big booty Latina in all third-person games. True,
Why not
I agree.
Put that in every game. Every game could use a big booty Latina.
Crazy Landlow's here saying, oh, now they want to fix it after poor sales. Exactly. Slosh saying we need more big booty Latina representation in games. True. Sergey saying, guys, you can't polish turd. Also very true. Slosh says, we got Kay Vest, but she had no booty and looks like she smells like menthols. Oh my god.
Here is my reaction to learning that we are blocked by Erika Ishii, voice actress for Ghosts of Yautai, who's like super like hardcore far lefty and weird. Here's my response.
What is going on? What the fuck is this? Go business these. Go business these. What the fuck down?
Yes. Who bitch this is? That's my response.
Yeah, that was my reaction too. It's like, what the fuck? Sergey says, guys, if you wanted to make it an Uncharted adventure, you could have took inspiration from Lost Legacy. At least there is a good female protagonist where the animation actually works. Jerry says, Siege is fun, but it has trans characters already. Nightmare says, just like what happened with Netflix in reference to Uplay. Snapple says, never used the Epic Store, but what exactly is bad about it? Just wondering.
So much. It's so much to get into, and it's been an issue since before it even launched. But yeah, it's not at all user friendly. They want to compete with Steam by starving out Steam, and so what they would do is they offer developers like a huge financial bonus for going Epic exclusive, and I'm talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars to go on Epic and to not go on Steam. So they're not really user friendly. They're pro themselves to take away people from Steam. And there's actually been developers that are like, can I go on Steam and just go on Epic at the same time? I don't need the financial bonus. And they said, no, fuck you. You can't go on our store. And they're like, okay, we're just going to go on Steam then. We just want to be on as many storefronts as possible. What? And they've just had a lot of shady business dealings with it, a lot of greasy stuff, connections to China. It barely fucking works. It's been so much. It's been an overwhelming amount of bullshit that it's hard to get into. But yeah, there's a myriad of reasons of why people avoid Epic like the fucking plague. But I do occasionally launch it to get my free game, because I do offer free game incentives to try to go over there. So I click add to library, and then I close.
Yanu says, indie and retro games are saving me tons of money. Yeah, a few of you guys were mentioning yesterday, Fallen Angel was mentioning Alundra, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I looked it up today. I was like, oh, fuck, I want to play this game. So I've got another game I can play from like the early, I don't know, those like 90s, 2000s. And I'm like, perfect. This game looks great. It does have a bunch of Zelda elements to it. I'm so in. So I'm going to be playing Alundra. I'd never heard of it until yesterday. Crazy Landlow says, the only reason I have the Epic launcher is to eventually play Fortnite with my friends on PC. Just got to change email accounts first. Elvis, in terms of Steam, saying, so worth the value. It's ridiculous. And Flame H, let me know if the audio is better now. Like I said, I think it is just partially how loud my audio is coming into James. So James, you just have to make sure I'm at a good volume.
Yeah, I
on
turned
your
you down.
end.
I think you're good
Perfect.
now, but y'all let me know.
Neo says, howdy, how's it going, Neo? And he says that Ubisoft does have a lot of good games. I think they have a lot of good IPs. I think that some of their games are good, but they miss more than they hit, in my opinion. Like, it gets tiresome. It's always unpolished messes, man. I can't deal with that shit. But I know that you are a big Ubisoft fan, in terms, like, you do, like, I think Prince of Persia and a few other games there, and Assassin's Creed, so
I
understand
Prince of
why.
Persia on the original Xbox.
Like, I understand why, but I'm also just like, man, the amount of unpolished shit I see from them as well is just insane. Oh my god, my scroll. What's going on here? Jerry says, I do enjoy the games, even with the bugs, so they are good games, but yeah, the lore nobody is into. Flame H says, listen to customers, so crazy, it just might work. Sergey saying, but James, common sense is a superpower. Jerry saying, Rainbow Six Siege first-year operators were like stereotypes of folk special forces. The German had a handheld X-ray computer. The Russians, a mounted as an SMG. Now they literally push gay and trans ops. Let's see. Snapple says, Epic is greedy and controlling. Got it. And Sergey says, yo, did you guys see the Sonic anime that is coming out? Maybe more on Sonic a bit later on today. Nightmare says, I meant the P. Diddy Epstein game. God, if that happens, please no. No. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. how's it going, D-Day? Saying, what did I miss? You missed us laughing hysterically at Ubisoft and me reviewing a bit of Zelda Echoes earlier, if you're curious about that. But I think you saw some of the stream yesterday. And also Sonic 06 is happening next week. So there you go. Slosh says, gonna pop out. We'll try to make it back for the end. If not, take care, everyone. Have a good one, Slosh. Thanks for hanging out with us. FlameH says, audio is good after you fix it. Yep, perfect. Thank you so much. D-Day saying, Alundra 1 and 2, Grandia and 1 and 2 also. I played a little bit of Grandia, but I would love to actually dive into that because it's been so long. Let's see. Snapple says, also, if you're looking for good JRPGs from the 90s, K, I recommend Beyond the Beyond. Never heard of that. Writing that one down. Saying it's Golden Sun. Oh, I fucking love Golden Sun. Basically, Golden Sun before Camelot made Golden Sun. I love Golden Sun already for its gameplay, but I found out that the person that makes the music is the same person that did Tales of Symphonia, which is why I'm like addicted to both games' music as well. So that's awesome. Yanu saying, problem is Ubisoft will never be Ubisoft of old until they clean house, firing the LG TV.
Need to get rid of those TVs. Got to get rid of those plasmas.
That is the best fucking name I've ever heard. Firing their LG TV Plus crowd will lead
Get them out of there.
A lot of lawsuits, unfortunately. Elvis echoing that Beyond the Beyond was great. D-Day loves Golden Sun. And dude says Ubisoft is the creator of the open world slop we have now. Exactly. All right, James, go ahead.
Well, we have a little bit of a special one for you, everybody. I thought this would be fun because there's one game in here that I really want to talk about. So I figured, why don't we do what we like to do? I have a lot of fun doing this. We're going to look at the Sony Absolute State of Play with you guys, and we're going to run through that and give all our opinions on the games. Now, this is a long one. This is 40 minutes, so I'm just going to say, if both of us agree, we don't give a flying fuck about this game, and we both say skip, I'm just going to skip ahead. So, Kay, you tell me skip, and if I agree, we will skip. How about that? Sounds good? All right, sounds good. You got the link? You're ready to go? Let's go over to our lovely SciTube over here. And let's do it. And Kay, let me know when you can see everything and it all looks good. Ready? I'm hitting it.
Yeah, I'm good now. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Sony State of Play from September 24th. So I loved this fucking opening because to me it shows that they're like, oh, we know. We have one game and it's fucking Astrobot. And now Helldivers as well, which they fucked up. But it's pretty much like, we have two games. We fucked one of them. Now we just have Astrobot. And them opening up with Astrobot is like such an acknowledgement of, this is our thing.
And the thing with this too is I saw this and I'm like, thank you for giving me all the info I need from this State of Play in the first like minute. Now I don't care what happens.
We could turn it off after this, but there is another game I want to talk about at least one.
No, absolutely. But like watching it live, I was like, perfect. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
And these also, the levels they're adding are like the difficult levels that I know I was talking with Dexter Zero about this. This was actually his favorite part of the game, was the difficulty levels, like the face button levels. And of course, adding Stellar Blade as well is so smart because so many people love Stellar Blade. So new Helldiver bots and new Stellar Blade bots. I'm going to have to get these. I'm pretty committed to platinuming the game, but fuck, they're going to keep me coming back into this for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Fortnite dancing and everything.
I agree with Extra. I love the challenges as well.
Perfect.
Hi everyone.
All right, this guy is from the team. Nice to see him, but I'm going to skip ahead a bit if that's okay with you, Kay.
And to see how much joy Astro is.
All right, let's skip ahead.
The TLDR of that is, we're getting extra DLC essentially.
We're getting more Astrobot. More to come. That's what he said there. Now, let's look at this game, which actually looked fucking awesome to me.
While I was in the black, I had a dream. There was a monster in the woods.
I'm fucking in. If you give me a claymation game, I'm fucking in. My only concern
it feels very
with this,
Tim Burton, doesn't it?
Yeah, this game is so up my alley. My only concern is they kept advertising through it VR, 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 and it's like, don't make this VR exclusive, please. I just want to play this game.
I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be normal as well.
I don't think they specify, but I wanted to look at this again because it's so fucking gorgeous. Play on... Okay. There we go.
Yeah,
Play
or
on
PSVR.
PS5 or PSVR 2. Good. I am fucking in.
It's the same as 3D movies, right? They're always gonna push the 3D shit.
And so it was that the burnt one and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
Midnight Walk. I'm in. You give
Yeah,
me
this
little
game was
weird
cool.
fucking games like Little Nightmares. I'm in. And
This looks better than Little Nightmares to me.
Yeah, I mean, they all look fucking good. But yeah, and the fact that it's like claymation and handmade. Oh, boy. That was kind of my game of the show. And I'm so glad that it seems to not be VR exclusive.
I remember how I felt. Father told us to hide when they came to our house. Then
D-Day would like you to stream it if you do end up picking that game up.
Yeah, no, I'm super fucking interested, man.
Everyone had fled.
Uh-oh.
She said the country was sick.
Is this that Hell game or whatever?
Hell, is this Hell Is Us? No, that was later.
Mother always said
Oh, okay.
monsters didn't exist.
I think.
I thought they lived under my bed.
I thought the Hell Is Us
Oh,
game
this
looked
game.
cool, but I
This is
think
the
it-
game I said. This is what Death Stranding was supposed to be. This is Hell Is Us. Hell Is Us. to
Yeah, it
me-
is, right? Yeah.
This game literally looks like what people thought Death Stranding was going to be like. And it's obviously like the movement and the locomotion and everything and how you counter. It seems like it's in that Soulsy kind of style, which is dominating the industry right now. But apart from that, this game does look pretty fucking good. And yeah, it doesn't it look like Death Stranding to you, like with its character design?
It does, yeah. And it looks a lot quicker compared to it, you know?
Yeah.
Death Stranding had this very, like, slow, desolate vibe to it. This is more action-based. Snapple says, is this a Souls-like game?
It looks like. I think Souls-like is the new thing that's dominating the industry in the 360 era. It was shooters. In the previous era, it was early access open world survival. So I think almost any action-y game is taking elements from Souls-like games.
Absolutely.
To a certain degree, and so how much they're in on that is kind of subjective and up to you. But I mean, I see the movement, and it's like that ain't Bayonetta, that ain't Devil May Cry. It's got the stamina type meter dodging and all that.
And yeah, dude pointing out that was Hell Is Us. Sergey said this game looks sick too. D-Day saying it looked good.
She's in no state to be wandering out.
This is a Metro
By
VR.
the Metro people, right?
Yeah. Personally,
Yeah.
I can skip this, but what about you?
I don't fucking care about
All right,
this.
if you like Metro...
Some of the Metro games look good. This one just didn't appeal to me.
It's Metro
There's that one with
in
the
VR.
train and the snow or whatever. That Metro always
All the
appealed to me,
Metro
that
games are
kind
very
of-
similar. You either like them or you don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, for all you Metro fans out there, it's Metro in VR. We're gonna skip ahead because the thing about this state of play is they pack in so much information, so I don't even have to skip ahead that much.
It was like bam, 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 yeah.
It's hard to keep up.
The truth about the night sky tragedy. Long ago, you humans slaughtered each other.
Very Lord of the Rings.
Until the whole world.
Yeah, it was
This
at
game piqued my interest.
it was at this point where I said this state of play is amazing if you like either VR games or Souls-like games. Because that's what PlayStation is getting a ton of. VR and Souls-like, which makes sense.
I don't remember the name of this game, but I remember being interested.
It makes sense that they're pushing the PSVR 2 because it was a paperweight, pretty much, and because it's not backwards compatible with the PSVR 1 games. So it really makes sense that they're really pushing new games on its platform. Yeah, this looks good. More Soulsy action.
It looks like it's pretty tight. My complaint is when these kinds of games feel like the controls are fighting against you. This looks like you're pretty deeply in control.
Looks better than the new Dragon Age.
Yeah, movement feels good.
Why play the new Dragon Age when you have so many competitors like this? Character design is good.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Archage Chronicles.
Chronicles. Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like the character design actually.
I think this will be a one that I pick up.
Why wouldn't I play this over Assassin's Creed Shadows or Dragon Age or any of that? Like, go with the new. This was huge. And this was heavily rumored. Palworld on PlayStation. And not only that, but it was available the second that this news launched. So Palworld is now officially on PlayStation, which is huge in the news that we're going to get to after the state of play. So I think we can skip ahead. Are you good with that?
I'm good with skipping ahead from this.
We're going to get more into
Sergey
that.
says Archage is MMO. Fuck, really?
Oh,
Damn.
rip. Never mind. Not going to play it. And then,
I thought it was
God!
gonna be like Kingdom Come Deliverance or some shit.
So then this person came up and gave us all a jump scare.
Fuck
They're not in your dreams. Love is the plot. Carried on wings.
And this is where all the nostalgia bait
Collection
starts.
brings together
Yeah.
Lunar, the Silver Star story complete, and Lunar 2, Eternal Blue complete, with
I'll be
updated
picking this up.
visuals.
I know about Lunar
Widescreen
from
mode and
Elvis,
more.
who I believe is still in the chat. This is his favorite game of all time ever. I've never played it. I know it's obviously considered incredible for JRPG fans. I just hope for the fans of Lunar that it's
Lunar
faithful and they don't
Remastered
mess with any of the,
Collection
you know,
comes to PS5
translations
and
or
PS4
anything.
in
Lunar
2025.
is considered a pinnacle. I
updates
think
on
it's in the
Teenage
league of
Mutant
Final
Ninja
Fantasy
Turtles,
VI
Shredder's
for people.
Revenge.
It's a really good fucking game,
First,
apparently.
the
So
Radical
I
Reptiles
have to play it.
DLC, which adds Mondo Gecko and Mona Lisa as playable
So yeah, more
characters.
DLC to Shredder's Revenge.
for
2
no
new
extra
playable
cost,
characters. Not ones I really
remixed
care about,
in-game
but yeah, they've
soundtrack
added Mona
featuring some
Lisa, which is the
amazing guest
female turtle.
composers. Both of these updates
New
arrive
music.
later today.
A lot of people were thinking this DLC was Xbox exclusive, so this announcement confirmed it wasn't.
I love Shredder's Revenge, but I'm kind of over all the updates for it.
Yeah, I'm good. You'd have to add new levels, or else I'm not really coming back. I won't come back for new characters. I need new content to play.
This was
which I would
kind of a
pay
cool
for.
announcement, but I wish that this was not Keanu.
I was surprised by this, yeah.
And yes, you heard right.
And he
Keanu
looks like
Reeves
the
is
movie
joining
look, which is
Sonic X
interesting.
Shadow Generations as part of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack. This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie and arrives December 12th. The Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie
What's
pack is included in the
Interesting about this arrives a week before the movie comes out.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
So,
And it looks
but
great.
then if it's inspired
Digital
by the
Deluxe
movie,
Edition,
are we spoiling
which lets you
parts
play
of
the game
movie for us
3
by
days
playing
ahead
this?
of its October 25th
I wouldn't
release
worry
date.
too much about that. I think it looks great. I think it's a great idea. And people love Keanu Reeves. And I think Sonic Shadow Generations looks awesome.
Oh yeah. I just wish it was
Hello,
Hayden
State of
Christensen.
Play. I'm Sakaguchi, producer of Fantasian Neo Dimension. 手作りのジオラマを使ったファンタ
This
ジ
is
ア
all
の
UK.
ディメン
I
ジョ
have
ン
no opinion on
モ
Oh,
ジュールも
I'm
作りました
so excited for
そ
this.
して
Alright, walk us
ラン
through
ダ
it.
ムエンカウントを貯めて
I mean, there's
手
not.
に
I don't
かか
know
ったり
much about
スキルの
Fantasia,
起
and
動
I'm
を
just
操作し
excited
たりと
because this is like
端子
more
型にも
classic
新要
Final
素を盛
Final
り込んでい
Fantasy
ま
style
す
game.
And that was like the Nier Automata
ファイナル
character
ファン
in
タ
it
ジーシ
too.
リーズで共に歩んできた上松
Oh,
さ
I
んで
missed
す
that. Really?
Yeah.
プレイステーション5にて2024年12月5日発売
For me, I'm like
皆さんに
JRPG
プレイしてい
happy,
ただけた
you
ら
know.
Right, right.
And then as I play through it, I play through it. But... Yeah, I agree, D-Day. Him leaving
We're
Square was
just over a
extremely
month
noticeable
away
after
from the release
Final
of
Fantasy
Dragon
X.
Age: The Veilguard.
Oh, God.
Let's check in with BioWare and Electronic
fuck that
Arts for
shit.
an
I don't care.
extended
No,
look
I don't
at a
give a shit.
climactic battle.
You know, here's the thing. I've never liked Dragon Age. I've never thought it
Yeah.
was good. It's never appealed to me. There's people that love the first game and that's it.
Word from the wardens.
This
Have they
game,
found Gilligan?
my prediction
Not yet.
is
But
that
they
this
found
could be
something
the
else
game
worth
to tank
killing.
BioWare. This could
One of her
finally put the
blighted
nail in the coffin
dragons.
for BioWare, and I kind of hope it does at this point. I don't want Mass Effect 4. I don't
Rook,
trust them with
you
Mass
made
Effect
it.
4.
Good.
I don't give a flying
Wouldn't
fuck.
miss
Just
it.
kill Mass Effect,
We have
kill Dragon Age,
unfinished
just kill
business
BioWare. It's not
without
BioWare
Dragon.
anymore. Once upon a
We've tracked
time,
it
I
to a
called
ruined tower
BioWare like one of my
nearby.
favorite developers, if not my
That
most
lair is a
favorite.
death
And
trap.
this game is a fucking joke. This is like the last
need to
Saints Row
lure
level
her
of
out
joke.
to
This is
have a
actually worse
chance.
than the last Saints Row. So just fucking die already. I'm done. I'm so
Challenger,
done with BioWare
draw
and
the
anything
dragon
they
out
do.
into the open. Then
Yeah,
attack.
I don't give a fuck about this at all.
Do you want to skip ahead? It's
Yeah,
just
I
like
don't care about
cinematic
this.
trailer.
Just
It's,
you and me
yeah.
now.
Let's see here. Is this still Dragon Age? It goes. This whole thing goes so quick.
Yeah, that's the problem. This went forever. And if you watch this live, everyone in chat was like, skip, L, fuck this, who cares, L.
Everyone's hating Dragon Age, yeah. And the gameplay looks like it looks playable, but you're just such like a fucking like it's such garbage in its presentation with the trans scars and all the pronouns and everything. It's just like I don't care. I don't care what your gameplay looks like. I'm not playing your fucking shitty game. I haven't.
Dude says, did you notice that they had to keep cutting the footage for the dragon fight? Yeah, I did. It's insane how bad this game is made.
Yeah, it's all disillusion, smoke and mirrors to try to make the game look good. They probably released this footage to be like, oh, we're getting destroyed online. They probably were like, fuck, everyone hates us. We need, yeah, there's a cut.
We promise the game is good.
We need to show gameplay. We need to show exciting gameplay. And so
Have you noticed they're trying to stage it as well to almost look like Hogwarts Legacy?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, this looks like a traditional like dragon fight in a game. Like this looks, it looks fine, and visually it's like okay, it's got visuals going for it. Even though even your dragon looks not attractive. How do you make a dragon not attractive? Am I right, Scalies? But here they are doing it. And then this is just pre-rendered. This is all cinematic.
Yeah, like this whole trailer, like, dude, thank you for pointing it out because I agree. They kept cutting the footage of the fight. It's clear that they're trying to use as much cinematic footage as they can. They probably ran this on the best possible hardware they could. Like, everything to sugarcoat this shit. JB says, they're making the dragons gay. Alex Jones.
I know.
Flammate said, I only liked the first Dragon Age. Neo saying, I hate to agree with you, James, but if they do this to ME4, I'd rather it never release either.
And they will. They absolutely will. I have no doubt. I'm good.
Snapple saying, oh yeah, this has the stupid top scars and bad character beast and ass sliders. Breast and ass sliders, yeah.
And also, this Dragon Age, really what it's going up against is, it's going up against Baldur's Gate. Which I don't give a flying fuck about Baldur's Gate, but for a lot of people that was the game of the year. People fucking went crazy for Baldur's Gate. So this has to also hit that Baldur's Gate people where they just want more games like this and they don't care about how fucking paused up it is.
Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate wins in every way. So this is more Alan Wake shit, isn't it?
This is more Alan Wake. We still got to play Alan Wake 2. Thank you again, Insidious Bliss. We have that on PlayStation, so one of these days we will do all of our Alan Wake stuff.
We do definitely want to make time for Alan Wake, and I think you might even want to look at some Alan Wake 1 or something as well, just to refresh yourself on the story, no?
No, because you should see Alan Wake 1 because it's just a ripoff of Twin Peaks. So it's, and I am fully aware, I mean, this is one of the things that made us tipped off on Sweet Baby way back in October was it was Sweet Baby that caused the race swapping of one of the primary characters in Alan Wake 2. So I used to love Remedy, just like BioWare. Now I don't anymore. But from what I can tell, Alan Wake 2 is still a good game, albeit it changes a lot of mechanics and makes it more survival-y than the first game. Because the first game is not survival horror. It's just horror. It's more of a third-person shooter in a horror game. But from what I can tell, if you can look past the Sweet Baby bullshit and the changes, you do have a good game there.
Give up the firearm!
Another VR game.
Yeah.
I don't even remember this game.
I don't either.
That's the thing, this went by so fast, it was hard to like... Oh, Hitman! This is Hitman.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think Hitman could be interesting as a VR game, actually.
It's not a bad idea. The thing about VR...
As soon as I saw him creeping up to the fisherman, I'm like, oh yeah, it was Hitman. Yeah.
The thing about VR, for anyone that's played it, I think they'll agree, VR is either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. It has to be done so carefully, and it has to be so immersive and so fun. I've had experiences in VR that are like, I've wanted this my whole life, and then I've had other experiences where I've actually gotten like headaches and pain, and I'm like, I have to stop. This is so garbage. It's different from playing a bad game. It can actually cause you pain and induce sickness, so it's just like, it's a gamble when you play VR.
I will say this game is one where I'm like, I can see it being good. It actually could be a headset seller to the right person. For me, I'm like, you know, we have the original VR. The thing is, if I actually put hours into it, I would consider the VR too, but I don't use the original VR, so that's why I wouldn't buy it. But like,
I am so picky with
I think this
VR.
is cool.
Yeah. So here is the main game I want to talk about. I'm going to watch the trailer and then I want to talk about it because this is news that it was hard to put into words on Twitter. And I said I would talk about it on the podcast and talk about my thoughts, so we're going to talk about my thoughts here. So let's run the trailer on this one, and let's get into it, because I have a lot of tismy thoughts on this.
Few know the truth. I stood with Cain and my brethren until I had the honor of surpassing my Lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained in an instant.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
The future has always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
Legacy of...
Okay, so let me get into this. I have a lot of tismy thoughts. Full disclosure, I have, even though I love vampires and I love the material here and I love all of this, Legacy of Kain, both Blood Omen and Soul Reaver, are actually not games I ever played. I missed the boat on them. Never got to play them. I always meant to go back and play them. I own them on Steam, and I will say the Steam versions in their current state are broken. They're a pain to get running, and so that kind of held me back because the Steam versions just don't get them. They don't work. Point blank, they don't work. You have to fucking finish, like, you really have to try to get it to work, and even then you're like, eh. So then I always meant to go back and play them on PS1 because I can go back and play PS1 games. And then it just kept getting delayed because of that, and now we're here with these remasters.
It also feels pretty rough on PS1 going back to it now, so I'm glad they're making this.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is being done by Aspyr Media. I have a lot of experience playing Aspyr Media remasters, and this is a remaster, right? So I want to go back in the trailer. Yes, it does say remastered. That word is very important. This is not a remake. This is a Aspyr Media remaster. I've played their ports or remasters of Stubbs the Zombie, Battlefront, Jedi Academy, Jedi Knight, Star Wars Episode 1, KOTOR 1. I've played a lot of remasters or re-releases done by this company where they pretty much just up-res it or release it, but you're ultimately running the same game. And that's what's crucial here. As far as I can tell, this is the same game. You're playing the same game, same bones, same engine, same all that stuff. Nothing's built from the ground up. You're technically playing the PS1 game with updated, what did I drop? Okay. With updated visuals, updated graphics, that's it. But ultimately, you're getting the exact same experience. The reason I'm prefacing all of this is because there has actually been some controversy with this. And quite a bit, actually. There has been a divide on this game. There is people that are really sold on it, but there is a large amount of people that are accusing this of going down the woke route, going down all that route. And then there's a lot of other people that are getting mad at those people and telling them just to consume product. First of all, I will say, if you have any apprehension for any reason to get this game for any justification, more power to you. I'm very much in putting the power into the player's hands. I'm all for that. But let's look into the controversy that this has already started. Based on everything that we have had, based on everything we have been fed when it comes to remakes and remasters and re-releases and all the constant subverting of expectations, and like almost every remake has been butchered. Almost every single one. Not every single one, but like 9 times out of 10, a remake or a remaster has something that subverts it and destroys it, and then it's like, fuck you, I wish I just stuck to the original. Go fuck yourself. Let's talk about the thing that is setting off people's spidey sense and making a lot of people already say, fuck you, I'm out. This is what it is. This comes from Cabrutus, who, of course, we love Cabrutus. Below is a comparison between the legacy of Kane and the upcoming remaster. Right side. Looks like even the statues aren't safe from the femininity hatred now. Remasters of old games are one of the few things about the Western gaming industry that still gets me excited. But not going to lie, man, this may change in the future when they keep doing things like this. So, this is it. Back to back. I couldn't make it more clear than this. You see this in the trailer. This is a well in the game that you visit frequently. On the left side is the statue in the original PS1 version. On the right side is the new version of the statue. And just based on how they made the statue look on the right side, a lot of people, no other reason, nothing else. It's solely on this statue. A lot of people are out. Now, I want to say, I'm not saying that it's not in this way. I'm not saying it's not woke and you should just shut up and consume product. But I will say, put this in your hat, remember it, don't pre-order it, and wait and see. Because here's my opinion, and take this with a grain of salt. It's just my opinion. I've played a lot of Aspire Media remasters. I've done a lot of this stuff. They don't really, this company, unless they've had a bunch of new hires, which is possible, this company does not really go down that road. They don't change things. What this company does is, and they do other things bad. Look at the Battlefront remakes. If there's anything they do bad, they're lazy. They will lazily port stuff from A to B, but they don't usually put in an agenda. So if you're looking for something that has a lot of love and quality into it, this remaster might not be for you. But if you're looking, for something that, if you're worried about the agenda and, DEI and all that shit, I don't think you have to worry here yet. But definitely this is one little mild strike, but maybe. So let me look at these statues here. So you have the statue on the left and the right. Yes, I will agree that the one on the left does look better, and it does look more feminine. But I don't believe personally that it was changed to make it more tranny or more masculine or anything like that. Here's the thing. This is a PS1 game. 3D textures were very, very, very primitive. We have seen this with the Crash Bandicoot remasters, which those are new graphics that are built on the old game's bones, and them smoothing out and changing the visuals for that game actually caused issues for the player because originally, they pretty much could only work in triangles and blocks and cubes. They couldn't have rounded edges. They couldn't do more sophisticated advanced stuff. So the PlayStation 1 3D graphics, it's very blocky, very triangular-y, and there's not a lot you can do there, and that caused issues. What I think they are doing here is pretty much a lazy job of they are taking assets in the game and just saying new asset gets swapped to this asset and it looks like this. If you look at this, this actually looks pretty good on the left, and then on the right this does not. What you might be seeing, why she might be thicker and wider on the right, is they might just be taking the actual hitboxes. Now, I don't know this because I haven't played this game, but I am assuming that this object exists outside of cutscenes. And maybe, what's his name?
Yes,
Azrael?
yes.
Raziel? Who's the main character?
Raziel?
Raziel. I am assuming that Raziel can actually climb on this statue and, hit it and create hitbox detection with it. So what you might be seeing here, again, this is Aspire's laziness, not their agenda. What you might be seeing here is they just took the original hitboxes, the very simplified PS1 hitboxes here, and they might just be filling it in. So if you go up to this statue in PS1, and I'd have to do it, myself, you could maybe go into this here and walk along her abdomen. I don't even know if you can get to her arms here where it's thicker, or even her face, because that's very high up, and see if you punch it or if you walk into it, where is that invisible wall? These extra thickness on this character, it literally might be just filling out those invisible walls. They're not going to delete that invisible wall because that would effectively be altering and deleting this asset. That is way too much work for them, and that could fuck up the entire game since it's a remaster. So instead, they're just like, well, we have all this invisible wall here. We're just going to fill it out. We're just going to make it all filled out. Another thing they could have done is if this model is just built off of other assets in the game, notice she looks very stone. It could literally just be other stuff in the game put together. They might have just said this piece gets turned into this piece gets turned into this piece, and then it ends up looking like this. So that's my opinion. This is an issue of laziness. It is not an issue of diversity pushing or trannyism or any of that. But it could be. It could be. I do see it. And yes, this is the problem with the remaster. There's going to be cases where in the new version of the game, it does not look better than the original. Ultimately, it's kind of up to you to say which one you like better. I have strong opinions when it comes on remasters and redoing graphics. Halo bad, Monkey Island good, for example. Overall, I think the visual upgrades do look good. Where you really want to look and see if they're pushing an agenda is the dialogue or the sexy characters that aren't made of like stone. So there's a mummy character they showed. Are they going to be covering up the nipples of the mummy and they didn't previously? Changing the art around that. There was a girl that as Reziel or whatever is holding. Are they changing her at all? Are they, you know, that's where you kind of want to look. You want to look for nudity or covering up or anything. Nothing is really covered up here. It's just made boxier. In my opinion, that literally could just be filling out the hitbox, or it could just be a lazy hatchet job where it goes from A to B. So that's my opinion. I don't think you're totally in your right to say, fuck you, I'm out based on this. I personally don't think it's warranted yet. I think it's enough to make your spidey sense tingle, sure. Never fucking pre-order, all right? Can we go back to never fucking pre-order? There's no reason to pre-order this game. Wait and see. When it comes out, go in the Steam forums, make a post, say, okay, apart from the statue, what's different? And then talk. Talk to developers, go on their Discord, figure it out. That's what I'll be doing. And let's see if it goes beyond this. But as far as I can tell, this has been the sole complaint about it. A lot of people have said I'm keeping my money based on this. And I don't see it yet. I understand more than most. Trust me, I have boycotted many a game for arguably less than this. But I'm just saying, I think this is a lazy job. I don't think it's a diversity job. Okay, any opinions on this?
It looks stretched out to me at the end of the day. That's really the thing. And that's why
Sorry,
I'm
another
like,
thing you
struggling.
reminded me. Stretched out. The original game is made for 4x3 CRT TVs. The original game is 4x3 for your original TV in the 90s. The new game is primarily going to be stretched out. It will literally be stretched out for 16:9 widescreen. She literally could be stretched out because she is stretched out because it's the same model and they have to go like this to stretch widescreen. Have you ever watched a movie and you want to get rid of the black bars on the side and you go full screen and it makes your face go, what? They have to do that because it's a 4x3 game. I have the game here. You can see, I will show you it's 4x3. This game, Flintstones Bowling, is 4x3. Sorry, Kay. My autism. Go on.
It's all good. I do think that the statue's stretched out, in my opinion. I mean, think about when you gain or lose weight and how that can affect how your face and everything looks. To me, that's what I'm looking at, is that you're changing the aspect ratio of a game, and therefore it's creating a difference in the size of the statue and making it look that way. Can I prove that? Of course not, but that's how it looks like to me on a surface level. The only thing that indicates to me that they did actually alter the statue is actually the legs. The legs look very different to me, but everything else in the image looks like it could be stretched out, but the legs are in such a different position that it looks strange to me. But yeah, I don't know. It's not enough for me to not buy this game. I love this series. I have faith that they did mostly keep it intact. Asper has issues, but I don't think this is their thing. I don't think that this is going to be the hill that they die on, is to fucking make that. And like, the boobs look fine. Everything else looks fine to me. It's literally just the fact that like the face looks stretched out. I'm waiting to see. Personally.
Yeah. So there you have it. And then so there we go. We got the game. So let me know what you think, everybody. We're gonna keep watching the state of play. But yeah, I don't think this is enough to write it off yet. If it is for you, that's fine. More power to you.
I really don't judge people for, again, I've said this about the Ghosts of Yote as well. I don't judge people for being at their wit's end. I think you should always trust but verify, in the sense of like, even if, I'm going to come at it at good faith and say that it's definitely fine or whatever it is, I still should verify that before I'm still like confident in it, right? So I think, I understand people's hesitations and I don't blame you for it. And the industry doesn't deserve your trust at this point for everything that they've done wrong. So I just don't judge people that are distrustful of it and who think that it is an indicator, it is a red flag. But looking at it for me, it really felt like it was stretched out. That's how it looked like to me. I would love to see more footage personally before I fully jump on not being okay with it. I don't think I'm going to buy this day one based on seeing that trailer, just because I do want to know more information about if they have altered anything else. So
I'm very
I don't
curious.
think I'm
the original game is janky
I'm not
as
unsold.
well, so I'm wondering if
Yes.
they polished it. Wonder how it's going to run on modern machines. It could be a mess on launch. There is a
100%.
lot of reasons why you shouldn't pre-order this game.
Well, also, and I have to say, like, I did start out really loving Asper, and every release that they do, it's been slowly chipping away because there have been issues. So that's also part of why I don't necessarily want to get this day one, is because I want to see to what extent are the issues there. Did Asper actually put the love and care into it that they should, or did they get overwhelmed and, fuck up something major? Like, that's kind of what I'm looking at as well. But is the statue going to deter me from playing this game? No. Honestly, if that's the only thing that is an issue in this game, I'm not deterred enough from it. I think that this game needed a remaster, so I'm happy that they're actually listening and doing it.
All right, let's keep watching. Let's go back into the state of play, everybody.
Kane Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered arrives December 10th, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the first game's release.
You sure we can't just do the same?
Games from the original PlayStation era also inspired Fear the Spotlight from Blumhouse Games. It brings atmospheric polygonal scares to PS5 and PS4 on October 22nd.
This looks great. I don't even like survival horror, obviously, but
Just
this looks
go
awesome.
home, Viv.
This
I'm
is
happy
the
here.
This is the Blumhouse announcement, with Blumhouse making a
So
fuck ton of horror games now. I'm in. I'm in for Blumhouse making sloppy horror.
Build villages and nurture vast ecosystems in Towers of Agazba.
I don't give a fuck about this.
This colorful world includes unique creatures, a peculiar cast of characters,
Oh God!
and also allows you to invite other players to visit your island.
Oh, it's survivally.
Towers of Agazba launches into early access
The
this
news
November.
goes so quick, I don't even have time to decide if I'm skipping
Up
or
next,
not. Oh God,
Epic
skip
Games
this
brings
though.
a split screen mode to LEGO Fortnite this October.
Yeah, Lego Fortnite. Okay, get me the fuck
Let's
out of
take a
here.
look.
My God. Dynasty Warriors Origins. Jesus.
Honestly, this had me hyped as fuck.
I missed this.
This
I'm
looks
looking forward to
so
it.
fucking good, man.
Until then, you must adapt to the chaos and find a way to survive. So choose your path wisely. Go forth and learn what it means to be a hero.
You claim to strive for justice, but have no way to achieve it. Tearing down the system
Exactly,
without providing an
D-Day.
alternative
This is the
mere
most
wanton
polished
destruction.
Dynasty Warriors I've also seen, and that's why I'm so sold on it.
So they take this engine, put it on the Switch 2, and give us the best Zelda game ever made. Why? Why are you looking at me like that?
I still don't agree with your opinion, but Angry Canadian
All
did
that
sell me on Hyrule
remains
Warriors a bit more.
to
I'm
see
not gonna
this
lie.
through.
This looks great. You can't tell me this doesn't look satisfying. Oh my God.
Oh, 100%. This is a game I might want to get day one. This looks fucking amazing. Now, I don't know how this fits in the story. Is this like the first
Well, it's
story, or are
Origins,
they just calling it
so-
Origins, or what? I think
That implies
Dude's a
it'll be
big
the
Dynasty. Well, Dude's a big Dynasty Warriors fan, so I'm curious for his input. But if this does take me back to more the beginning, I'm even more sold on it.
That I imagined the whole thing. It's
Dude says I'm on DW Origins. It looks like it's using the same botched combat from DW9.
So,
Interesting.
Captain, what's your team been getting up to?
The guild gave special assignments to some of the
D-Day
other
saying they
units
do
from the
decent with
expedition,
Hyrule Warriors,
mine
Berserk,
included.
and Fire Emblem.
This is Final Fantasy
is
something.
amazing.
Okay, this is your field.
No, this isn't Final Fantasy. This is Monster Hunter.
What?
Yeah.
Difference.
That's causing the water currents to
Well, there's a
switch
big
too.
difference between Monster Hunter and Final Fantasy, but honestly, this is the most Final Fantasy looking monster.
I
will give you
thought
that.
I thought this was Final Fantasy 16.
This is its territory.
When I first saw it, for a while leading up to it, I did think it was maybe a new Final Fantasy, but no, it is Monster Hunter confirmed. And we have a sexy mechanic girl in it or whatever.
Oh
Fucking
God!
person.
Don't tell me I'm sold on Monster Hunter.
There's a character in it that I guess she like helps make stuff for you or something. I don't care about Monster Hunter. But she's good looking. I'm just saying. There's a little gif going around of her and it's like, whoa.
Oh my God, I need to see that. I love the
I'll find
NG
it.
girls. Fishing mechanics, I'm in. Ooh, that frame drop there.
Blacksmith. Thank you, D-Day. Yeah, the blacksmith.
Ours. You respect.
I have never liked Monster Hunter. I tried one, couldn't get into it. This does look like the best Monster Hunter I've ever seen.
It
This
really
looks so much
does.
appealing.
Yeah, I still won't play it, but I'm like, oh, happy for, Monster Hunter fans. I put it in general in our Discord.
They never really have a story or motivation, at least the ones that I've tried. It's just like, go kill random monster, and I'm like, I don't feel like it. I need motivation to kill monsters. What's my purpose? What's the agenda here? But this one, it's got cutscenes, there's characters.
That's it.
I was kind of hoping it was a Final Fantasy. Like, I totally know what you mean. It has that feeling to it.
Is that what we're after? The White Wraith.
Down there. Someone's in trouble.
Snapple says your purpose to kill monsters is to get cool-looking armor, James.
Yeah, that's not enough for me. I'll go back to vanilla WoW.
You're a hunter.
D-Day says you have a
Without giving
squad
them
with
money.
you. You have a squad with you that helps you on your hunts. They're becoming more and more story-based with each game. This will be the most story-based. Playmage saying, how much of this is PS5 exclusive? Actually, I don't own one. Is this game PS5 exclusive? I'm not sure. I doubt it.
Based on Sony's track record this gen, almost none of these games will be PlayStation exclusive.
I don't think they're going to make Monster Hunter exclusive.
Because this is Capcom, so they're not going to do that. I think you're fine.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it says PS5. And
Well,
then
no,
it's
that
got
they
social, so I don't
on
know.
the state of play, they will only advertise the.
Oh, they scrub the other icons?
Yes.
Wow.
They have
fucking
to.
retards.
It's obligated to.
That's stupid.
It doesn't say if it was only PS5, they would have made a note to be like only on PS5.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. D-Day saying this is multi-platform and crossplay. Neo saying no. Pretty sure this game will be on Xbox as well. You know what? Pause this shit and show the video I put in Discord in general. That's way more interesting. Who cares?
Okay, what? Discord. Okay, let's see.
I put it in general, so it's easier for you to access. But this is the thing circulating that's like, whoa, baby.
Okay,
Monster
let's
Hunter
see. This
is so fucking back.
This is from Monster Hunter, right? Okay, let's
I should say Capcom is so back rather than Monster Hunter.
Capcom is back. Oh my God.
We'll take
Okay, wait. Here we go.
Gemma,
Yeah,
our
exactly,
smithy,
DJ. I'm like,
will
there's
take
been
monster
no time
materials
for
you
that in this
provide
game.
and forge equipment for you.
Perfection.
Gemma, our
Where do I pre-order? Who has the pre-order? Do you? Oh my God. Yeah, okay. I see
Right?
the
I'm like,
light.
okay.
I see it. I see the appeal. My God. Why didn't they show? That's all they had to show.
Right? I'm like, that's
They
amazing.
didn't have to show gameplay. Good Lord.
Just show that like 5 seconds and that's it.
Oh God. Let's keep going.
本日より順次予約を開始しますので、
Alright,
ぜ
I
ひ
can't understand you skipping ahead a bit. Oh, we're skipping this.
Very heroic friend.
Horizon, who
Oh,
cares?
fuck yeah, fuck Horizon. I don't
Bid
care about
conversation mocap and countless
You care
radical
about
improvements that
Horizon
bring the game
remake?
to the same visual
I
fidelity
don't.
as Horizon Forbidden.
Horizon's getting a remake, okay?
I don't fucking care about it.
Alright,
Stupid.
Horizon's
Fuck
getting a
Horizon.
remake. Who cares? Let's skip ahead. And I have to like go
This
by
new
5
original
because there's
PS4
so much
version of the game.
news.
Visit
Ah!
PlayStation
Jump
the
scare
action-packed
here.
world of Stellar Blade.
There we go, Stellar Blade.
A new photo mode lets players set up
This
the
is
perfect
important.
picture with your choice of poses, expressions, and filters.
You can take photos of the girls in Stellar Blade. There you go. They know what we want.
And
Get
Stellar Blade's
Alloy
original
out of
soundtrack,
here.
Featuring over 180
Now,
songs
please
from
improve the
game is available
combat,
on
and I'll
select
actually
streaming
play your
services
stupid
starting
game.
today.
I think it just takes a lot of getting used to. It's because you want to play it like a spectacle fighter. You just got to realize it's not a spectacle fighter. It's a Souls-like.
It didn't
But that's not
feel
all.
good.
It felt like a Souls-like. They don't feel good
I have,
to me.
I have put Souls games in my hands for a few minutes before, and they've felt better.
Sci-fi
I have
worlds
not
collide
played through a
in
whole
Stellar
Souls
Blade
game,
and
but they
Nier
do feel
Automata
better.
So this is
collaboration,
huge, though.
coming to Stellar Blade
Big
later
sexy
this year.
games featuring 2 sexy girls. They both got a lot of negative attention on the internet and are beloved by fans. Stellar Blade X Nier
Now let's talk
Automata.
about
That's
what's
a
ahead
cool
for PlayStation
crossover. I'm
Plus.
looking forward to that. Out of the way! Show
First,
the
your
other
monthly
ladies.
games for October are WWE 2K24
Okay,
Plus
2K24
members
is
starting
coming.
October 1st.
Yeah,
To
PS
grow,
monthly
with
games.
2 more fan favorites from the original
Okay,
PlayStation
this
Club
is
later this
interesting.
year. Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain,
There we
and
go.
Capcom's Dino Crisis.
So that was also
happy
good
about
news to me.
that.
So here's the thing. So I have Blood Omen already on the PS1. This is in the PS Plus Classics catalog. I don't know a lot about the PS Plus Classics catalog. I've never really messed with it. But I was already planning on doing a stream sometime in the near future on Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. Now I'm wondering, and if anyone has played PS1 games via the Classics catalog, does it offer any sort of quality of life upgrades? Does it up-res them? Does it introduce modern controls? What stuff, the trophies even, like whatever, anything. What are the differences? Is there any differences? Should I just stick to my PS1 copy, or should I wait and pick this up on the PS5 and play Blood Omen on the PS5 instead?
Well,
That's
here's
my
the thing.
question.
I'm gonna be picking it up regardless because I fucking love Blood Omen. But I think that game, it's very gritty, so it almost would look better on a PS1. Like, you kind of need the roughness of the PS1 for it. I don't know if they're going to smooth it out at all on the PS5, and that would kind of take away from, like,
Yeah, I'm curious.
the terrifying nature of it. By the way, Blood Omen, I have a history with it. This game used to give me nightmares, man. This was like a terrifying fucking game to me. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would look grittier on the PS1, but we're going to own this copy regardless, James. So it's really your way to play.
Well, then I will try it. But I'm still curious if anyone out there has played a PS1 game via the Classics catalog. And of course, it's huge news that Capcom is acknowledging Dino Crisis' existence.
Yes. Dude's answer to you is, I know some of the PS1 classics on
Naughty Dog
PS
fans
Plus
knows
get trophy
September
support.
26th is the
They
last
are
of Us
boring
Day,
sets from what
and
I
we're
can see since they were
celebrating by
lazy and
adding the
like
critically
retro
acclaimed
achievements.
PS5 hit, The Last of Us Part 1, to the PlayStation Plus
So
game
they get
catalog this
trophies, but they're
Thursday.
not interesting trophies. Got it. Does anyone know if it changes controls or does like kind of a filter to upgrade visuals or anything? It's obviously not going to be like a remaster like Soul Reaver, but I wonder if it, tries to polish things up, maybe get it running at a better frame rate.
I've mostly witnessed PS2, and I think PS2 just looks the same to me.
Okay.
So,
This is just a controller showcase. Can I skip this?
yes, it's literally controllers.
Oh god,
Look, we have controllers.
the weird
There's
alien
more
guy is back.
controllers.
Let's listen to the weird alien guy. Yeah,
He
you
just
get-
talks about the Pro again, so.
I know, I find him creepy.
Hi everyone, I'm Mark Cerny.
Oh dear God.
We recently revealed the newest addition to the PlayStation 5 family,
fucking me with his
PS5 Pro,
eyes.
alongside several games showcasing the superior frame rates and improved graphics that the new console makes possible. With PS5
you
Pro,
want money.
developers have access to 3 key improvements: an upgraded
Take my
GPU,
money, just don't fuck me.
advanced ray tracing, and AI-driven upscaling that combine
Really
to bring
pushing this.
developers closer to realizing their unique vision. We're excited for players to get their hands on PlayStation 5 Pro when it launches this November. But in the meantime, here's a look at some of the games that are being enhanced for the new console, including a few titles that we're revealing for the very first time today.
I'm gonna skim this. Is that cool with you, Kay?
Oh, absolutely. I don't give a shit about this.
All right. They're enhancing Final Fantasy. They're enhancing Gran Turismo. All these games are gonna pretty much be the same. You're probably
Yeah.
wasting your money if you fucking get this. Okay. Thanks.
edge of Japan. People come north to disappear.
If I didn't know what this was already, I was hoping it would be a Godzilla game.
You
That would be cool. We need that.
And now, every Ronin here is after you. Still think you're the hunter?
Was that guy, because I don't know, because I don't care about these games. Was that guy the protagonist from the first game, by chance, or anything?
No, I don't think so. I think Jin's, it's like 300 years after him, so he's like gone.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Unless they pull some Raza Ghul shit.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a completely separate story. Jin already had his closure.
Okay. I'm asking just to understand. For context, I told this to Kay. For whatever reason, feudal Japan shuts my brain off. You know how some people just don't give a fuck about the Wild West, or don't give a fuck about medieval stuff, or maybe space stuff, or sci-fi? For some reason, that's feudal Japan to me. I don't care. And from what I understand, Ghost of Tsushima is like a 10 out of 10 game for a lot of people. It could be. I don't care about feudal Japan stuff, and I don't understand why. It just does nothing to intrigue me.
I really liked the time I spent with Ghost of Tsushima so far, and I'm encouraged to play the entire story through. So I am mildly interested in this game. It just depends on how I feel at the end of Ghost of Tsushima. Flame Mage saying, I love feudal Japan. Yeah, I love feudal Japan as well.
Even there's a feudal Japan level in Astrobot. For me, it was the weakest level. So I was like, let's get through this.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I don't fucking care. I thought it was the weakest level as well. It was just like fucking paper cranes everywhere.
That's funny considering you had the God of War level too, and still it was like the feudal Japan one.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the broadcast.
All right, so thoughts on Ghosts of Tai or whatever. It's causing a lot of controversy. We are going to touch on that in the rapid fire news. As I said, I don't personally care about this, so I leave it up to you guys to make your own decisions. As you all know, the voice actress is a complete fucking bitch. And I think that's totally fine. If that makes you be like, fuck this game, I'm not buying it. I think that's actually more valid than anything we saw from Soul Reaver and those issues. So that's fine. If you can't stand this bitch, and that's going to stop you from playing the game, and you realize you're like, yeah, I know it's a voice actor. She's just getting paid to read lines, but I can't stand her. If you can't stand her, hey, I fucking hate Mark Ruffalo, and I try to not watch movies with him because I can't fucking stand him. Sometimes I do, and I'm like, oh, great. But yeah, if that's enough for you to not get this game, that's fine. That's totally fine in my opinion. And if you're like, it's just a voice actor, she's reading lines, it has no bearing on the game, I think that's fine too. I think it's really up to you guys to make that decision. There's also been the conversation on whether or not it's woke that a female is starring in it. I personally find it funny that there's 2 samurai feudal Japan games coming out next year, and neither of them star a Japanese man. Neither of them star a Japanese man. One's a black guy and the other one is a Japanese woman. It's like you had 2 chances and you fucking... So anyway, I don't know. I just don't care about feudal Japan, so it doesn't bother me one way or another because it's just like I don't fucking care. It's up to you guys. I think if these games are supposed to be historically accurate, if the Ghost games are supposed to be historically accurate, and you're like, there's no fucking way in hell a woman would be a samurai in feudal Japan, I genuinely am asking. I don't fucking know. I assume it's highly unlikely. Then, and you say I'm out, then I'm like, fine. You can be out for that. I get it. I understand it. I respect it. I have been out for way less. I will be out of games if they are remakes and they change a line of dialogue to try to appease people. I'm like, fuck you, sticking the original, I'm out. So, of course, I understand if you're out because the voice actress is a bitch or because you're playing as a woman. Go ahead. If you're not out for that reasons, hey, good on you. I'm out because I don't care about feudal Japan. Okay? Thoughts?
Again, like with Ghost of Tsushima, I'm really enjoying everything I've tried of it so far. And so if I get to the end of that game and I want more of it, I'm not going to stop myself from playing this game just because there's a female protagonist. I don't really give a fuck. I do think accuracy and all that shit is important. But I don't know. Again, same here. I'm not invested enough in the series yet to make a decision on that. And I don't know. Were there a lot of female samurais? I'm not like deep enough into being a samurai fan to know.
No,
So
but
I
don't
assume
really
that
know.
I don't know. I think it's okay for people to think it's a red flag or, be burned out in general by all this shit or be at their wits' end, but simply being a female protagonist doesn't automatically mean I don't want to buy a game, I don't want to play a game. And it is fantasy at the same time. It's their own universe. They can make decisions like that if they want to. If they're trying to be historically accurate, then they probably have a problem with that. Assassin's Creed will always advertise that they're trying to be historically accurate as possible. That's how they used to run things, and then they've royally fuck up. So I feel like they deserve more criticism usually with that. I don't know how Sucker Punch has been advertising this game, so maybe they have been advertising it as historically accurate. If so, then I understand people's complaints about it. But yeah, it has my interest, but I'm not the consumer base for this game. I'm not the person that's going to be there pre-ordering it, getting super hyped over it, pushing it or anything. It's just like another game that feels good like their previous game. Yeah, I might get that on sale potentially. So yeah, I'm curious for the people who are more hardcore fans, like how they're feeling. To me, at a surface from the outside, I don't see it as a huge issue if it's their own kind of universe that they're building. If it's supposed to be very historically accurate, then I see problems if there were no female samurais. I'm gonna catch up on chat a little bit. We did read some chat through.
I'm gonna quickly just say that I actually think the state of play was pretty fucking good. I will rarely compliment Sony, but I think that state of play was pretty good. If you like VR games, there is stuff for you. If you like Souls games, new games, there was a lot of good-looking new games in there, and they were all very Soulsy. I think there is a lot of stuff there for you. Most interesting, Monster Hunter, in my opinion. Sequel to what was a lot of people's game of the year with Ghost of Tsushima. It's got controversy. I understand that. And so, that kind of knocks it down a few points for some people. It's not for me, but I'm just going to say, hey, they're making a sequel to a game that's original that everybody loved. For me, of course, the highlight was Soul Reaver, and it was also Blood Omen, because I've been wanting to play these games forever. So yeah, once again, I'm an old man, and my highlight was seeing old games get re-released. But overall, really good state of play. I'm really happy with it. No real complaints apart from the creepy guy with the fuck me eyes trying to get me to buy his PS5 or else he's gonna fuck my ass or something. So apart from him, overall, I would rate that state of play like a 7 to an 8 out of 10. Nothing that made me go, but it was it was good. It was damn good. The Blumhouse horror game looked good. Dragon Age looks like shit, but that's Dragon Age for you. So yeah, it wasn't mind-blowing. It wasn't perfect or anything. So I'd say it's like a 7. How about that? 7. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty stable state of play. I've definitely seen way worse from them. I could have done without seeing more on the Pro and shit. I know that they have to fucking do that because that's their main push right now. It's like you already did a whole thing dedicated to this shit. We don't need to fucking see it again.
I'm going to tell you about the PS5 Pro. Give me
Yes.
$1,000 or I'll be fucking your ass.
Like, I get it on a marketing perspective, but it just was like, I'm over it. I've already seen enough on this. It's shit. Who cares? I'm tired of all of these directs and all this stuff just relying on nostalgia. So as much as I'm excited for Lunar, I'm excited for Soul Reaver, all that kind of stuff, I'm also like, can we just show like a bunch of good games and not rely on this shit so much? I think that's where they get like the extra points from everyone, is just constantly being like, remember this game from 20 years ago? We're putting it back on the system. Yay. So, I get it as well. But I think sometimes they use it as a crutch a little bit too much, and I think State of Play did play on that. Now, of course, there were some really good games that were shown here. That Hell game looks great. The Hitman game has my attention. I don't have a VR2. I'm not buying a VR2 for this game, but it has my attention. Hitman's a good series. Fantasian, I'm excited for. So there's a bunch in there. Obviously, I'm excited for Soul Reaver. I'm going to be buying all that shit. But overall, I thought it was pretty good. I think I'm sitting more at like a 6 personally.
Oh, and,
there was
and
a lot
of,
of
course,
good
Lunar
in there, but
as well, and yeah, all of that stuff is can't forget about that. So a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
I was
It's like
seeing some people
Lunar's there.
being
There's a
like
lot of
more like
nostalgia
the state
bait.
of remakes, and I'm like, no, I'm the remake guy. I love my old shit. That reminds me of when I was happy in my life. There was that there, but there was a lot of new properties, and there was sequels to new properties, and there was VR, and there was new Souls games, and there was new crossovers with Stellar Blade. There was more updates for Astrobot. There was more indie games, good-looking indie horror games. So I think this was a well-rounded package, apart from the fact that the PS5 Pro guy wants me to fondle his package. Okay, I will be right back. So I'll be listening to all you reading comments and any more updates or opinions you have on the absolute state of play. And when I get back to it, we have more news coming at you live.
Yeah, Nier Automata crossover Stellar Blade is cool. I just wish that game was more polished. But yeah, I'm still sitting at about a 6. I don't know. I just... There's just something of like having to watch so much Dragon Age, having to look at these fucking controllers, looking at the Pro, there was enough trash in there too. So that's kind of where I'm at. Snapple says, if only Sony stuck with games in the same spirit of Astrobot instead of Concord. Well, the white pill here is that they started the show with Astrobot, showing the free DLC, which means that they do understand the significance. They've got that special little studios intro that's going on. They're adding IPs to Astrobot that people are passionate about on the PS5 currently. So they do, in that way, also have a thumb on the pulse. So who knows? Maybe we will start to see some better stuff here. But I agree that Concord was a fucking dog pile of shit, and I can't believe that happened. And you know what? Let's just hope for a better future in gaming. But absolutely, give me more stuff like Astrobot. I'm sold on that shit. D-Day saying, I'm interested in a fair amount of games. Still an L, though, since it's not enough to get me to buy a PS5 and a Pro, since that's the main goal of the presentation. That's the thing. The PS5 Pro being shown in this presentation and trying to show off, look at all these games that are going to get punched up for you, but you're not actually punching up the games enough. There's not enough sold here. That's my big problem with this, is that, like, what are you selling me? The whole point of this presentation is really to sell me on the PS5 Pro at this point, right? But that's not being sold to me based on what you're showing me. So I agree, it is an L to some degree. I'm curious for you and for anyone else who doesn't own a PS5 yet, what would have been the announcement that would have brought you in and made you a PS5 owner? Or do you feel like it's too late? Do you feel like, hey, we're at the end of the cycle, who cares? What the fuck is it? No, I don't want it. Fuck off with that shit. Get that the fuck away from me. No, I don't want it. Fuck off with that shit. Fuck that. I could smell it. Oh, that's nasty. I'm curious, though. Yeah, I don't know if it's better than Oreos. I'm curious, though, what would have sold you on getting a PS5? Is it just too late? Or are you just waiting for the PS6 and you're, like, over this cycle? Let me know. Let's see, we did read a bunch of you guys' comments during it, so I'm going to skip through some of that. Sergey says, yeah, the state of play was mid except for 3 games. What were the 3 games for you, Sergey? Let me know. How's it going, Nerdy Neo? Saying Metro was all right, but I never bothered to play the 3rd one. I didn't even know there was 3. How many are in their series? Must be quite a few, I guess, at this point. Flamage says, only Metro I know is Operation Metro Map in Battlefield. D-Day being excited about Lunar. Elvis saying that's his favorite game. Sapple saying, hey, Lunar, I'm looking forward to that. Just hoping there's a physical release. And let's pray it's not limited run games. Shall we? I fucking hope it's not limited run games. Sergey says, Kay, play the Metaphor demo. It's out now. I did have my eye on that. I am curious to play that. So it is on my radar. D-Day says he was the Tard Wrangler that kept the other guys in check talking about Fantasian. Very true. Yeah, we already talked about Dragon Age quite a bit, so we'll skip through that a little bit. Snapple saying, I hate VR games. I'm always sick after 15 to 20 minutes of play. Sergey saying, Soul Reaver. Flamage saying, I liked Soul Reaver and Blood Omen 2, but I never played Soul Reaver 2. I'm going to buy that probably. Hell is Us was my favorite looking, I think. Yeah, Hell is Us was very intriguing, and I agree with James' assessment that Death Stranding should have been that, realistically. So I am curious about that game.
It looks good, and I try to avoid Souls games. I don't really like the rhythm and stamina bars and the fireplace mechanics, or not fireplace, but fire, whatever. Those fiery mechanics. Bonfire mechanics. But it looked good. Obviously Souls games are a dime a dozen and they're here to stay, so I don't know. I'll have to get used to them, so I'll have to play one that's not fucking Jedi Survivor.
Go play Soul Reaver 2, Flamage. That's what I have to say.
That's what I'm gonna do.
2. Neo saying, I mentioned Asper remakes, mainly Battlefront, a few times tonight. Yeah, and Flamage saying, oh, the Battlefront remaster, folks, that's not great. Yeah, that was a botch on their end. They're hit and miss. Asper started out strong.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate scenario because Aspire was very banger after banger after banger because they had a very simple job of just porting old game to new system, and Battlefront was probably the biggest anticipated one, and they didn't realize how big it was going to be, and they really fucked up. They really fucked up on that one, and that could have been their biggest release. But if you looked at their smaller releases, like Stubbs the Zombie was great, all their Jedi Academy, Jedi Knight ports were great, Republic Commando, Episode 1 Racer, pretty much every other Star Wars game from the Xbox PS2 era was fine, more or less. A few bugs in KOTOR. They had the controversy with KOTOR 2, but they overpromised, and that was stupid. Nobody believed that they were going to actually pull that off. So yeah, they just really fucked up with Battlefront. So I personally am like, you fucked up with Battlefront. I wouldn't pre-order this. I'm a little excited. And the thick statue, I think, is just remaster laziness. I really, really do.
BD Jake's here. How's it going, BD Jake? Saying, like the stream nerds, also they're nerfing the art and legacy of Kane. Boo.
I think
Sergey
with any
says,
remaster, it's going to lose. Like, I was actually looking at that side by side. And if you look at the side by side section, it's a lot brighter and easier to see the new remaster, but it loses a lot of its color and its character in the game. So if you're a diehard Soul Reaver fan, you might still...
I don't think it loses its color. I think it looks nicer.
I think it's brighter and more clear, but I think it loses some of its shadows and darkness and contrasts and all that stuff.
Maybe. From that trailer, I didn't feel like I thought it was nice contrast personally from the trailer, but I won't know until I see it again.
I think diehards are going to have a justification and nitpick it.
It brings out the beautiful blues in Soul Reaver. That's why I don't have a problem with it. I think it looks great. But yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe you get deeper into it and you're like, whoa, this, like, if you put it side by side, it's hard to tell. But for me, I thought it looked nicer.
I'm, as someone that's always wanted to play this game but has never jumped into it, I am cautiously optimistic, but very cautious.
Sergey says they just stretch it out. Elvis says heavy doubt on Hitbox. And to your explanation, James, he says, does that change the face? And that changes the face features in terms of what you were describing for the statue. Do you believe that would change the face features?
Yeah, I think so.
Elvis also says, I don't trust bank error in their favor bullshit. It's happened too many times. And I don't blame you for feeling that way. I really don't. Like I said, I get why people are at their wits' end with shit and why they're not trusting any of this, giving benefit of the doubt, any of that. But, in my opinion, seeing it really feels like it's just stretched out. But let's see. Let's see if there's more stuff when the game comes out and we're like, oh, shit, okay, yeah, they clearly did fuck with this or not.
Look at the Destroy All Humans remake and how they fucked that up. The Destroy All Humans remake, a lot of people were praising that until it came out, and then somebody in a long play realized they changed one line. This is why I don't like the Destroy All Humans remake, and it was pretty much they changed one of the jokes related to like this Miss Universe pageant person pretty much getting abducted, and it referring to like, oh, we're gonna do probing on her kind of thing, and they changed the line of that. Yes.
They didn't just change one line in Destroy All Humans. They also took out a mission. They took out a
In 1 or
mission where
2?
you're supposed in the second one where you
Okay, I was
ruin
talking
the
about the first one.
relationship. Yeah, but just in general,
The
like that's
second
how
one has
bad
even
these were.
more censorship.
They literally took out a mission where you like essentially ruined someone's life by saying they transitioned. That you ruined someone's marriage by doing that because they felt like it was out of place or whatever.
The second game is even more censored, but in the first game, a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's 1-to-1, it's perfect," and all this stuff. And it took watching a long play and someone who is a diehard fan to be like, they changed a line, and then a bunch of us went into the Steam forums and being like, "You changed the line, da 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 da," and finally bullying the community manager to admitting to it and being like, "Yeah, we changed the line. The original one was insinuating rape. Of course, it's a better change, blah, blah, blah." And it's like, all right, fuck you, we're out. So I think with this whole statue thing, it's good to have your spidey senses going off on it. I am attributing it to laziness, but of course, it's potential that it'll be more than this. So for all you Soul Reaver fans, I would say think of the sexy characters that are in the game regarding women, and there seems to be women in this game. And see if that gets changed. Can you think of any lines of dialogue or anything that could insinuate one thing or another? Sort of that kind of thing. Make note of those. Watch the inevitable long play. It's a video game. There's going to be a no commentary long play the fucking second it drops. Go to that point in the game, look it up, and see if they've changed it. It's quite possible that it will be changed, and they're going to hide it until launch.
Flame H says patient gamers often win. That's a very good point, and I think that's a good way to be, is to just be a patient gamer. You'll win. Snapple says, could this statue also still be a work in progress? It could be subject to change later down the road.
And Aspire has been a company where if you tweet them, they will be like, oh, okay. Because they had...
Yeah.
And I don't even believe this was unintentional, but they, in a patch, removed sexy posters in the Tomb Raider remakes above the lockers of Lara Croft, and everyone was like, what the fuck? They were in the game initially, and they said, oh shit, our bad, that was a patch that actually took them out, and they put them back in. And I'm like, personally, I'm like, how the fuck would a patch take out those posters? Do you have a developer on the inside that's secretly doing this shit and you don't realize it or something?
Or like a texture went wrong or something.
So,
who knows?
So anyway, they're usually pretty responsive if you tweet them. So if you go and tweet them and you're like, hey, what's up with the statue? Why does it look wider? You might get a response. So I haven't done it yet, but I'm fine to do that. I'm willing to do that and tweet them. Maybe they'll block me too.
Here's my thing. I don't actually think it's a work in progress. I think that's what they're going to stick with. But after launch, if people complain enough, they might patch it. Because I find with them, they kind of are like, just make a thing, move on, make a thing, move on. So I don't actually feel like it is a work in progress and that it could be subject to change unless enough people complain about it. Then I can see them maybe going back and going, oh, fuck. But that footage that we saw, I don't think that footage is going to be altered anymore for the final product they release, at least on their launch day.
Yeah.
Elvis says, it's a 3D game. You don't need to stretch it out. You can field of view, alter it for widescreen. I hate to say this, but Asper kind of has a skill issue. I wonder if they really just don't understand that properly, Elvis.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trying to defend them. I genuinely feel like they have a fucking skill issue.
Yeah. That's the thing. That makes sense to me. Does that make sense to them? While I have liked a lot of their remakes and remasters, they aren't without bugs and without issues and stuff. For example, the dance sequence in Stubbs the Zombie, the remake, is you pretty much have to force your way through it. It's pretty busted. And that comes down to the usual case of this is a rhythm-based mechanic that was, and it's only one level, and then once you power through it, you're done. Rhythm-based mechanic that was on the original Xbox that was designed for CRT TVs, and you bring it back into the modern era, and it's totally fucking busted. So that one level in Stubbs the Zombie was busted, but you can force your way through it. There was ways you could fuck with the Episode 1 controls. It has, like, new controls that don't really work well on the Switch. They kind of fucked up porting over the Jedi Academy multiplayer on the Switch. That's where I played it. So, yeah, they're never been perfect. That's why I'm attributing this to laziness, and as Kay put it, stupidity, pretty much. So I think that's just what you get here. But I will take laziness and stupidity over agendas, personally. And that's what I think we're getting here, but we will see.
Imp's here saying, "What's up, nerds? How's it going, Imp?" He said, "With Ghost of Yote, it's people jumping at shadows. I don't blame them with the sheer amount of shit, but people are just mad and jumpy." And he says, "Sucker Punch was demonized by the media so hard for the game. If their publishers feel hard enough..." Oh, 1 second here. Angry Canadian came in with his member message. Thank you for being a brawler for 7 months, Angry Canadian. Saying, "I just want to say thank you, James, for reminding me to purchase another Switch console. I can't wait to add the Super Switch to my family of consoles."
Yeah, glad I could help, Angry Canadian. Thank you for being a brawler for 7 months.
Thank you, Angry Canadian. And super cool news. Go check out Angry Canadian's Twitter because he may or may not be visiting a certain museum.
I'm
Just
so
saying.
jealous. Take me
Just
with you. I'm
saying.
Canadian and I'm angry.
There you go. Imp says, "If their publisher feels hard enough, they may very well have their hands tied in certain decisions because, as Ubisoft showed us very recently, they still pay attention to legacy media, and no one fucking should. Let's be real." Let's see. Yeah, we talked about Dynasty Warriors quite a bit, guys. Yeah, but thank you so much. These comments are great, and I did read some of this during the footage. People are really excited for Monster Hunter.
It looks good.
Let's
And I've
see.
never have said that about a Monster Hunter, but it looks good.
D-Day saying, "Fuck Horizon." I agree. Sergey says, "Where's the Days Gone remake? Would rather have that."
So that's the thing. That was rumored. That
don't.
that was heavily rumored, almost confirmed, and that was actually a rumor for the State of Play that didn't come true. But I'm fine.
In the same way that I don't think The Last of Us should have been any remaster or anything, I don't think Days Gone needs it either.
It doesn't need it.
And I get the
It's
philosophy of like, well, if they're going to do it for these games that just came out, you might as well do it for Days Gone as well. But my philosophy on it is like, just don't do any of them. Days Gone doesn't need it at all. It looks great.
It's just weird because, yeah, it was all the leaks and rumors came true except for that one. Oh, see, look, sexy girl here. There you go. I don't know if you saw her. I'm doing... Oh, there was a girl and she had cleavage. Did y'all see it back there in Soul Reaver?
In a split second, I kind of saw it maybe.
That...
I saw something. I saw
There was a
blip.
girl in a red dress that he picked up or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. But that's what to look out for. See if they cover up her cleavage. Because they wouldn't do that. I mean, they shouldn't do that, but they could do that. That would be, to me, a huge indicator of censorship. So that's the one to look out for. And I don't even know this game. I want to know this game. But yeah, sexy girl in red dress. She had cleavage. It was a very Elizabethan era dress. But you could see cleavage. I saw it in the corner of my eye. My eye darted to the cleavage. So keep an eye out. Anyway, sorry.
D-Day
I got excited.
says, it's all good. D-Day says, "Give her different weapon play styles." And Sergey says, "Funny how there's a collab with Nier when Stellar Blade felt like a copy of Nier." I mean, I can't say because I haven't beat either, but I feel like they're different enough. I feel like Nier beats it in leaps and bounds. Stellar Blade, I can see why people like it, but it's not a great polished game by any means. I think that game also needed to be baked in the oven more, so I would be happy if they like made a better version of Stellar Blade, then I'd play it. Neo says it definitely played better than Dark Souls. Yes, Neo has been playing Dark Souls and he is not liking it.
I'm with you, Neo. I've been working on the podcast, but I heard you screaming when Kay was watching in the other room, and I'm with you. I'm not Soulsy enough for the Souls Club.
Sergey says, "Guys, remember the lizard from No Way Home, Amazing Spider-Man's?" I think he's referring to the fucking PlayStation 5 Pro guy. Slosh says, "Maybe they'll enhance our gaming experience by not releasing Last of Us 2 again. Wouldn't that be nice?" Flamage saying, "I love feudal Japan stuff." D-Day saying, "Just not your thing, man. I'm the same way with a lot of the settings you mentioned, unless there's a dark fantasy spin to them." Sergey saying, "Ghost is such a good fucking game." Slosh saying, "I'm like that with most fantasy games. I favor more sci-fi settings. Zelda is my only exception, and most normies won't care, unfortunately. I know a few people IRL that'll love the idea of a black samurai. They have no awareness of the controversy. And that's the thing. Most people don't hyper pay attention the same way that all of us do. That's just the truth of it. Yanu saying, I would have settled for Tom Cruise at this point. F both of these games. Imp is a little bothered by the female protagonist, Samurai. Insidious says the Ghost of Tsushima video quickly became our most watched video on our channel. Nice, but that is probably because we haven't played Suicide Squad yet. And I would say to that, don't fucking do it. But Nightmare is also making us do it. So I'd be a hypocrite to tell you not to when we're going to eventually have to touch it too.
Do it. I don't want to do it, but we're going to have to do it.
Let's see here. Imp says, buy a new console. Why? I have a killer PC and a ton of retro games. New consoles cost too much and offer too little. D-Day says, Monster Hunter being a PS5 Pro exclusive, and this is talking about what would sell you on the PS5. FF7 remake games not being shit, and of course Senran Kagura 7. Well, D-Day, you and I are both on this. Fuck Sony for what they did to Senran Kagura. I'm just saying. Fuck them for that. Elvis says, it's hard to compare side by side. They often use crappy display/source for older version to make it look much better. D-Day saying, like how easy to see and vibrant, smooth pictures make fighting anime less impactful as opposed to darker, sharper styles from 90s era anime. JB says, when Yoda said, judge me not by my size, I felt he was insinuating something. True. Imp says, oh fuck, they're pushing AC Shadows to February. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier, and there's a lot of theories behind it. Angry Canadian says, let's get those Nintendo Switch console sales numbers up. Elvis saying Horizon doesn't need a remaster either. Snapple saying Shift Up and Yoko Taro's company did a lot of collabs in the past with Nikkei. Not surprised they're doing one with Stellar Blade. D-Day saying the allure of Souls games back then was that they were new and weird. Not that the playstyle was great or anything. Sadly, people latched onto the series because if you don't like it, you're a scrub, apparently. I don't enjoy Souls games personally.
That's always like
my
I hate, that's one of my biggest pet peeves in gaming. If a game is hard and you don't like it, it's because you're bad at it. I fucking hate that. And it's just, it drives me nuts because it's like, no. I will beat it. I just fucking hate it. I can be good at a game and say it's shit. It's mutually exclusive.
Isn't that your whole, like, chip on your shoulder with Doom Eternal? You're
it's
like,
with a lot of games, but yeah, that's one of them. I swear I beat Doom Eternal out of spite. Because all my complaints were getting thrown out of, like, you're just bad at it. I beat it! Beat the last boss. Well,
yeah,
on one
I mean,
life,
people yelling
first
skill
try.
issues. Sometimes that's a cope too. It's just like, oh, you don't like my game skill
I
issue, and it's like,
hear it
shut
so
the
much,
fuck up.
bro.
Like, yeah. Dude says, we read about DW Origin saying, also it seems like they are using the same voice cast from DW9, and it was the first time I had to switch to Chinese-Japanese. FYI, each game in a Warriors series is more of an expansion. They change the battlefield's ad mechanics and characters. Dude saying, so if you've played Samurai 4, you don't need to play any of the earlier games. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. He says, my only emotion about the Horizon remaster is confusion. And from what he knows, it's mostly emulation, talking about the PS1, the classic games and all that stuff.
Okay.
On the PS5, he says, I like that both Xbox and PlayStation have made more consoles than reasons to own the consoles. He's wondering if he can change ya by getting you to play Samurai Warriors, saying, I wonder if Samurai Warriors can intrigue you about feudal Japan. And this is a special message for Nerdy Neo. Dude says Neo needs to get good. And there you go.
I was just complaining about that, and then, oh my god.
Hey, I'm just sharing the
You're just
message.
the messenger?
Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just here to read.
I will gladly shoot the messenger, and I'll enjoy it. Okay, you ready for the next story?
Do it up.
Okay. So, here we go. This is so insanely autistic and hilarious. We had to talk about
What
it.
else is new? Like,
oh yeah, this whole show is autistic. I don't even have to elaborate on
we'll
it.
just call it the Autism Podcast. Done.
So, here we go. Posted in Japanese by Nintendo, thinking we couldn't read it. And I can't. But that's why we have a whole bunch of articles lined up on it. Nintendo says, we posted the news release filing lawsuit for infringement of patent rights against Pocket Pair Inc. Yes, that's right. Nintendo has finally pulled the trigger. They dropped the patent, and Nintendo and Pokemon are suing Palworld maker Pocket Pair. Palworld is accused of infringing multiple patent rights that belong to Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have filed a patent infringement lawsuit against Pocket Pair, which makes the game Palworld, from Nintendo's press release. Nintendo, together with the Pokemon Company, filed a patent infringement lawsuit in the Tokyo District Court against Pocket Pair Inc. on September 18th, 2024. This lawsuit seeks an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages on the grounds that Palworld, a game developed and released by defendant, infringes multiple patent rights. In response, Pocket Pair issued a statement saying it was unaware of any patents it had violated and was not notified of such details. Nevertheless, it would begrudgingly begin investigating the claims. It is truly unfortunate that we'll be forced to allocate significant time to matters unrelated to game development due to this lawsuit. However, we'll do our utmost for our fans and ensure that indie game developers are not hindered or discouraged from pursuing their creative ideas. Palworld, which is still in early access, became one of the first big gaming hits of 2024 when it launched in January, selling more than 5 million copies in 3 days. The survival crafting game, which has been described as Pokemon with guns, has your character working with monsters or pals, but some of Palworld's monster designs are remarkably similar to Pokemon, and people almost immediately called out Palworld for the apparent ripoffs. And then, okay, they just added a statement from Pocket Pair. So we have more articles on this. There's been so many takes. There's been so many legal takes on this. But Nintendo finally said, fuck it. We don't want competition. We just want to win and dominate the market with our Pokemonopoly. So let's go over and read some of these articles here. Japanese patent law expert says Nintendo may have strengthened its claims specifically to target Palworld. Many Nintendo's patents were registered after Palworld's launch. Nintendo may have strengthened specific patents in order to make its Palworld lawsuit more legally robust. Analysis from a Japanese legal firm specializing in patent law concludes that patents established before the release of Palworld did not necessarily correspond to the mechanics of Palworld, while patents submitted after Palworld launched into early access this year worked to improve this. Nintendo's own two groups of patents that the analysis suggests are those that it will argue Palworld developer Pocket Pair has infringed on. Both groups relate specifically to Pokemon Legends Arceus and focus on throwing balls to capture creatures in an open world, and the ability to use a kind of mount in order to get around the world on a creature's back. Of the 8 patents and 2 pending patents in those two groups, however, the analysis states that only 3, 1 from the first group and 2 from the second, were registered before Palworld's release. That suggests that Nintendo could have played Palworld, identified any similarities, and then focused in on specific areas in order to increase the strength of its claim. That suggestion lines up with one that the industry analyst who claimed that Nintendo had the wherewithal to have sued half the gaming industry back in 2017. The volume of patents the company owns means it has the right to pick and choose which ones it wants to enforce at any given time, and having essentially given up on attempting to enforce any copyright claims, it has made the decision to go after Pocket Pair because it felt threatened by Palworld's expansion. Sadly, it might take some time before we get a final verdict, as the lawsuit is more likely to take 5 years to conclude. Oh my goodness. All right. We have another take from a lawyer here. Video game patent lawyer says Nintendo is taking a risk with its Palworld lawsuit. They've exposed themselves in a big way. If you're too broad, then you've given them a pathway to make the patent go away. When Nintendo announced its lawsuit against Palworld developer Pocket Pair last week, kicked off the immediate conversations about how well Pocket Pair could hope to fare in court. Despite Nintendo's last few years on the intellectual property warpath, IP lawyer and video game patent expert Kirk Sigmund says success in its Palworld lawsuit is far from guaranteed. In fact, Sigmund says that in suing Pocket Pair, Nintendo risks losing its patent entirely. In an interview with PC Gamer covering the video game patents and the Palworld lawsuit, Sigmund said that drafting a patent filing is a delicate balancing act, especially when it's a patent on a video game design concept. Your job, to some degree, is to weave the delicate balance between going overly narrow, allowing everyone to freely knock off your idea because you've described it so narrowly, and going too broad, Sigmund said. If you're too broad, then you've given them a pathway to make the patent go away because you've given them an opportunity to prove that it was already in existence. By Sigmund's estimation, some of the claims made by the patents widely assumed to form the basis of Nintendo's lawsuit skew too broad. I mean, this part of Nintendo's patent is easy as hell to find. Control a player character in a virtual space based on operation input. That alone, I could throw away a variety of video games at. By basing a patent lawsuit on potentially overbroad claims, Sigmund explained Nintendo playing with fire. Both US and Japanese patent law have mechanisms for invalidating patents leveled against you. If Pocket Pair is able to prove that the claims made by Nintendo's patents are demonstrated in prior art, meaning similar design elements had already existed in other games, then Nintendo would just lose its lawsuit. It could lose its patent entirely. Because this is drafted fairly broadly, even in Japanese, you can get clever about what games you're looking at as prior art, what references you're looking at, Sigmund said. You'd be surprised how often you can make those arguments. They've exposed themselves in a big way. And if you want to read that whole interview, it is massive, so I will not bore you all with the details. It's already legal speak, so there's already a lot we're going through. But I will read the headline here. This is the entire interview, and as you can see, it is a big, deep interview. So if you are really interested in this topic, I highly recommend going to check out this interview. Headline is, a video game patent lawyer breaks down Nintendo's risky Palworld lawsuit. It definitely feels like a punishment. Crash course in the video game patent law and the legal minefield Nintendo's navigating by suing Pocket Pair. And then another one, we're just going to go into the need to know section. This could just be the first pounding of Nintendo's giant global IP protection hammer. Industry experts weigh in on why we should be concerned over the Palworld lawsuit, looking at Nintendo versus Pocket Pair patent controversy and what this could mean for the gaming industry outside of Japan. Nintendo and its partner, the Pokemon Company, have submitted a lawsuit in Japan accusing Pocket Pair of patent infringement. Legal experts have been speculating on the case and what this could actually mean for the gaming industry in and outside Japan. Pocket Pair has also announced a delay to the PS5 version of Palworld in Japan specifically. So yeah, that is something to be concerned about. Obviously, look, I'm usually a Nintendo fanboy lately, but I will just say in this regard, no. I am 100% fine with this game existing. In fact, Palworld, while at first glance it seems like it resembles Pokemon more, it actually is more of a ripoff of like Ark and all of those sort of games. It doesn't play anything like Pokemon. It's very much an early access open world survival slop game, just like Ark and the billions of other clones it spawned in that degree. The only similarity to Pokemon is in its character designs, so I could see the middle ground here be like you have to fucking change how your characters look. Because yes, some of the pals or whatever the fuck they're called in this game look almost one-to-one with Pokemon. It's like Walmart brand Pokemon up in there. But the actual mechanics and the gameplay are nothing like Pokemon. The problem is that Pokemon does have a monopoly on the pocket monsters, grabbing a monster and being like, hooray, I got my little monster guy, let's go on an adventure type format. And if you've paid attention to Pokemon in the past, I want to say less than 10 years, maybe 5 to 10 years, you'll have noticed that their games have tanked in quality. Pokemon fans have been suffering with these shitty, horrible games for the past close to 10 years, I guess, at this point, and it's not looking like it's getting any better because they can just churn out a shitty Pokemon game half-assed and Pokemon fans will eat it. Nintendo and Pokemon, because it's also like a separate entity, it's really weird, sees Palworld, sees it gain all this hype, and sees characters that are very similar to Pokemon, and they get panicked because their monopoly is dying. So of course I feel that Palworld should exist, and I'm against Nintendo in this way. Do they have a case for changing some of the character designs? Maybe, but the gameplay is not even resembling Pokemon. I am happy that Palworld exists to add a fire under Nintendo's ass, and I think it should continue to exist because the last like 5 Pokemon games have been fucking garbage, and I genuinely feel bad for fans of Pokemon video games. Okay, do you have any thoughts yet?
I have quite a few thoughts on this. Well, first of all, it's interesting that they're going over a patent specifically and not over the visual, because to anyone looking at it, that is the number one thing, right? You see it and it's like characters look like fucking Jigglypuff and shit. Like it obviously has the character design, but they're not going after that. They're going after the patent. And I think it's really dangerous to go after a game mechanic in general. These game mechanics should be completely free range, can be in any game. It shouldn't be tied to just one property. That to me is just such a fuck you to the industry. And This is the thing that bothers me about Nintendo. This is why I can't be a full-blown Nintendo fangirl, because they are so out of touch when it comes to content creation. They've tried to go against that in general. They're constantly trying to sue the shit out of people that are making, mods and shit for their games. Like, any way that they can, like, attack people that are making fan creations based on their games, they try to go after people like that. And now there's a game that is fairly in the market, not actually taking anything from the property, no matter how much you feel there might be similarities. This is a different game, and Nintendo is going after it. And Nintendo, I have a question. Were you not the same company that said it's about fun? Was gaming about fun? You're going to destroy the fun in gaming if you don't allow other companies to innovate. You can't be the only company to innovate. It's insane. That, to me, says that you don't fully believe in that message of, we just want gaming to be fun and everyone to have a good time. If you really felt that way, you wouldn't be going after other companies that are trying to make something good as well. So it honestly really pisses me off that Nintendo is doing this, and I hope it gets thrown out. Fucking hope it gets thrown out. There are games that precede Pokemon, by the way, from like the 80s and 90s. Not that I could name them off the top of my head because they're super old, but like there are games that have used kind of a similar Pokemon mechanic before, where you essentially enslave monsters that you're fighting in order to use them as soldiers to fight for you.
Yes.
So this isn't even Nintendo didn't even pioneer this. Right? Like, there are other games who have done this mechanic before. So it's insane that they're trying to, like, hammer down on this shit. And apparently I've read some places that it's, like, the actual, like, capturing and the balls and shit are similar or something. It's all fucking retarded. Nintendo, if you care about the future of gaming, drop this. If you truly, honestly care about the industry, fucking drop this. It's insane that you're going down this path. You are completely out of touch. And if this turns against you and it hurts you, you deserve it, because this is insane and this is wrong. So yeah, I'm pretty fucking upset about it. And I don't like that they're also tying a company that, is just getting on their legs and starting to be successful in this like frivolous 5-year lawsuit potentially, when they could be just creating more good shit.
I think the game is kind of shit. I think it's garbage, but at least it gives Nintendo competition, because they don't have competition when it comes to Pokemon, and their games show, because they're so lazy and they're such cash grabs themselves. Get some fucking competition so that the Pokemon games actually are better, because they haven't been worthwhile playing like since the fucking DS.
Palworld is not taking money away from Nintendo. Let's be honest. The people that are going to buy Pokemon are going to keep buying Pokemon. And Nintendo, I mean, it's like second party, right? Like, it's not quite first party with the Pokemon games, but they're very still closely involved. And they've even said, we reported on this almost a year ago, that the cycle for which they pump out Pokemon games is going to slow down so they can increase the quality. So focus internally and make your games better, and it doesn't matter what else is created out there. People will go to you because you are the, in their minds, pioneer. This kind of stuff just makes me feel like Nintendo is almost like the Apple of the gaming world, where it's like there are other companies that made stuff before you and did all this shit, but you have the fancy packaging and you make it easy to access and everything, so therefore people will flock to you. It's like, you have that stance already. Why do you need to go and tear other people down? I just don't get it. So fuck Nintendo on this one.
And here's a look at the patent if you're curious. It's a killer patent, Kurihara said. It seems like it'd be hard to avoid if you want to make a Pokemon-like game, and it's easy to infringe if you're not careful. This is just one of them. This is the most obvious one. I think they filed 8, it was said. While filed this summer, so after Palworld's release, Kurihara highlighted this patent had been filed onto a pre-existing parent patent filed by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company in December 2021, preceding Palworld's launch. This means it could be indeed used in a patent battle with Palworld now. And you can see it's very fucking simple. You cannot use ball to catch monster. But here you go. Palworld developers, Pocket Pair, their lawyers, or whatever you want. I have a weapon for you. And it's the same weapon that won Nintendo a lawsuit long, long ago. You remember there was a lawsuit based on Donkey Kong resembling King Kong, owned by Universal. And Nintendo hired the lawyer named Kirby, and they defended them, and they pretty much won based on the fact that there's a lot of different monkey monsters, and even King Kong is inspired by other shit. Therefore, you have no basis to say us being inspired by this means we need to take it down. And that lawyer was seen as like a savior of Nintendo, and they went on to name Kirby after him. You can use that same weapon all these years later on Nintendo. Let's take a look at this. From Pimp Master Broda, the patent that Nintendo is trying to sue Palworld over is the sphere being too similar to Pokeballs, included in the overhand throwing technique and hand placement. Ironically, Pokemon's creator admitted that he borrowed the idea of Pokeballs from Ultraman. And then Purity Sin also added, oh, that's going to be fucking hysterical if Palworld shows proof of the creator admitting that in court. Hell, a lot of Pokemon designs were inspired by Dragon Quest. And so, here you go. Of course, we know this. But 10 Pokemon designs based on Kaiju. And here, I found a Reddit thread from 2 years ago. How Ultraman inspired Pokemon. Not sure if this is old news or not, but just something I found that'd be worth sharing here. Many might not be aware, but originally Pocket Monsters was originally going to be called Capsule Monsters. But since Satoshi Tajiri was running into trouble trademarking, he eventually settled with the name we have today. That alone would have given us the usual 7th anniversary meme, since he was the one with Capsule Monsters, but it was far from being limited to just that. In a book called New Game Design, Tajiri goes over some explanation of how Ultra Monsters and Menko cards inspired stuff like battling and connectivity aspect that the game offered. Then we have some stuff found on old beta cartridges and even the manga chronicling Tajiri's story. One of them mentions a cut Pokemon called Boo. The creature looked like a male counterpart for Jinx, but it was heavily inspired by Woo from Ultraman. The article even mentioned inspiration from Ultraman as part of the process they were used to create Pokemon Cries. The Pokédex was kind of inspired by Kamen Rider trading card album, which remains as being the oddball. Either way, Tsubarara would eventually get back by being inspired by Pokemon anime to create the Ultraman Cosmos. It's on the book Ultraman is Crying that had someone from Tsuri Barara's family relating how the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. All in all, it just goes to show how much of a big icon Ultra is on Japan. Not that we needed confirmation of or anything. So there you have it. Case closed. Pokemon, even you have taken inspirations from things.
It's an excellent point. Everything is inspired from something with this kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, like Nintendo, like how many times has Nintendo been on record saying that like Zelda is inspired by Twin Peaks, for example?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I
ever
mean?
Since
So
Link's
what the
Awakening,
fuck are you doing?
Yeah, ever since Link's Awakening, Ocarina, Majora's Mask, all that stuff is Twin Peaks inspired. Mario is inspired by greasy Italians in New York. So is there going to be an Italian board of men being like, hey, we want some of those royalties by Zano.
Give us our culture back. Yeah, exactly. So it's all fucking retarded. Fuck you, Nintendo. I ain't happy about this shit. Let's catch up on a few comments and then we'll go to the next one.
Sounds great.
Let's see here. Neo saying there's a big difference between Souls games and hack and slashes. Yep, agree. D-Day saying Neo would probably do as in the game, Neo, not nerdy Neo. Neo would probably do a better job also on Onimusha to convince you that Feudal Japan's better. Feudal Japan with a horror twist.
That sounds
I said
more
we
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would like that, actually. Slosh says Melee Spurgs in response to the Autism podcast. I like it. We're the Melee Spurgs now. I'm down for that podcast name.
We be Spurgs.
D-Day says, no competition, just buy our Pokeslop. Exactly. Imp says, everyone says Nintendo is fucking in the wrong. What a fucking surprise. Exactly. Hey, Static, how's it going? Neo saying, yeah, look at what Warner Brothers did after copywriting, in brackets, trademarking, the Nemesis system. Nothing. Neo says, Nintendo is asshole. True. D-Day saying Pokemon also has similar looking monsters to Dragon Quest series, and that is older than them. Exactly. Dragon Quest is like one of the oldest JRPGs of all time. So Slosh says, I love Nintendo, but yeah, it's petty. At the same time, I feel like they didn't try to look if they didn't try to look so obviously legally distinct to the Pokemon, it wouldn't be as bad. Like a normie wouldn't be able to tell the difference. When I first saw Palworld, even I thought it was a Pokemon game for a brief moment. And I do get that part of it. And it's just weird that they're not even suing for that part. They're just suing for the patents. It's almost like they feel like they don't have grounds to do it, but they still want to get back at them. That's how it feels. But again, it all comes down to, and I think, James, you showed it perfectly. There's monsters that Pokemon is inspired by as well.
Yeah.
How many
and like
Pokemon
I said,
exist
this is
at
literally
this point
what
now?
saved
Like,
Mario. This is what saved Nintendo back in the
Yeah.
day. They named a whole character after the lawyer that used this argument. And because they were like, Universal was going to take Nintendo down for King Kong inspired games and all that stuff. And they're like, yeah, everything's inspired by everything. You got inspired by other shit. Go fuck yourself. So they can just throw it back at them and they'll win.
It's such a weird conversation because there is a certain feeling like you look at that trailer in the State of Play, for example, and you go, oh my god, is there a Pokemon game on PS5? No, never mind, it's Palworld. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that had that feeling. So I do agree on that side where it's like they do look similar, but why does Nintendo get to have that deep of a like say on that creatures can't be in that art style almost? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Pokemon, we've just been so like
Listen to me, Jack.
attuned to
Just
it in
because
pop
soldiers
culture
are
that
on the same
Pokemon
side-
look a certain way. And so anything that even slightly resembles it, our brains instantly snap to like, oh, that's a Pokemon. And I think that's a part of it. So it's interesting to see. I don't think Nintendo has grounds to stand on, but I do understand on a normie perspective, it absolutely could look like a Pokemon game. Fallen Angel's here saying, shit, how's it going, Fallen Angel? You missed it earlier, but I said I want to play Alundra. I looked it up after you mentioned it yesterday, and it looks fucking awesome. Slosh says, that's why Warner Brothers can't use the King Kong name since Universal owns the name, hence why Kong Skull Isle, Godzilla vs. Kong, etc. DD saying Tyranitar is basically Godzilla. Slosh says, oh, Takatsu inspiring Pokemon. Nice. Static says, is there anything new anymore? Well, again, that's the thing. Everything's derivative of everything at this point. Slosh saying, also look at those Dragon Quest original designs compared to Pokemon. Fallen Angel says, I have several recommendations for old games. Okay, feel free to fire them at me. I have a document open right now. I'm on a JRPG talk with Carl tomorrow. And so I have this big document that I've been writing in general of just like JRPGs I like and things I want to say on the show. But at the bottom of this page, I have all of the recommendations compiled of different like JRPGs and stuff you guys have recommended to me over the, past few months or whatever. So if you have any other JRPGs, let me know. I'll write them down. And then, yeah, that's it. We're caught up.
All right, folks. So let's go to the next story. And yeah, this one made me mad. So, of course, we've been covering on this channel since Sweet Baby's emergence and everything. Just the state of the industry, where it is, where they're filling their agenda, and all that stuff. What does this mean for the future of the industry? How can they control the future of the industry when obviously primarily the majority of people that love games, that want in games, are like, red-blooded men that just want to have fun and make quality games? Well, here's what you do. You make it so that those people can't enter the industry, or it's very hard to. So let's think about the future for a second and look at what some of these studios are doing. Some of these studios that you all might be a fan of. Right here, off the bat, we go over to CD Projekt Red. Scandalous move by CD Projekt. Men are once again of the worst sort. Are you a man? Do you dream of getting into a company like CD Projekt? You don't have the money? Well, we're sorry, because the next edition of scholarships and mentoring programs is starting, but only for women. Girls in the Game is a scholarship program aimed exclusively at women, primarily from smaller towns, who dream of working in the video game development. As part of it, high school students can receive whatever that currency is, $1,200 of it, gross to cover the cost of education and development, as well as the opportunity to join a mentoring program with a person responsible for education from the very source of CD Projekt Red. There will be workshops and a huge dose of knowledge. This is another edition of what is already a very popular program. In the past, we've had the opportunity to check what it is all about and what a CD Projekt Red representative had to say about it. I am very happy that we are starting recruitment for the 3rd edition of the Project 3D Projekt Red Girls in the Game. The participants of the previous 2 editions showed a whole range of talents, delighted us with their projects, and above all, their incredible development during the program. Their passion and energy inspired us all. The gaming industry needs talented girls, so we encouraged all interested candidates to apply and enjoy the adventure, says Agazaga Sazamalek Mekashalaka. Did I just summon a demon? Director of Culture, Diversity, and Inclusion at CD Projekt Red. Why are you employed? Culture, diversity, and inclusion, but without equality. The first signs of discontent have already appeared online concerning DEI in general, but not this case. We wrote about this earlier. At that time, it concerned another larger publisher, Ubisoft, where the requirement to join the development at the Ubisoft program was and is to be a woman who identifies non-binary. Since a rather interesting question has appeared on social media, we asked CD Projekt Red directly, does the company intend to create or does it already exist as scholarship in other programs, but for men? We haven't received an answer yet. And you know what? Why don't we go look at that from Ubisoft? You mentioned Ubisoft is doing that too. Let's look at it. This comes from Lucas Knick. Ubisoft wants to build an inclusive entertainment industry that reflects the diversity of our players. Also Ubisoft, fuck men. With more people playing video games than ever before, it's important for us to help build an inclusive entertainment industry that reflects the diversity of our players. With this mentorship, we have an exciting opportunity to support talents from different backgrounds, bringing fresh perspectives and new ideas. The selected candidates will create a project based on predetermined theme and will be mentored by a Ubisoft expert over a fixed period. From November 2024 to March 2025, during this time, they'll receive feedback to help build their project. Eligibility. To be eligible, you must identify as a woman or as a non-binary individual, be 18, currently attend or have graduated, blah, 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 have less than 2 years of professional
Yeah, and you
experience.
see this, okay, you must identify as a woman or a non-binary individual, and then you wonder why more people are becoming trans.
Yeah.
It's because of these programs that are saying to you, as a man, you don't fucking get to be in this
You don't
unless
matter.
you
will not be
identify that
employed.
way. Exactly. And that is just so fucking disgusting that you're literally going to convert and push people to that point just because they can't be included in programs like this. It absolutely drives that. That's fucked up, man. Sorry, that just really pissed me off.
Yep. And Vera Dark commented on this, saying Ubisoft has opened their Develop at Ubisoft program to provide mentorship opportunities for women and non-binary individuals in the industry. In May, Warner Brothers announced a near identical one. Both exclude men. Here's the Ubisoft one we just talked about. But then leveling up together at Warner Brothers Games. One leadership program is prioritizing professional growth for women and non-binary individuals within Warner Brothers Discovery Games organization. It's a wonder. It's doing wonders for their stocks. So yeah, this is fucking maddening. As a gamer, all I want is good quality games free of all of their fucking agendas. Of course, it is primarily women and these people that are going to be pushing these agendas. So this is how they control the future of the industry. They will make it so that only these sort of games exist. Life is Strange is going to look like fucking Duke Nukem in comparison in the next fucking 10 years if they have it their way. And yeah, imagine being a man and wanting your whole life to make video games. You grow up, you work hard, you go to university, you deal with all that bullshit that you have to deal with, then you're ready to get your job. And everywhere you see, it's just like, no, we only want women. We only want trannies. We only want non-binary people. We only want this, 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 this. And even if you go past that, they have all these quotas to only hire women, only hire trannies, only hire this, 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 this. So then you're filtered even more, and you're filtered even more, and filtered even more, even though you're more qualified than any of the people that are taking your job away. And then you wonder why quality of games is going down. It's because the quality of the people making the games is going down because of the high quality men are getting filtered out. And then like you said, Kay, then all these men go, I can't get a job anywhere. Society fucking hates me. I'm belittled constantly. I guess I'll cut my cock and balls off, and then I'll be fucking accepted. That's the only fucking way. All this pressure nonstop through teenage years, all this stuff leading up to this, and it just fucking becomes too much. So I'm fucking sick of it. And it's maddening. It's fucking maddening. So Ubisoft, this is why. This is why I want you dead. Here's a prime example why I will laugh when Ubisoft is dead. And CD Projekt Red, oh, but they made Witcher 3. They made a single good game one time. Fuck you too. You are fucking assholes, and we have seen since Witcher 3 your slow erosion into what you've become, and look at what you've become. And it's only going to get fucking worse, isn't it? I'm so excited for that next Witcher game, which I'm sure will be just top value. So fuck all these companies. And I will constantly, loudly, and proudly say, go fuck themselves, and I will call them out. If they are discriminating against men for just because they're men, and they just want women that will do half as good of a job as the man, they can go burn in a fire for all I fucking care. Go fuck yourselves. You want the game industry to burn down? Burn it then. I will laugh.
I'm going to take a lighter note on this one. I don't know why, but this is what came to my brain. James, that was an excellent rant, but I'm sorry, this is totally a lighter note. So, on this topic, I've been watching old cartoons lately. Roll with me, guys. This is going to relate. There's this Jim Henson cartoon called Dog City. Do you guys know that cartoon? It's
Dog
fucking
City.
great. I love Dog City.
City.
It's so good. And so they did this episode, I was watching it recently, where the mafia took over the school system. And so they put all the teachers, the principals in the school, and then all of the students would be taught like how to steal, how to be criminals, all this kind of shit, right? And it was this whole thing that the main character had to solve. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because this is the way that they are going to change the industry from the inside. If you breed them at such a young age, or in this case, if you infest the industry with the type of people that you want to control the industry, at the end of the day, eventually that industry will lose everybody that was originally there, and it will just be this and that's it. And that's exactly what they're doing by putting all these guardrails and saying, only for women, only for non-binary, because they know that there's a certain philosophy that comes attached to that. And the more that you put those kinds of people in place, they're going to be the people that are then hiring more people in there and more people in there. The people who originally made the games are going to start to retire as they age. So you're filtering it out and pretty much making it so that 20 years from now, you won't see a white man working at one of these fucking companies. They've completely just made it everything else. They made the smorgasbord or whatever you want to call it. So that is the game plan with all of these kinds of programs, is to slowly filter out these kinds of people that were making the games and passionate and everything, and just let's bring in the ideology. Let's push all this. You're going to keep seeing it more and more. So fuck these companies that are doing it. It pisses me off to no end. And I know I made that funny at the beginning, but there was a reason. I'm just saying it's the smartest way to fucking do it, is you just completely control who's involved in the industry, and then you'll never see a game again that doesn't act like all that shit. You're just going to see more of the shit that we're trying to argue against that we don't want to see in the industry. It's going to crumble the AAA industry eventually, and that's when indie sweeps in. And those devs are going to start to be propped up, and we're going to see great games from them. But then it's all a cycle. Eventually, they may also end up in that as well and become what they hate, right? So fuck these companies. Go support indie for now. They're actually making good shit. But anyone who's gatekeeping in this way they don't fucking deserve our respect. I don't think these programs should be gatekept by certain genders or anything like this, any race, nothing. And I agree. Burn Ubisoft. Fuck you. Between your good game guide, between fucking telling us only certain people can be in the industry, crying constantly that you are the minority in this industry when it's now the majority. Look at the fucking rooms of devs and everything that you see now. How many pictures do you see? This is our team. And it's just like, there's no one in sight that looks like they're actually a fucking gamer. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm with you.
Perfect.
Also,
All right.
Dog City's great.
Dog City is great. I agree. All right, Kay, are you ready for the next story?
I am.
Okay. Well, folks, originally I was going to go through the Tokyo Game Show with you guys as well. That was the Xbox Tokyo Game Show, similar to how we did the State of Play. But we're going to be on Side Scrollers tomorrow morning, bright and early. And so in the interest of time, I am just going to go through the news, and we're going to highlight the news from the Tokyo Game Show. And yeah, maybe I'll watch a trailer or two. I have all the trailers. I have all the footage just cut up so we can go skip super quick so that I won't be on Side Scrollers tomorrow, tired as fuck, being like, what is that? What is it? Yeah, what am I? Who do I hate now? Yes, CD Projekt Red. Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah,
So,
you're going to see us on the internet all day tomorrow, guys. I'm personally on 3 shows, so we'll be there.
God. So here we go. We are going to do a news roundup super quick of everything at the Tokyo Game Show Xbox broadcast. And we're going to cut out. Look, it was Phil Spencer. I don't want to see Phil Spencer. You don't want to see Phil Spencer. So let's start it. So right off the bat, they kicked off with Metal Gear Solid Triangle. A snake eater opens up the Xbox broadcast. You know what? I will see this trailer. This is obviously
Listen to me,
one.
Jack.
Let's look at
Just
it. And Kay, you will just need to look at the stream there, if that's okay. Let's look at it.
because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Is that why you abandoned me?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
Are you one of Vulcan's men?
No. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain. That's what they were making you build?
Yes, the Shagohod.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo.
If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by Gru? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
Even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger.
Colonel!
It'll be our friend, the American defector.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times.
Sorry I'm late.
All right, well, you know, I have never really played a Metal Gear game. I've always been interested in Snake Eater, but I gotta say, it looks good. It looks pretty
Why, hello there.
So
If that
fun.
distinctive
What do you-
pumpkin
no!
spice aroma and abundance
Stop
is...
it, IGN. I don't want pumpkin spice. Dear Lord, autoplay. God. But yeah, I think it's fucking gorgeous. I don't, again, just like with Soul Reaver, I know even less about Metal Gear. I don't know if they're doing any race swapping or anything like that, but it's like graphically stunning. The girls look sexy in it. At least the last one did. And yeah, I think it's good. I've always wanted to play Snake Eater, so now I have the question of, do I play my original? I own it. I own the PS3 like up-res version, or do I just jump into this? Kay, any thoughts on Snake Eater?
Oh, it sold me. It sold me. I'm in a similar boat to you. I've not played any of these, and I'm like, yeah. Fucking
It looks
inject
great. It looks
Yeah.
really fucking good. And obviously this game doesn't appeal to me, but Snake Eater has always been a game where I'm like, that's a bucket list game. I got to play it. Okay, coming up next, we're not going to watch a trailer of this because fuck Overwatch. Good Lord, who cares? But it's getting a crossover with My Hero Academia. Who gives a fuck? My God, Overwatch has died already. My Hero Academia is obviously a really big anime or whatever. So I'm sure that will pump up Overwatch's numbers a little bit. But, oh God, I'm sick of them stealing money. Age of Mythology Retold Immortal Pills announced. An expansion
Yes.
for simulation game Age of Mythology Retold was announced, called Immortal Pillars. It will take players through the myths of China. With an all-new pantheon of gods, powers, and mores, Xbox debuted the trailer for downloadable content and made it clear that it's coming to Xbox Game Pass Day 1. Though other details are still hazy and no other details or price was announced, did confirm 12 new gods, including Nuwa, Goddess of Creation, Chi-Wu, and Bull-Hearted God of War, and Nuba, Restless God of Drought, will be available. Okay.
What the fuck? Wait, dude. Dude just said that they fucked over Deku by giving a skin to Tracer. What?
I don't know anything about My Hero Academia. Who's Deku?
Anime fans will understand how fucking weird that is. That makes no fucking sense. That they made Deku Tracer. Anyways, sorry, continue. That just shocked me.
No. That's good. Kay, I wanted your thoughts because you like Age of Mythology and all that stuff. What are your thoughts on that? If you want me to hunt down the trailer, I will for you.
No, it's fine. I'm Age of Mythology. I'll play fucking any of it. I'm in.
All right.
You just have to literally say Age of Mythology, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try it.
It's weird that they link like every other trailer and not that one. So I don't know. Maybe it barely showed any footage or something.
Because Age of Mythology fans are like this. We're just like, Age of Mythology, sure.
Done. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Because they even linked this, which is interesting as I'm an old school Blizzard fan. StarCraft Remastered and StarCraft 2 are coming to Game Pass. Now they said Game Pass. A lot of people are confused. I'm pretty confident this is not Xbox Game Pass. This is PC Game Pass.
That makes the most sense. I don't see StarCraft working well on console.
Yeah, so that's fine.
StarCraft 64 was a thing, right? Wasn't that really bad?
That was infamously bad, yeah. But there is RTSs since that work well on console. But yeah, StarCraft wouldn't be one of them. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle gets a new trailer. That's nice. This game looks great. And I talk about this in the rapid fire. This is a cute little cozy slice of life game where you play a little Tanuki and you deliver errands and give mail and everything. It's called Super
awesome.
Cute Tanuki. It looks lovely and wonderful. It's not exclusive to Xbox. It's coming on Steam as well. Highly recommend looking into it. It looks cozy as shit. I'm interested in it. Threads of Time is another take on a 2D HD RPG formula. Another take on the HD 2D combat coined by Square. Threads of Time is an upcoming role-playing game from publisher Humble and developer Rio Games, just beyond gorgeous 2.5D pixel art. Game looks to feature a myriad of anime cutscenes. The trailer showed off plenty of these, including a dramatic boss fight against mystical beasts. Explore different areas, assemble your party, and restore the ancient order of the Time Knights, reads the official synopsis. From the majestic...
Generic JRPG. I mean, like...
All right, if that's Kay's opinion, then that's mine as well.
That doesn't tell me anything, and the image is not even a character. You can tell if it's going to be a decent game based on the character art, which they're not even fucking showcasing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can pull up the trailer if you want.
Oh, I can see a character kind of in that image.
Yeah,
They look fine.
I'm trying to find where
the rest, like the environment art looks pretty, but then like Sea of Stars tricked me because Sea of Stars, the environments look pretty, and then the characters look like dog shit.
Yeah, I can just type in probably Threads of Time. Yeah, there you go. Here, it's a minute. Let's look at it. Okay, just look at the screen and we'll have it.
Before your quest began, hero, I saw you before you threw open the doors of time and space and turned the world on its head. Let me show you a glimpse of what I saw. Prepare to remake history.
It's pretty. I think it looks pretty.
Yeah, I think I need to see more gameplay footage. Oh, Ontario Crate. See, that's where they're taking government money.
Oh, forced things from
that always
Canadian
makes me feel
government
weird.
injected in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks pretty.
I'll give it a chance. Maybe I need to see more footage of it. But that art was pretty, so I can say that much. D-Day saying basically Chrono Trigger and Golden Sun. That could be good. It could be. It just something feels off to me. Maybe it's Sea of Stars that burned me too hard because I was super hyped for Sea of Stars, but. Something feels weird. Humble Games, Ontario creates. Yeah. I don't know.
We Love Katamari is coming to Xbox. All right. And oh my God, they got a new fucking Concord. What the fuck is this? Xbox, what are you doing, big guys? I gotta see this. I'm morbidly curious.
Dragpunk 是一款快节奏的5v5英雄射击游戏，在团队战术设计的基础上，独具创新的融入了卡牌系统，为玩家提供更多的策略性和随机性。
竞技类射击游戏可能会比较偏公式化，那我们就想利用卡牌来让每局这个随机性更大。
本次测试中，我们总共带来了数十张新卡牌，比如一张可以让玩家进行虚拟跳，并在落地时影响周围的敌人。
鸟人这张卡牌可以让
All right, so enjoy Frag Punt getting failing miserably. Metaphor ReFantasio gets a new trailer. Apparently, this is a highly anticipated role-playing game that got a new trailer. Atelier Yumiya gets a deep dive.
So the important thing about Metaphor as well is it's by the Persona creators, so that's why people are excited.
Okay, okay. Atelier Yumiya has gotten a deep dive. I don't know what this is. And that's another thing, is a lot of these games are specifically Xbox trying to break into the Japanese market for the billionth time. It's just, it's know your fucking audience, Xbox. You had Chads playing it. Appeal to the Chads, not the fucking paused people and not the Japanese. They don't like you. Stop. Like, you've fucking rushed away the Chad audience. And once they're gone, they won't come back. So yeah, this game got a deep dive. Asurajang Rumble has gotten a new trailer. A melee-focused anime battle royale. Bleach Rebirth of Souls gets a new trailer. I assume this is based on the anime Bleach. Yeah, it's a fighting game.
I was excited until I saw the combat style. I think it's the Jump Force combat style, which I fucking hate, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Sinduality Echo of Ada launches January 2025. This is a release date of a game that's already announced that I'd never heard of. Player versus environment extraction shooter with its that tasks players with surviving against xenomorphic creatures and other players in the hunt for resources. Could be okay. Furry friends are coming to Fallout 76. Okay, so you get furries in Fallout 76. Suikoden 1 and 2 Remastered gets a gameplay comparison trailer. All You Need Is Help. Well, tell me about it. Is available today. Taking cake for the strangest game featured in the showcase. All You Need Help is a weird Tetris-looking animals doing weird things, and it's available today. 4-player co-op. Slitterhead got a deep dive, and it's from the Silent Hill creator. The Star Bites Taste of the Desert gets a new trailer. What the fuck is this? A new trailer during the showcase showed off its colorful anime mech gameplay. The trailer showed off a turn strategy game which takes players to the base of a planet of bitter and lets them control topsy-turvy crew of mech pilots, explore the world, engage in turn-based battles, chase your destiny in the Star Bites. Okay. 1 second. There we go. Let me make sure I'm not muted. I am not. Dragon Quest, yeah. Yeah, sorry, not Dragon Age. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake has gotten a deep dive. That was previously announced. I remember that. Mana games are coming to Xbox. Square showed again the 2 classic Mana games are coming to Xbox, and they'll be available today.
Ooh, that I'm happy about. I love the Mana series. It's good. I want to get Visions of Mana still.
Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster series is now available on Xbox. And that was it. That was the entire show.
Why was the entire show like JRPGs for Xbox people when like no like Xbox doesn't do well in Japan? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I did see. That's the thing. So I did see a lot of people complaining about this, and it was mainly Xbox fans. It was the few Xbox fans that still, for some reason, have faith in Xbox. Here's the thing, and I tweeted about this recently. Xbox, your demographic is, was, and always will be the Western white male gamer, and you've completely abandoned them in the past like almost 20 years at this point, at least 15 years. And ever since then, they've completely abandoned them, and they've tried to appeal to everyone else. Xbox has been a failure in Japan since the start of Xbox, and they're constantly leaping and leaping and bounding and constantly going over everything to try to appeal to Japan, and it just doesn't work. Know your fucking audience. Get that shit back together. So I saw a lot of people disappointed in this. And you know what's funny? All that Japanese games, the number one thing I saw people excited about was StarCraft, which is, again, it's like a white male gamer game and a Korean game. But that was like the one game that appealed to people that watch Xbox stuff. They're like, oh, StarCraft. Okay. What is this other Japanese shit I don't care about? And I'm not even saying those games are like, bad. It's just
there's a lot of good stuff there. It's just not the Xbox clientele.
Exactly. So this show, and that's all, and it also shows because it aired in the middle of the night for the West. And so this was very much a show for Japan and everyone in Japan, and that's what they were trying to appeal to. Is it going to work for them? No, I fucking doubt it. Xbox is retarded. They will always be retarded. They've been retarded since 2008. They don't fucking get it. Some of those games, and I really wish we had the time to just go through it and deep dive, but then I saw it's like over an hour, and I'm like, oh, God, no, because I care more about the news in our rapid fire than this, personally. So, but there, we did go through every single story. We just didn't watch every single inch of footage. So, I don't know. I don't think any of those games are exclusive. I don't think, any of those games you can get only on Xbox. So the appeal is Game Pass once again. Do you get excited for those games and want them on a subscription service model? Then you get it on Game Pass. Otherwise, you're probably going to be playing those games on Steam, maybe even Switch, or maybe even your PlayStation if you tend to be someone that plays kind of more JRPGs and stuff. You're not going to be an Xbox gamer and being like, man, I need my JRPGs. It's just like, no. So, so there you go. Some good-looking games if you're into JRPGs and Asian games. Not Xbox's demographic, hence why they aired it. I can't even really rank this because it's just Xbox completely missing the point again. So there you go. That's probably like an 8 out of 10 if you like JRPGs and you're going to buy all those games on other platforms that are not Xbox. Any other thoughts, Kay?
On an Xbox perspective, it's like a 3 because like who the fuck on Xbox is buying this shit? Now, I am one of those people. It was so funny to me that everyone was excited for StarCraft, which has been out for 15 years. Forever. Yeah, no, but like for me, yeah. I am that person that they're trying to sell to, but I own all the other systems. So it doesn't fucking matter to me. Yeah, it was really out of touch, but hey, whatever. Maybe they're going to bring in a few new people. Who knows? I'm going to speed run chat and then we can go into our next portion here. Slosh says, that's a good point, Kay. We're conditioned to the art style, so many of us automatically think of Pokemon, talking about Palworld. Fallen Angel says, Kay, tell me if you have something besides JRPGs that you enjoy, but on JRPGs, do you want just classical RPG style or action RPG? Legend of Mana, great game, is action RPG, but also maybe down your lane. Absolutely, that is correct. I play all sorts of games. Really, the only thing I don't enjoy is like crafting games or like your Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing type games. I'll play them, but like I don't really have fun with them. So I'm pretty open to everything, and some of my favorite JRPGs are action RPGs. So just throw anything at me. I'll fucking take a look and see if it's something I want to play. JB says another issue is that if you don't defend patents, copyrights, and trademarks, then that can affect future enforceability. This is an excellent point and could be part of what is driving this whole lawsuit, and that's fucked up if true. But it is a really great point. That could honestly be what it is, that they want to just keep this in their belt, so to speak. So they're just targeting Palworld because that's the easiest target for them, even if they do lose. Slosh says, yeah, ladies, we're the worst. Parts soy-scented hair and just brown Gravity Falls theme sunglasses. Please sleep with me. Nightmare says, sounds like you need to take a page from Girls, Girls, Girls. Oh, God, that game. That menacing character that was threatening us with their cock. Members know what we're talking about. Tier 2, Tier 3 members know. DJ says, if you want to be treated like a human being, transition. Yeah, that's the message they're giving. It's fucking awful. JB says, I identify as someone who is going to stick his boot up your ass. Red Foreman. Oh my God. Yes, I love Red Foreman. Static says, dude, I was just talking about what about the 5th grade boys that are getting gate kept because of this total utter BS. Exactly. People are getting stopped before they can even start at this point. Something needs to fucking change because this is like, it's destroying lives at this point. So yeah, fuck those fucking programs. They're going to try to say that it's all for positivity, but in reality, it's not. Snapple says, CD Projekt Red, they made a whole video game accepting ESG into their hearts. Or whole video, sorry, accepting ESG into their hearts. Very true. Slosh says, I'm looking up Dog City just now. Looks cute. Henson was awesome. I agree. Yeah, Dog City's underrated. It's really good. Fallen Angel says, Kay and James, you both guys are old enough to remember when computers and games were for nerds, but now it's for the normies, and it must be normie friendly. And it's a goddamn shame.
I hate it.
Leave my games alone. D-Day says, second best game next to Rising. Imp says, Metal Gear. Gear? Snapple says, a mainline Metal Gear Solid game without Kojima-san just feels weird. Slosh was not a fan of that voice acting.
For which game?
Snapple's Metal Gear. Snapple says...
I liked it because it was David Hayter. So...
I've always felt like Metal Gear's cheesy anyways.
Well, I just appreciate that they're not doing what they did with like the last real Metal Gear, which was they got rid of David Hayter to try to make it more serious and tense. And it's like, you don't understand, like, similar to how people feel Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, David Hayter is Solid Snake. So, he needs to be Solid Snake. So you can replace everybody else and make them all, top-notch voice actors, but we need that. Oh my God, it's Metal Gear. We need that. And I'm not even a Metal Gear fan, and I'm like, if it's not David Hayter, then fuck off. David Hayter is great, by the way. He co-wrote X-Men 1 and 2, so he's awesome. But yeah, so that's why if you're not a Metal Gear fan and you're put off by David Hayter's voice acting, it's like no, it's what the fans want. Believe me.
Snapple says true, but yeah, this does look nice. If that's the case, I'm hoping it honors the original. JB saying that kid looks like a young Sean Bean. He's a dead man. Fallen Angel says, so it's a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Everyone was laughing at the pumpkin spice aroma.
Yeah, it literally it auto-played, because I don't know if you could hear it, Kay, but it fucking auto-played.
Well, I always mute a few seconds before because you start talking.
Because
so
IGN started IGN literally was like, pumpkin spice aroma, and it's like, first of all, what? And it's like, you're a video game website. What? What's wrong with you?
Are they though? Really? Let's be
real. I wasn't going to go to them, but I just needed a quick rundown of the Xbox Asian game show.
I know. Slosh says, Melee Pumpkin Spice. D-Day says, play the original. Sergey says, James, this is a remake of Snake Eater.
Yeah.
JB says, why is pumpkin spice even legal? For all of the Halloween-loving people, that's why.
It's because white girls exist.
Sergey says Metal Gear Delta is a remake. Fallen Angel says you should play the first 2 Metal Gear Solid games. Pretty good.
I own the trilogy on PS3. I've always wanted to dive into it. It's it's pretty much the main PS2 ones, up-res to 1080p.
D-Day is also laughing about Deku getting shit on, and just to let you know, James, you don't have to show if you don't have time, but dude posted the Deku character and then Tracer next to it. It looks so weird. The Tracer Deku skin.
In general?
It's in general. Yeah, you can look if you want to while I'm reading.
Yeah.
Or you can show it as well. D-Day says Tanuki, aka the Coon. I'd play it. That game looks fun, man. Lord Slosh says, why is the Tanuki wearing a leather daddy hat? Well, it's modern day. I mean, that might be why. D-Day is excited for Threads of Time. Sergey says, Seaman of Stars. Yeah, like you said, D-Day, if it is a Golden Sun battle system, I would be in. Snapple says, so CalArts Octopath. I can also see that a little bit. Sergey says, they're nice, but too much flash. These graphics are hurting my eyes. Almost caught up here. Sergey says, fucking furries. And Sergey is yelling about the Metaphor demo, saying, it's out, guys. The Metaphor demo is out. Go play it. So, I mean, yeah, I want to play it for sure.
What's the Metaphor? What's the Metaphor game? What is
That's the Persona game.
Oh, okay.
Don't set him off. He's gonna yell about Metaphor again.
It's out. It's happening. I appreciate it.
Elvis says Suikoden Remaster, one of the best RPG series ever. Elvis, we're eating good between Lunar and Suikoden. It's a good.
If you're an Xbox fan, you're happy.
Yeah. Elvis says Suikoden, Lunar, Grandia, brilliant JRPGs. Even if the remasters are meh, still some of the best JRPGs or RPGs ever. DJ says, guess Microsoft wants to capitalize on the scorned Japanese fan base that Sony abandoned. There's more and more people playing PC in Japan. And Snapple's saying, adding that to the list, I'd like to see the other Tales of games re-released. Yeah, but they don't do a good job of making the Tales of games remastered. Just saying, Snapple. Just saying. Snapple saying mainly before Symphonia. Yes, give me Fantasia, brother. Give me it all. I want it all, man. I know the feeling. But they're doing that. This is on a tangent for me now. But they're doing that the whole 30-year push, and they're going through the Tales games. I think we're going to get all the good stuff, too. It's not just going to be limited to Tales of Graces F, Symphonia, etc. I think we're going to get everything. I'm fucking happy. Neo says, I don't know what you're talking about, James. I'm an Xbox guy solely because of JRPGs.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
laughing, of course.
He never played Halo or Gears of War or anything. He only played Blue Dragon over and over and over again.
Elvis says, Grandia 1 and 2 already have remasters out for a while. Might be the best turn-based gameplay ever. D-Day says, mostly played Xbox back then because of Ninja Gaiden and DOA. Yep. Elvis saying Tales of Games would be nice. Yes. JB says, how many closeted heterosexual men are there now? There's a lot. Snapple says, wow, James does a great impression of Solid Snake.
I should read all of the rapid fire in David Hayter voice.
Fallen Angel did put a post in shitposting for you, but it's Medicare related, so you can always check it out later too.
Okay, sounds good. I met David
says,
Hayter, by the way. He's such a cool guy. I held a door open for him. He was at a convention, and he was
so
just
random.
Yeah, and I wasn't like fan struck or anything, and I was just like, "Oh, hey, David Hayter, how's it going?" He's just like, "Oh, hey, I need to sign autographs. Where do I go?" And I'm like, "Oh, right here, bud. I got you." And he's like, "All right, thanks. See you in there. Cool, man." And that was it. It was just like it was way cooler than going like, "Oh my god,
it's David Hayter.
You're making my snake solid."
Sergey says, sorry, I've not been hyped for a game since Wukong. No, please be excited. I was totally teasing. Please, like, I like it when people are excited about games. You can yell about all the games you want here.
I
free
haven't
speech,
been excited
spam it,
since
don't
Arkham
care.
City.
That's a long time ago.
I'm so depressed.
I know, I feel bad now. D-Day says, I listen to Tales of Fantasia battle themes while playing Tales of Arise. I may have to do that because Tales of Arise sucks to me, so I might have to fucking do that. And D-Day has a request. I don't know if you can fulfill this, James, but it is there. Rapid fire David Hayter.
I won't do it all, but I will introduce it as David Hayter. How about that? Because there is so much, and that's going to hurt my voice.
Get a bandana, says D-Day. Lord Slash says James was all like Emilio. And I just want to say,
Mighty Ducks, guys, swear to God.
Before we move on to rapid fire and everything, right now we're at 32 people, on more than that. Oh my God, 35 people watching across all platforms. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And we hit even a peak of like 43 or something earlier. So thank you all for being here on this Thursday night. And yeah, we're going to be online all weekend pretty much. Friday, we're going to be doing side scrollers first thing in the morning tomorrow morning. I'm going to be on Phoenix Press's channel talking about the Flintstones movie. And then I'm going to be on RNG podcast, Carl's show, talking about JRPGs. Saturday, we're going to have the Gifted Games Gallery, and Dustborn is a part of that. Thanks, Nightmare. And a few other great games in there as well. And then Sunday, of course, we're on Roulette. So you guys are going to see us all weekend. But I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight on this late Thursday night. All 40 of you. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead, James.
All right, Melee K, we're going to do rapid-fire news. Now, what this means is I'm going to go through every news story very quickly. Do you got that? Do you understand the mission?
No, I don't.
We're going to go
I'm going to insert the controller in a different slot.
All right, that was the Psycho Mantis guy. Fuck that guy. Yeah. Killed his fucking ass fucking with my PlayStation. We're going to go through every story, and if you want to hold it on any of the stories and make it a full-blown story, you just say, hold it, like my friend, Phoenix Wright. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Melee K, let's do it. All right, everybody. Welcome to Rapid Fire News. Okay, let me get an audio check so I know I can hear you over this really loud Phoenix Wright music.
There you go. I'm going to read Slosh's comment. Oh, man, maybe I can listen live this time. I'm always asleep during SS. Sergey says, wait a minute. David Hayter is back as Snake in Delta, by the way. Yes.
Yes.
So you can hear me?
Yes, you are good.
Okay.
You are good. Let's fucking go. All right, everybody, welcome to Rapid Fire News. The Layoff Tracker, a news team that tracks and reports on layoffs, has stated no industry has faced a bigger bloodbath than the gaming industry. The gap between it and second place isn't even close. But they are hopeful that the trans surgery scars in Dragon Age will make everything turn around. The CEO of Saber Interactive allegedly left a comment on Asmongold's video, saying he wants to return video games to their roots and forego the overbearing messaging and beating gamers over the head with developers' personal morals. Thanks to this comment, every games journalist was able to eat this week as they milked this story dry for rage bait. Rumor, the Switch 2 is called the Switch 2. When asked to comment, Miyamoto said they were originally going to go with the Super Switch, but the acronym reminded them too much of that Hitler guy. EA CEO Andrew Wilson says generative AI is at the very core of our business. Andrew Wilson has been a longtime proponent of AI, as he is actually one of the world's first fully functional robots.
Okay, that's just true.
It's true. It is true. This is rapid fire news. I don't lie. God. The game is absolutely not dying, says Ubisoft on Dying Game X Defiant. Reggie Fils-Aimé is set to talk with Jeff Keighley at this year's Game Awards about the state of the industry. Yes, apparently the industry is in such a dire state that the Reginator is coming back to commit another purge. Watch out. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg have apparently been constantly involved in the development of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We asked George Lucas to confirm this story, and he responded, "You're not the Chinese delivery boy." Now that the Dead Rising remake is out, Capcom is asking fans if they're interested in seeing another deluxe remaster for series such as Dino Crisis, Devil May Cry, and more. Just what the fans always wanted, Devil May Cry without any of the unnecessary sexiness. The Switch 2 got a possible hardware leak, and at first glance it looks almost exactly like a Switch 1 if it's real, charging customers a premium price for what is effectively the same product. Welcome to next-gen gaming, Nintendo. You finally made it. Rumor is that the next Xbox console generation could include a handheld tied to the console. Sources say they saw Phil Spencer duct taping a Wii U controller to a Series X and writing Game Pass on it with Sharpie. Sea Smash VRS is a spiritual sequel to Cosmic Smash, an obscure Dreamcast game, and now you do not require a VR helmet to play it. The demands to make it VR optional came in from the National Association of Cats Who Are Sick of Being Stepped On. Popular mobile game. Thought that one, that one was either gonna land or not.
Great.
Okay.
That got me.
I liked it. Those damn cats. Popular mobile game The Simpsons Tapped Out will no longer be playable starting January 24th, 2025. The reason behind the closure is the developers felt it was in line with The Simpsons to make the player base feel like it was initially good, but ultimately an utter waste of time to keep up with. Maiden Cops, a sexy anime girl beat-em-up featuring bunny girls, cowgirls, and every other girl you wish existed, has come out on Steam. The game looks great, but surprise, surprise, it is banned off Germany. To get around this issue, Maiden Cops has released a DLC exclusively for the German market, satisfying the one thing they want more than anything. Hitler Girl. TMNT Shredder's Revenge got the new DLC featuring Mondo Gecko and Mona Lisa as new playable characters. Seeing the fan response to the return of Mona Lisa has been a grim reminder as to why we will never see a new Chip and Dale game featuring Gadget. Goblin Cleanup is a new Steam game where you play as a cute goblin girl in a maid outfit cleaning up various goos and liquids with a mop in the vein of Viscera cleanup detail. While we aren't sure exactly what the goblin girl is mopping up in the game, the dev has assured us that the design is pulling from lots of passionate real-world experience. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Final Fantasy XVI sales did not meet expectations, says Square Enix, and they will shift to a multi-platform strategy. Hey, Square, I think I know what will make sales come around. How about more and more hours of side quests where you chase butterflies with an underage boy? I don't know anything about Final Fantasy.
No, yeah, it's not an underage boy.
It looks like one. Hence why
he's
I wrote...
talking about Chadley, by the way, for anyone trying to figure out who he's talking about. I didn't get it at first either. Like, what?
I don't, it seemed like an underage boy to me.
It got DJ. See, there.
Oh, okay. Well, see, it worked on him. Nintendo is looking to add SNES mouse support to Switch online games. Oh boy! Finally, after all these years, I can pay a monthly subscription to play Super Mario World with a mouse. Valorant had an issue where its anti-cheat system that runs a kernel level was crashing Ethernet connections. This issue was caused due to the anti-cheat thinking this was actually the correct course of action, as it decided nobody playing Riot games should have internet access. We got an in-depth look at Tales of the Shire, the upcoming Animal Crossing-esque Lord of the Rings game. What intrigues me, however, is why the game revolves around hobbits when the developers all resemble orcs. Elder Scrolls Online introduces gender-confused companion voiced by drag queen Vico Ortiz. I'm gender-confused as to who is still playing Elder Scrolls Online. SAG-AFTRA strikes League of Legends over alleged flagrant violation of labor law. What is the specific violation that League of Legends has committed? It's allowed to exist. Debate has started online with gamers arguing whether or not they are happy that you are playing a female in Ghost of Tsushima sequel, Ghosts of Yotei. While it's still not clear whether or not the game is going to be woke with this change, I am left dreading reporting on news for the indefinite future about video games with titles I cannot properly announce. Pronouns!
That one's just too real. That hurts.
I couldn't even say pronouns right. Good lord. IGN is holding a Game of the Year poll, and so far users are theorizing that IGN is intentionally manipulating and suppressing votes for Black Myth Wukong. Fortunately, though, this will be the only manipulated election held this year. Ken Kutaragi believes that the gaming industry can grow by over 100 times in size during the real-time computing age that is coming. This new era in gaming will be referred to as the average American woman era. PlayStation has doubled the price of Horizon Zero Dawn after the remaster announcement. Apparently the price increase is intentional and that the cost is equal to Ally's current weight. You can kind of see I have a theme with my jokes here.
Yeah,
it's fat women.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm a one-trick pony, but at least that pony can do tricks. In an interview with the New York Times, Miyamoto has made it clear that Nintendo is not going in the same direction as everyone else in the industry when it comes to AI. What direction is Nintendo going in with AI? Inhumane robotic slavery. There's a new board game based on beloved classic gaming franchise Worms. You might be wondering how Worms is relevant in the current year, but don't worry. Bill Gates is making sure Worms will be very prevalent in your upcoming diet. Chun-Li and Ken Masters have been announced as guest characters for Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. They'll be replacing formerly announced guest fighter P. Diddy. Rocksteady has announced Season 3 of Suicide Squad will be releasing October 1st and feature new playable character Lawless, the quirky race-swap daughter to Deadshot. When asked why they're still going down this route, Rocksteady responded, "Please just let us die."
Take me off life support, please.
California forces digital stores to admit that players don't own digital content. While gamers appreciate the clarification, this was primarily done to line up with everything else in California where you can't afford to own anything. GB Jam is happening right now, a Game Boy-themed game jam where indie devs get to make free games that would work on a Game Boy or Game Boy Color. You can currently download all 400-plus entries and play them by adding them to your never-ending backlog of games you will never get to before dying. Chrono Trigger-inspired JRPG Threads of Time has been announced and is a beautiful 2.5D pixel art powered... who am I kidding? I know what you all care about. Okay, hold on. No, it does not include a 10-foot-tall cowgirl that sits on your face. Time Crisis is coming to modern TVs thanks to a plug-and-play AI-powered light gun. Unfortunately, this won't be coming to the UK, as anything even remotely resembling a gun is terrifying to the average British politician.
Yeah, that one was great. I love that.
Blizzard co-founder Mike Morhaime has revealed that he left the company because he, quote, was tired of fighting Bobby Kotick. While it was sad to see Mike go, Blizzard did offer him a farewell gift basket featuring a generous assortment of milk fresh from the female employees. The Nintendo Museum has posted dozens of pics online showcasing their merchandise store. The main reason for the picture showcase is to remind Westerners that we'll never have anything good ever again. Behavior Interactive, developers of Dead by Daylight, have sadly canceled their upcoming new Project T due to the commercial and financial risk of the game. To make up for development costs on Project T, make sure to pre-order New Killer and DBD, Mr. T. I pity the fool who repairs gens. I'd buy it. But I'd buy anything in Dead by Daylight.
Honestly, I would totally. Yeah.
All right, good. Minecraft is getting Transformer crossover DLC so that an entirely new generation of young boys can be ruined by a crippling RC fetish. After being a hacker's paradise for 9 years, GTA Online has now implemented controversial anti-cheat BattleEye into the game, causing a drop in the player base. Fortunately, this has not impacted Red Dead Online's player base of 3. CEO of Limited Run Games visited Nintendo headquarters. While he did not disclose the nature or reason of the visit, I think I speak for everyone in saying, stay the fuck away from Nintendo! 69, this isn't even a joke, it's real. 69 players managed to earn Concord's Platinum Trophy before the game's servers were shut down. For their efforts, the few players won avoiding spending precious time with their loved ones before they inevitably die. Are you happy? Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the game has announced new celebrity guest characters Tom Savini and Elvira. According to Steam charts, this has caused a massive surge of an entire player. That player is me.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's awesome.
The 2 players. PSA, a Twitter user, found that their Ghosts of Tsushima crash logs took up nearly 300 gigabytes on their hard drive. Apparently, this is intentional, as the crash logs inspired by gluttonous Ghost Slimer from Ghostbusters. I know nothing about Ghosts of Tsushima either. Is there ghosts in it or something? At Tokyo Game Show, there is a Nikki booth where you can pull a real-life girl.
Hold it.
What?
We have to. We have to on this one. Come on.
Oh my god. Okay.
Are you really surprised that I'm holding it on this one?
For if anyone wants to hear the rest of the joke, I now understand why people waste thousands of dollars on this game. That's the joke. All right, let's look at it. All I have is a video. All I have is a fucking...
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I want you to show. That's it.
Okay, one second.
That's all, man.
Okay, let's fucking do it. Okay. So yes, this is a real booth, everybody, at Tokyo Game Show. Fuck Xbox. You can win women. I need to know more. Bro, that's so cool. Legit. Take my gems. No one's ears would be safe if I pulled Noir, Bay, or Rupee. Oh my god.
How is this not the biggest white pill in gaming ever? We're getting booth babes back. Holy fuck.
And you can buy them in fucking opening packs. Oh my god, man.
This is the most creative fucking shit I've ever seen. I fucking love it.
I'm fucking jealous. I need to start playing this fucking game. Oh my god. I don't even have anything else. Do you have anything else? Everyone just wants to know what Nikki is. It's a really sexy, popular mobile game. And it's like a cover-based shooter on mobile. It's like any phone can fucking run it. It plays itself, but you collect sexy women. And it's got a lot of them. A lot of them. Shall we keep going, Kay?
Oh yeah, that was it. I just wanted people to see that. It was so fucking cool.
That's fair. Titties! Steam has once again hit another all-time high for concurrent users at 38 million players. Now, don't regain faith in humanity just yet. The second most played game on the platform is Banana. That wasn't a joke, I checked, and it's literally Banana. A new cute 2D anime adventure game is coming out. Monpick, the hatchling meets a girl. To me, this game looks Pokemon-esque, so... Oh god! Someone stop Nintendo before they sue! Tanuki Pawn Summer is a cute raccoon game coming to the Switch and Steam, and oh dear god, here come the furries to ruin it. New Kingdom Hearts 4 details have emerged. Apparently the story is both a reset and a beginning of a conclusion for the series. If that confuses you, don't worry. Kingdom Hearts fans have been confused since the first game. Skate launches 2025 via early access, and with it, EA ushers in a return to the era of games named after words with one syllable. So be on the lookout for these other upcoming EA games next year. Broke, trash, and shit. Behavior Interactive has purchased Red Hook Studios, makers of Darkest Dungeon. Now, before you judge too quickly, I, for one, am excited for all the mandatory drag queen Twitch streams lined up to promote the next Darkest Dungeon game. Platinum Games has now ownership of Wonderful 101 trademark from Nintendo. When asked why Nintendo for once was willing to let an IP go, a Nintendo spokesperson said, "Lol, enjoy your cape shit, retards." Resident Evil 3 in its original form is now released on GOG. The problem? Can't get this Jill Valentine nude mod to work. If I move a file here or something. The miniskirt's good enough. We got a roadmap of all upcoming Star Wars video games. This includes the recently released Star Wars Hunters Season 3, Star Wars Outlaws Wild Card, A Pirate's Fortune, Jedi 3, a strategy game, Skydance's new media game, Eclipse, and a KOTOR remake. Not included in the roadmap, a game worth paying attention to. Yoshimi Yasuda is continuing to go on a long rant regarding his recently released Lollipop Chainsaw Repop over on Twitter. His rant includes almost anything you could imagine except for a functional re-release of a 12-year-old game. A Roblox developer was caught live by pedophile hunter Alex Rosen for having images of child porn on his phone. Oof. Get it? Because, oof. Anyway. He was proud of it, too. It was really weird. Suda51 says people care too much about Metacritic scores these days, and originality is suffering as a result. On a related note, coming out next year, Shadows of the Damned Repop Deluxe Remaster. Overwatch X World of Warcraft is the latest crossover from Blizzard's team shooter that nobody enjoys but still plays. With it comes new features like Blizzard's egregious monetization system freezing your credit card like Frostmourne, and your enjoyment of this game being as dead as Sylvanas. Ooh. PS5 Pro's 30th Anniversary Edition pre-orders are live, and with it, scalpers woke up from the long hibernation in their hometown of hell. But don't worry, we asked scalpers on the upcharge they will be charging, and all sources assured us it will cost you no more than your entire soul. Crafton says it didn't buy Tango Games Works from Microsoft for profit, but rather to maintain their legacy. To quote, "We don't think Hi-Fi Rush 2 is going to make us money." In response, Phil Spencer replied, "Yeah, that's exactly why I dropped their ass." That's just how I want Phil Spencer to be.
I wish that's what actually happened.
That's not actually how... That's the Phil Spencer I want. Not the... Be the bully I want you to be, Phil. PC players are concerned over mandatory PSN logins in PlayStation games causing massive slowdown and have posted evidence of it taking over their task manager. Luckily, I can put those concerns to rest, PC players. You will not encounter this issue as there are no PlayStation games to buy. Rumors are swirling that a new Batman game is in the works at Rocksteady and that PlayStation is trying to obtain exclusivity for it. I believe I speak for all of us when I say PlayStation, go ahead and take the exclusive deal on this one. We're good. We're good. Sonic held a direct-style special called Sonic Central. In it was a bunch of Sonic-themed news such as Sonic Rumble coming to PC, Monkey Ball DLC, a DC Comics crossover, and a New Generations trailer. Unfortunately, the news I was looking forward to was not included. Information on whether or not Maria is going to be shot in the head during Sonic 3. Details on Dragon Age's Veilguard's character creator have been revealed, with the journos shilling it to high heaven, almost like they're on EA's payroll. The character creator includes the ability to add trans surgery scars, every pronoun under the San Francisco sun, and a bold feature in which it's impossible to make your character remotely attractive. Die-hard BioWare fans are happy and are quoted as saying, "Finally, a character creator that represents me!" There's a new line of Captain Commando figures that look awesome. And yes, before anyone comments, I am aware a small child is a main character in Captain Commando, and my lawyer has requested I do not finish this joke. New voice actor for upcoming Ghosts of Yotei game is causing a ton of controversy for the recently announced sequel by being a staunch far-left activist and proud of it. She's also mass blocking people who aren't even interacting with her on Twitter, including us. When asked why they would hire such a controversial actor for their upcoming game, the developer responded by saying, "To fully immerse yourself as a ghost, we wanted the player to wish they were dead." You okay there, Kay? Looked like everything crashed for you or something. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just getting something here.
Oh, okay, good. Quake Champions got a 300% player base boost for about a day and has 100% more players than the modern Unreal Tournament game that exists solely in my dreams. EA has announced EA has revealed a new AI system for instant game creation. In the tech demo, that is totally not a pre-made video, you can see a user requesting things to be added to the bland sandbox world. For example, want grenades? Ask and they appear. Want to change the map? Ask and I'll swap it to whatever you want. EA has already banned me from this service. Zombies Ate My Neighbors-esque indie game Lethal Wedding is coming to the Sega Genesis. When asked why release a game on the Genesis, the developer said, "We want this game to fail." Nintendo submits a mysterious new wireless device to the FCC, which is apparently not a console or a controller. To tamper expectations, a Nintendo rep has issued the statement, "No, it is not a wireless Bowser-themed vibrator, you sick fucks." Don't Nod is refocusing on appealing to wider audiences after Just Dance failed to meet expectations. Their next game will be developed by original creative team behind Life is Strange. It is assumed that by wider audience, Don't Nod doesn't mean more players, but fatter ones. Michael Myers has been added to Call of Duty, aka Activision Fortnite. John Carpenter, creator of Halloween and avid gamer, said, "What the fuck is this garbage? Oh, hey! A new truck full of money just pulled up." Side note, that actually isn't a joke. John Carpenter has literally said shit like that in the past. He does not give a flying fuck what you do with any of his properties as long as you give him money. And he is proud of it. Pirate Yakuza has been announced. Longtime Yakuza fans are excited, but don't worry. If you're new to the series, it's simple. All you gotta play is Yakuza 0, Yakuza 3, Yakuza 2, Yakuza, Dead Souls, First Fist of the North Star, Like a Dragon, Watch Slumdog Millionaire, Max Payne, Ace Attorney, Judgment, Crazy Taxi, Yakuza 5, Sleeping Dogs, World of Warships, Yakuza 3 Remake, Sonic 3, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, Watch The Matrix, Play The Matrix, Lost Judgment, Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Animal Crossing Wild World, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Watch Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, and finally Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Then you can enjoy Pirate Yakuza. It's easy! The Concord director has stepped down. Stepped down from what? There's nothing left. Devil May Cry Netflix anime has been announced for April 2025, so that means one thing. Betting is open, folks. All right. Who's going to get fucked in the ass? I have 20-1 on Dante, 20-1 on Dante, 5-1 on Virgil. 5-1 on Virgil. 50
it's Virgil.
50. Oh, Virgil. We got a bet for Virgil. 50-1 on both of them getting fucked in the ass. Place your bets now. Wish I was joking. There is a Splinter Cell Netflix animated series in the works, and it's released a trailer. All right, 2-1. Sam Fisher's getting fucked in the ass. Place your bets now. With every major studio, I fucked up here. Wait, what did I try to write here? Oh, okay. With every major studio, whether it be a developer, publisher, or storefront pandering to the 3-6 woke mafia, we unfortunately must remind you that even our beloved Steam is not safe from this, as they just held the Game Day of the Devs Color Expo. Luckily, Steam also gives you a handy ignore feature, so you can go through these sales and put every listed game on a list. Another Gaben win. Double Dragon Revive gets a new gameplay trailer, and it's looking great. I don't have a joke here. It just looks really good. Please don't disappoint me. I have enough disappointment in my life. Concord Dev claims it was like a Star Wars project for Sony. Unfortunately, that is true. The problem is it was a Disney Star Wars-like project for Sony. Capcom has made a tweet announcing the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection for Switch that has a code in a box, whereas the PS4, it's a dick and... Fucked up the joke. I wanted to say dick. I just wanted to say dick. Because disc and dick are so... Just... Capcom has made a tweet announcing that the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection for Switch has a code in a box, whereas the PS4 version, it's a disc in a box. Disc. We asked Phil Spencer, what does this mean for the upcoming Xbox release in 2025? And he said in celebration for Pride Month, he requested a dick in a box. Nailed it.
Touche.
Blue Protocol! A Japanese-only MMO made by Bandai Namco and Amazon that was supposed to come to the West has been entirely shut down. It's okay, Blue Protocol. At least you lasted longer than Concord. The Anthony Birch of video games. Taki Udon, creator of Master Pie, has teased a PS1 project that will play PS1 games as accurately as possible while taking a shot at Sony on Twitter. It will also include support for other games that are not on the PS1, as well as the PS1 accessories like memory cards and controllers. Oh my god, I'm running out of time here. So, once again, the reason I am excited for PlayStation products is due to hackers and modders, not from Sony. Helldivers is so back, bros, as it's apparently fun again. But don't let your guard down yet, gamers. If you read the patch notes, it ends in, and I quote, "Mwahahaha, twirls thin French mustache." And finally, Embracer Group retains ownership of 4A Games and then Zen Studios, with 4A Games having 2 AAA games under development. We reached out for comments from 4A and Zen, who both said, "Help!" And that is rapid fire news. But there was so much news, it was not very rapid, was it?
No, but that's amazing. That was great. Thank you for writing that. And just all around, a lot of those cracked me up, honestly.
Good.
That was perfect.
Glad
And I saw chat laughing at some of it as well. So good stuff. I'm going to read chat quickly, and then we can get into our final question here. Scrolling up to where, oh my god. Okay, here we go. DJ says, Otacon. Sergey says, we need to see James. Otacon. Sergey says, we need to see James play the Metal Gear games. I can see you doing that. I feel like you are interested.
I want to cosplay as Snake and do the David Hayter voice the entire time I'm playing the game. How about that?
Now, James, you know I have a lot of themes for the channel set, including some for next year, so there might actually be a month where I push and schedule you to do that.
Oh, God.
Just keep that in mind, and you know exactly which one I'm talking about. Yes, so you guys will see. That is the most hinting I will give, but there might be a month where I push James to play it because it'll make sense with the theme. Sergey says, Hitler guy. Who? I'm curious.
Who is this Hitler guy? Something about his eyes.
Sergey says, Dino Crisis maybe, but not Devil May Cry. Do not touch Devil May Cry. Those games are amazing. Slosh says, when James cracks mid-joke, you know it's a good one. That's so true. That's so fucking true.
I decided to try to make these funnier, and luckily my jokes are only funny to me. So it was
funny
fun
to me too.
Funny to me, damn it.
You did an awesome job. That was great. D-Day says, my girlfriend used to play that Simpsons game. Damn, it came out 12 years ago.
I personally know somebody that has spent a fuck ton of time in Simpsons Tapped Out, and at this point probably, I want to say hundreds, if not at over $1,000, $2,000 maybe in the game, and they're just like, fuck you, it's off, because it was fucking popular, man. So
yeah, crazy. D-Day says, yes please, more cutscenes and leading chickens to a chicken coop. JB says, and by the way, I'm skipping over where people are laughing. James, people were laughing. I can't like say laughing emoji or whatever. So, JB says, I just played a game of Get Back in the Cage, you fuzzy little bastards with 3 chinchillas. Oh, they sound adorable. D-Day says, Diddy gonna be OP? Fuck. Fall Angel says, imagine being British. JB says, anything resembling a spoon is terrifying to the average UK politician. True. Flamage saying, that's fresh milk. D-Day is requesting Diddy go into Dead by Daylight. Fuck, that would be hilarious.
Diddy and Dead. Oh my god.
Slosh says 69 on Concord. Niche. I like it. JB says Elvira. Why can't, oh my god, my brain can't read Elvira. What the fuck's going on with me?
Do you mean nice, by the way? I assume it was meant to be nice. 69?
I took it as niche because Concord is so niche.
69? Nice. Like, because 69.
Maybe. I don't know.
69? Niche.
I read niche. I don't know. It says niche. What do you want me to do?
Fine.
I can read niche, but not Elvira, apparently. Elvira has put a massive surge in many a young man's pants. Angry Canadian says, I wish I could have gone to Tokyo Game Show this year. Maybe next year. D-Day was excited about Nikkei. Fall Angel says, hippity hoppity, women are property. D-Day says, Daddy bringing a bitch home. Neo asking what that game is. Snapple says, Gotcha Booth Babes. Yes, it is.
That also pretty much explains the game. Gotcha Booth Babes.
Yeah. Yeah, D-Day says birth rate problem is solved, and it's good shit. Slosh, as in the game is. Slosh says, what am I going to do with a full-grown woman? What did you do with my gashapons?
Damn these people and their adult women fetishes.
Snapple says it's a cover shooter similar to Wild Guns. Oh, okay, but it's a gotcha game. Sergey says, just call it Kingdom Farts at this point because the storyline stinks. Angry Canadian was asking me if I watched the Shadow the Hedgehog animation short that dropped. And I thought I saw it because I saw Shadow and Rouge the Bat video at some point. But apparently there's another one with Maria. So I'm going to check that out after the show.
Maria.
It's called Dark Beginnings. Let's see here. Nightmare says, obviously Maria will transition, then get Canadian made instead. And why I had the weird choppiness is I was trying to get Sergey the Discord link, and then it tried to add me to our Discord, so it broke.
You
and I was like, what the fuck?
You have to go on our link tree, right click, and copy link because
I did, but then like it just fucking like I don't know.
It's a
happened.
bitch.
I think I just missed.
That's why I just send people a link tree. I'm like, hey, please just click it. It's in there.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think my mouse just like clicked it. This mouse is kind of broken. Slash says Bad Dragon X Bowser crossover imminent. I've seen Rob Zombie remakes, so I know it's true. More laughing, of course, at your delivery there. JB says, step down from a smoking crater where the game crash landed. Fallen Angel saying it should be Dante because Virgil is the one that guides Dante through Inferno in the Divine Comedy book. D-Day saying, ass fucking is what I come to these streams for.
Oh, true. Good. I hope you have a Netflix subscription then, because there's a lot more ass fucking in your future.
See, I knew it was niche. Slosh says niche because it's Concord. That's how I took it.
Okay, but yeah, usually the joke is 69 nice, so it's both. Both, okay.
Oh my, that's the point of the joke.
It's late. It's late, okay?
Nightmare says, hey, James. I have another gift all set for you.
What? No, you don't. No, you don't.
I felt like he was saying it in that kind of voice. I had to make it sound like
no.
Slosh says cosplay as Naked Raiden. Fallen Angel says Black History Month. Weasel says I would have pegged James as a Sniper Wolf cosplayer. Well,
sorry,
pegged you as a Sniper Wolf cosplayer.
See, I've never played Metal Gear, so I don't know who that is. So I got hung up on the word pegged.
I can tell. And Nightmare says, nailed it, Kay. I thought so. Exactly. Okay. James, let's do the anything goes. And then we're going to roll out of here because we got to wake up pretty fucking early for side scrollers.
It's time for anything goes. Okay. So Kay came up with this question. And it's in response to the discourse that we've been seeing over Dragon Age Veilguard's amazing character creator. As you can see, the Critical Drinker says, is it just me or character creation screens nothing but a stupid narcissistic waste of time? So Kay, with Dragon Age single-handedly becoming ruined due to its diversity within its character creator, a debate has been sparked that we should weigh in on. Are character creators a waste of time, and should they be eliminated from games?
Well, you know my answer. No, I love character creators. They need to fucking stay. I was shocked by this take online that were claiming that this is a narcissistic thing to have creators, because most of the time people don't make characters based on themselves either. Now, that is a thing sometimes, but a lot of the time we just want to enjoy the fantasy, and you can make whatever fucking character you want. So, for example, with Soul Calibur, I didn't make a single fucking character that looked like me. I built a fucking waifu fighter, and I made tons of characters that were just like crazy bonkers off the walls. So no, I don't think character creators are a thing of the past. I think they should continue. It's unfortunate that a lot of these games have infested it with the body type A, body type B, all this shit. And we're getting cases of no flexibility, meaning like, you know, we're not getting the big bust sizes, the big ass sizes, any of that anymore, because they're trying to hit a certain kind of feeling to not offend people. But if it's done right, I think we should absolutely keep character creators. However, if this is a game that is set in a certain, like story and you're supposed to be presented by a certain character, I don't think every game needs a character creator. If you have a story you want to tell and you want it to be told in the shape or form of a certain character and that's the person that you're seeing through, I'm fine with you giving me preset characters, but I love character creators. I have fun with it. I'm the person who will sit there for hours and tweak at every little fucking thing and enjoy it. So, more character creators, but give me more options. Make it even better. Look at Soul Calibur 6 and all the shit I can do with that. Build on it even more. Make it so I can make more shit. That's my answer.
I found out why you were loud the whole show. It's because I turned up the desktop volume for Bear Force 1 and I never turned it down.
Oh my god, that makes so much
So you're the right volume now, and let's end the show. So my answer to whether or not character creators should be dead and buried forever is sometimes. It depends on the game, actually. I've always disliked overtly complex character creators because I spend way too much time in them tediously trying to get my character to look perfect, just to have it look awful in some cutscene, so I revert back to the default, wasting several hours on something I didn't enjoy doing in the first place. However, if the game is right and you're playing yourself in a game and not a pre-established character, I do like them in a more simplified state. My example on how to do a character creator correct is World of Warcraft. And I've got footage of the original World of Warcraft character creator here. Let's see. I'm in favor of this style, for example. A character creator that is more like hairstyle, color, eye color, face, facial hair, etc. And I have never been a fan of the tediously changing the angle of your nose depth, earlobe size, eyelid curvature, nose hair length, toe length, chin placement, all of that. You all know what I mean. You've been through it. I get too autistic. I spend way too much time in those, and it never looks right. I much prefer this style that you're seeing on screen. Simple and effective. You can change skin color, face, hairstyle, hair color. So you have presets. You have presets, and you can kind of swap them around. You have, 20 faces, 20 hair, and a little bit of more variety than that. But where it's like you have to do math, and you have to look at it from every fucking angle, or else it's not going to be right. I've always hated those. I've always fucking hated those. Because I know I'm going to have to spend so much time in them. And more, if I encounter one of those, I'm just like, preset, for the love of God, give me the fucking preset. So that's where I stand. Sometimes kill them. I think they have their place in the right game, but overall, my personal preference is something like you see before you with World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I think the thing you brought up that really set my brain off is yeah, you're right. Like Mass Effect, for example, when you do the character creator, my character that I made was the only one I've ever really seen that worked well in the universe. It's hard, and I spent a lot of fucking time to make her look good in every single angle, and then it was fine. But a lot of footage you see of games like that, sometimes they just don't get all the angles of the face proper, and then it just looks fucking weird. So yeah, no, that one you're right on. But overall, I think that they should stay.
I will never forget trying to make a perfect Mass Effect character, and I spent hours making this Mass Effect character just for me to launch at the opening cutscene. I'm like, it looks fucking terrible. It looked fine in the character creator. I spent so much fucking time tediously reworking everything, and then I go in game, and it's just like, shit. All right, reset. I'm just gonna be standard Commander Shepard. That's it. Fine, fuck you. So, that's one of the few things I'll say about Destiny is I liked Destiny's character creator. They could have had more options, but I liked that style of again, it was the World of Warcraft style of change the hair color, change the face, change that color, beard, and that's pretty much it. Body build. Very simple, effective, snappy. If I'm spending more than 30 to 45 minutes on a character creator, I'm irritated in my old age.
I love it. I love just sitting there for hours and nitpicking at every detail.
That's why I know I will sit there for hours, and that's why I don't want it anymore.
Canvas. It's like a canvas of sorts. You're sitting there and you're creating art, and I love that video games give you that option to do. I think it's super cool, especially when you're going to spend a long time in a game and you just look at that creation and you're like, I made this for this game. That's so fucking cool. I don't know.
Yeah, but what if someone in Austria is creating art and their character creator, and then they're disappointed with the outcome in a cutscene? Then what, Kay?
All I'm gonna say is Nightmare wish that I had read his comment in a German accent, and that's gonna be my answer.
There you go. That's perfect. Perfect.
Weasel says, "I'm married. Don't get any ideas, James." That's right.
Now I'm getting more.
Nerdy Neo says, Raid. Oh my god. Raiden in Metal Gear Solid, which, by the way, I just want to preface this. They're spelled identical. So, Neo, I'm not sighing at you. I'm sighing at whatever fucking
Raiden,
language.
Isn't it?
He says Raiden in Metal Gear Solid is Raiden. Raiden in Mortal Kombat is Raiden. But if you look at the spelling, it's fucking identical.
I thought they were both pronounced Raiden, but yeah, they're both RAI, right? And there was there was some weird trademarking issue with Mortal Kombat getting ported to the Super Nintendo, and they had to change his name to with a Y in those. But it was always and it was always supposed to be RAIDEN.
Oh shit, I didn't know. Okay.
Wow.
Slosh says Tumblr pretty much ruined the last 2 DA games, unfortunately. True. D-Day says Monster Hunter has good character creators. For Dragon's Dogma 2, I made Khal Drogo, Ragnar Lothbrok, and Henry Cavill Geralt. So there you go. See? Sergey says, dude, I love creators so much. What the hell? Snapple saying, not gonna lie, I only use character creators to make Hank Hill. Yeah, he sent me a photo earlier, and it was Hank Hill in the Sonic Adventure 2 pose, like the Sonic pose.
Wait, I'm gonna contradict myself right now.
What?
Do you remember that like 6-month period I got addicted to making cause, and Here Comes the Pain? Yeah. And I did.
So you like wrestler created characters?
Yes, under specific Ka examples. So pretty much in Here Comes the Pain, I got addicted to the Ka community, which is create a wrestler, and people would upload on a website, and this is still available. You can still do this, like all their creator wrestlers, and they would show an image, but it was like doing math. It was just like, here's how you make the perfect Sting in Here Comes the Pain. Move nose to 35 degrees. Move ears to 26 degrees. Use hands 24. Use feet 23. Use this move set. Use this move set. And it would take you like 5 hours to build a character because of all the information on the sheet. And I just autistically did it, and I filled out every single like custom slot, and Here Comes the Pain. And yeah, I was addicted to it, but I hated it.
So it's very particular.
I hated doing it, but I got addicted to it like a bug, and I had to do it.
Oh my god. Daxnar's here. How's it going, Daxnar? Saying, but then we wouldn't have all those horrifying Oblivion characters. Yeah, those are fucking hilarious. I would be sad in a world without those. D-Day says, I like going that in depth with the creator. Me too. JB says, don't put math in my nose. James 2024. D-Day saying people would make Bully Maguire and Handsome Squidward, etc. Yeah, I love that, like, creating characters that are, like, wacky off the wall. Sergey says, I thought Hogwarts Legacy had a great character creator. You played it, not me. Did you think it was a good character creator?
Yes, it was in depth, so I intentionally made the most simplistic yet attractive character that is a male that I could, and then moved on, and I didn't look too much into it because I didn't want to get addicted to it.
D-Day says cutscenes tend to have like a default face morph or something. No matter what you do in the cutscene, the face reverts to the default somewhat, at least in Mass Effect. Neo says they are spelled the same but pronounced differently. I don't even know which Raiden you're talking about yet, D-Day, but I'll try to read it. Raiden, I think. So Raiden from Metal Gear Solid is how you say it correctly because it's a Japanese name. Raiden in Mortal Kombat sounds the way it does because Ed Boon doesn't give a fuck how it's pronounced. That makes more sense.
Ed Boon doesn't give a fuck about a lot of shit lately.
True. Snapple says he makes Hank Hill, and so Hank is the first character he makes in Final Fantasy. But if it's a generic one like Planet Coaster, Hank Hill making a theme park full of barbecues, food stalls, all promoting propane. That's great. I love that. And with that, we're caught up on chat.
All right, folks. Well, that was the Melee Madness podcast. Thank you all so much. That was a fucking blast. And what do we got coming up next? Well, we've already said it, but tomorrow morning, bright and early, I'm going to start prepping as soon as we're off this show. We're going to be on Side Scrollers once again and saying farewell to Craig and Blabs as they go on vacation for a week. So do not miss that show. It's going to be a banger. Then Kay is going to be going on Phoenix Press's channel to talk about the Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones.
Which, if you're a Tier 2 or Tier 3 member, you actually got to see us watch that movie and commentate on it and talk about our thoughts right after seeing it. So that is a new little experiment we did with the Tier 2, Tier 3 members, and that VOD is still up for you guys. You can find that in the Discord in your little secret channel. So yeah, it was a lot of fun doing that, and maybe next time Phoenix Press tries to guilt trip me into watching a movie, I'll do it again with you guys. We'll see.
And in the evening, Kay is going to be going on Carl of the RNG Gaming Podcast show to talk all things JRPGs. So were you mad that I skipped over the Xbox JRPG-ness? Well, Kay is going to be talking about them non-fucking stop tomorrow. Then Saturday is the Gifted Games Gallery, where we are going to be playing Tuskborn and other games that I'm sure are much better. Thank you again, everybody. And then Sunday is Steam Roulette. And then the Friday following that is Sonic 06. So that's what we got coming up. Thank you for saying so, Lord Slosh. Glad you enjoyed the show. Glad all of you guys could hang out and watch the show. Kay, any final words?
Thanks for hanging out. We hit a peak of like over 40 people across all platforms. So thank you so much for spending your Thursday with us. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. We hit almost 40 people across everything.
Was that when I was eating oatmeal raisin cookies? Did I not hear that?
Maybe.
By the way, they're so much better now, guys. Like, they're actually good because they're a little bit stale, and so they're chewier now.
Ooh, what the fuck, man?
So to Kay, they'd be even worse. But like they start off like dry and hard, but now with their staleness, they're like softer and chewier, and they're actually like tastier. Do you know what I mean? Does anyone?
Gross.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know what I mean?
Well, Weasel apparently does, saying yum.
Yum indeed. All right, that's the show. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early and often on Side Scrollers. So until then, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right. Well, that was the Melee Madness podcast for 5.5. That's the mildew. Well, it's delicious mildew. That was the Melee Madness podcast for 5.5 hours. Thank you all so very much. Have a good night. Nightmare, Snapple, everybody. And we are going to thank all of our lovely supporters this evening. Thank you all so very much. Dude1286 Live coming in with that raid over on Rumble. Thank you so much. Have a good night, Lord Slosh. And let's see, over on Stream Elements, we had Sheppy, Shepperton Studios. Thank you. Huge one. The reason I was shirtless and glassed up the whole night. Insidious Bliss with the Bear Force unlock. Thank you so much, Mr. Bliss. My God, man. It was better than Zelda. Have a good night, Nerdy Neo. So thank you, Putt Diddy, for that super chat. Thank you, Nightmare, and thank you, Angry Canadian, for letting us know you've been a brawler for 7 months. Folks, that was the Melee Madness podcast. We'll see you on Side Scrollers tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 a.m. Hate saying a.m., but it is a.m. PST. So until then, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.